the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 901 Rhode Island, Part 2. The Ursa's Saber Guards are one of Ursa's primary deterrents against other nations. By incorporating demonic fragments into their bodies, they possess not only immense strength but also a uniquely demonic power. Even killing them would inflict 1,000 casualties on their own side, while injuring 800. This is due to their specific abilities. Nation, where I stand, is the great land of Ursa's is one of the Saber Guards' mottos, and it also symbolizes this power. Killing Saber Guards is simple, but dealing with their legacy is a far more complex matter. Demonic contamination is not so easy to deal with. For example, the Ural Rift Valley is said to be completely devoid of both humans and animals due to the deaths of numerous Saber Guards. If he had a mirror dimension, this would be easier to deal with, but he hasn't yet completed it. I don't know how much you know about the Saber Guards, but it's best not to do it unless necessary. Quinjet offered her answer, offering two perspectives. Quinjet's understanding of the Ursa's Saber Guards far surpassed Shen Fei's. If several of them died on Chernobog, the consequences would be dire, not only regarding the contamination caused by the demonic forces, but also the problems on the Ursa's side. Ursa's couldn't ignore the deaths of several guards, even if they were suspected of betraying the current Ursa's emperor. After all, they were the guards, not just any other kind. If the situation continued, it could escalate into a large-scale conflict. Even though Shen Fei wasn't afraid of Ursus, the possibility of war involving innocent people was significant. Rhode Island had always avoided large-scale conflicts, especially those involving ordinary people. Shen Fei nodded non-committally at Quinjet's words. He naturally endorsed Rhode Island's ideals, but that didn't mean he would act accordingly. Rhode Island was forced to act this way because of their lack of strength. When he was weak, he was even more cautious than Rhode Island. But now that he was strong enough, he still needed to be cautious, but not overly so. I have a question. Since you can see the future, did I kill that Tracy's guy? W suddenly spoke, his expression seeming to be eager for Shen Fei's answer. I really don't know. As I said before, I only know part of the story. But with the Absolver by Tracy's side, you shouldn't have the chance to kill him. The Absolver is an organization similar to the Inner Guard or the Imperial Guard, and each of its members is extremely powerful. Look at Shining, she is a former Absolver member. But I do know something that concerns you. Tracy's has been trying to deal with Rhode Island, or more precisely, Amaya. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Fei decided to reveal what he knew. What does he want to do? It was W, not Quinjet, who spoke. I'm not entirely clear on the details. I just know that he and the Absolver seem to be planning to use Teresa's body for something, perhaps to recapture the Demon King's power. Shen Fei had no idea what Tracy was up to. There were many speculations about this in his previous life, but in Shen Fei's opinion, he was after the Demon King's power. Tracy was no longer king in S.H.I.E.L.D, but had fled to Victoria to serve as regent. He probably didn't possess the Demon King's power himself. Shen Fei was curious why Teresa's body ended up in Tracy's hands, considering that Teresa had died on Rhode Island. S.H.I.E.L.D, you're swearing, Shen Fei said. And W roared in anger. As Teresa's #1 royal chef, Tracy's actions had completely rubbed W the wrong way. After all, when Teresa died, W had hunted down anyone who might have betrayed the princess in order to avenge her. Sister Teresa, Amaya said, looking down at the 10 rings on her hands, her expression utterly dejected. Amaya, calm down. W, you too, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. W ignored Quinjet, repeating the words in a low voice. If it weren't for her years of composure as a mercenary, she would have rushed over to Tracy by now. Although W desperately wanted to kill Tracy, she wasn't stupid. She knew that such a reckless move would be impossible. W wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that even if she died, she wouldn't be able to kill Tracy. At the very least, she would have to die with him. W, don't be so excited. Once I finish this, I can take Teresa's body back. Whatever Tracy wanted to do with Teresa, Shen Fei wouldn't let him succeed. This wasn't for W, but for Amaya. You are willing to help. W's expression became unusually serious when it came to Teresa. Of course. To me, this is just a small matter. Besides, we can't let the little rabbit get upset. Shen Fei was very confident about this matter. This was not only because of his strength, but also because Tracy was a politician. With such a person, everything was negotiable. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Maya, who had witnessed Shen Fei's strength, regained some of her composure. No need to be so polite. Let's talk about the problem of oripathy now. This is the biggest problem right now, Shen Fei said, looking at Quinjet and continued, Dr. Quinjet, are you interested in collaborating to solve the oripathy together? How do we cooperate? Quinjet was naturally interested in solving the oripathy. Not only him, but everyone in the room, except for the young man, was very concerned about this issue. Actually, I'm a doctor myself. After arriving in this world, I've also done some research on oripathy. I have an idea for a treatment. Even using my unique abilities, oripathy might be completely curable. I can demonstrate it here. W, come here, Shen Fei said, waving his hand at W, signaling her to come over. After a moment's hesitation, W immediately stepped in front of Shen Fei and said, You're not going to treat my oripathy here, are you? Of course. Everyone in the room watched in astonishment as Shen Fei waved his hand and chopped W into dozens of pieces. The only intact part was her head. What is this? W, with only her head floating in midair, exclaimed in surprise. Healing your oripathy, room, scan, just as he had done with Frostster before, Shen Fei used a scan to extract all the originium crystals from W's body. Simultaneously, he used the surgery fruit to cut open any originium crystals in a conspicuous area outside her body. How amazing, as Quinjet, Maya, and the doctor stared in amazement. Nian, with a look of curiosity, grabbed W's head and turned it over and over. Stop it, you, S.H.I.E.L.D, swear. Although W was extremely upset and even called her an old woman, Nian didn't care at all. Alright, Shen Fei said as he restored W's body. However, he didn't reattach her head. Instead, he tossed it to Quinjet, Maya, and the doctor. The three of them were clearly intrigued by Nian's actions. I didn't expect there were such originium techniques. Looking at the originium fragments that Shen Fei had removed from W's body, which he had tossed aside, the doctor was extremely excited. As everyone knew, the most painful part of the originium disease was the internal organs. If there was a way to remove the originium fragments from the body, the infected person's condition would undoubtedly be much better. Hey, didn't you say it could be completely cured? W, whose head had returned to her body, shouted at Shen Fei with an annoyed look. She was a renowned figure in the mercenary world, feared by many, but now she was being teased. I have a theory that it can be done, but I haven't conducted any actual experiments. Once I prove it's feasible, I'll cure your oripathy. W, come with me. Quinjet immediately stood up after W recovered, her face serious. Faced with such a Quinjet, W rarely objected. The group then returned to Rhodes Island's medical department, where Quinjet personally examined W. Quinjet, what's wrong with you? Shining, who was in the medical department, looked at her with some surprise, but she didn't reply. The blood source stone crystal density is almost zero. Those infected with oripathy have two indicators, the blood source stone crystal density and the rate of somatic cell source stone fusion, one internally and the other externally. As an infected person, W's blood originium crystal density couldn't possibly be zero. His current condition was naturally the result of Shen Fei removing all the originium crystals from his body. Don't worry, you don't feel anything at all. After verifying W's condition, Quinjet immediately had Maya treated. Maya's infection was already quite severe. Of course, even for a demon lord, even this level of infection wouldn't be fatal, just like Teresa's. I didn't expect Maya to have so many crystals on her body. In terms of the degree of fusion, Maya was even higher than W's, which was somewhat unexpected by Shen Fei. W was a mercenary, constantly on the battlefield, requiring constant use of originium techniques, but that wasn't the case with Maya. How are you feeling? Quinjet asked with concern after seeing Maya recover. Much relieved, Dr. Quinjet. Maya smiled, her bunny ears twitching involuntarily. There's no need for that. My condition isn't serious. Although Maya didn't finish, Quinjet understood her meaning and asked Shen Fei to treat her as well. However, unlike Maya and many others, her oripathy wasn't life-threatening. Spark, send Liz over here. After rejecting Maya's offer, Quinjet immediately said to Shining, who was stunned by Shen Fei's displayed abilities. Liz, I understand, Shining immediately realized that Liz was one of the few patients with the most severe uripathy on Rhodes Island. Amidaya, contact S.H.I.E.L.D and have her return as soon as possible, Quinjet said to Amidaya after Shining hurriedly left. Ms. S.H.I.E.L.D, I understand. S.H.I.E.L.D was, of course, Xiaoyang, a powerful sorcerer in the game. However, in the real Rhodes Island, she was a scholar and expert in natural disaster research. Although she also possessed extraordinary originium skills, capable of instantly melting a large stone, she never appeared on the front lines. Rhodes Island boasts a significant number of Scourge messengers and Scourge experts. After all, this ship is constantly operating outside, and must be prepared for natural disasters. On Terra, natural disasters are like the weather on the Grand Line in the One Piece world, unpredictable and unpredictable. Without a skilled Scourge expert, it's easy to find yourself caught in a scourge. Much like a navigator on the Grand Line, this responsibility is immense. A single mistake could lead to annihilation. Many pirate groups have been wiped out by weather fluctuations on the Grand Line. However, as a Scourge expert, S.H.I.E.L.D has had some bad luck. This is the fate of most Scourge messengers and Scourge experts. Constantly traveling in and out of disaster-prone areas, how can one avoid infection? In S.H.I.E.L.D's case, however, the uripathy has severely affected her hearing. Even with hearing aids, she couldn't hear many things clearly, and this had caused numerous problems. Because the originium crystals were located around her ears, even Quinjet could only stabilize her condition, but further treatment was difficult. Shen Fei's abilities were just the right thing to do. However, she didn't seem to be in Rhodes Island right now. She was reportedly off exploring the volcano again. Shining quickly brought Nightingale, along with the radiant knight Lin Guang. She supported Nightingale throughout the entire journey. Due to originium sickness and the experiments, Nightingale's legs had been severely damaged by the originium, and she also seemed to have lost a significant amount of her memory. Radiant Knight Lin Guang, 6-star healer Nightingale, and Shining, their combined skills are comparable to Black and White demons. It's a shame I didn't draw any of them. Nightingale was incredibly skilled at healing, especially since she could increase spell resistance, an effect seemingly unmatched. Of course, this was just a game. In reality, Nightingale's originium skills were even more impressive. Sanctuary, Nightingale's originium technique, can buffer enemy originium technique attacks, greatly slowing them down. In a sense, it's like a domain. Even in Shen Fei's opinion, the powerful individuals of various races on the Terra continent are quite formidable, especially those who have reached the top, such as the Radiant Knight Lin Guang, who can summon golden light, and the one who claims to be his own Khan. Taking this a step further, it's equivalent to a mind phase domain. To put it another way, it's like the awakening of a Zoan-type devil fruit, and of the mystic beast type. Theoretically, all races on the Terra continent could be considered Zoan-type devil fruit users, including both regular and mystic beast types. Can you treat her? Don't worry, I'll make sure she can move freely. Looking at the worried Shining and Lin Guang, Shen Fei smiled and nodded. With a wave of his right hand, the black abyss white flower appeared in his hand, emitting a warm white light that fell on Nightingale's legs. Although he could have used his Shuangquan hands technique to heal Nightingale's legs, and thus touched Nightingale's fair, delicate legs, Shen Fei was a gentleman, so he naturally wouldn't take advantage of someone in need. The idea of testing the effects of the black abyss white flower was out of the question. Chapter 902 Rhode Island, and thank you. Seeing Nightingale finally walk freely, Shining and Lin Guang were overjoyed. For years, they had been searching for a cure for Nightingale, always disappointed. Even joining Rhodes Island could only halt Nightingale's worsening condition. Treatment was extremely difficult. But now, things were finally different. You're welcome. I just happen to have the ability. Shen Fei smiled and shook his head as he looked at Shining and Lin Guang, expressing their gratitude. Although he hadn't known either of them back then, he knew something about their stories. Casimir, a world-famous painting, but this time, he was definitely involved in Casimir's affairs. Perhaps in the eyes of the doctor, Rhodes Island, the brilliant knight Lin Guang had made a good start, but in his opinion, the result was completely inadequate. Even he, at Longman, had long heard of Casimir's night tournament. There was a lot of information about it online, especially since this year was the 24th night tournament. The Casimir Knights Tournament, a major nightly competition held every 3 years, is already heating up, and some are already starting to make their way. After all, It's a chance to witness not only the fierce nightly competition, but also the rare side of the four mobile cities uniting. Furthermore, some underground gambling websites have opened their betting sites early, making every night's tournament a gambling extravaganza. Of course, gambling is just a fancy way of saying it. For some, the night's tournament is a golden opportunity to make a fortune, but unfortunately, this time, many will likely be forced to spend their days on the rooftops soaking up the breeze. Even Longman's approach to the night's tournament is similar, so it's easy to imagine what's happening in Kashmir. It's no wonder that brilliant knight Lin Guang wants to change things. Shen Fei's only knowledge of the night's tournament, aside from brilliant knight Lin Guang, is of course limited to the secret records of Kong Bao's operators. His former good friend has completely degenerated in the face of capital, leaving Kong Bao furious and leaving. Should I create a fake identity and compete? A thought suddenly crossed Shen Fei's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Now wasn't the time for that. While my ability is very effective in treating oropathy, I'm sure you all know it's impossible to widespread eyes. However, I have another method. While it's also not widely available, it can be applied on a smaller scale. After treating Nightingale, Shen Fei, Quinjet, and other Rhodes Island medical operators, along with Quinjet, began a discussion on the oropathy issue. The attendees included Dr. Amaya, Quinjet, Warfarin, Shining, and YAE, essentially all core Rhodes Island personnel. While the other operators on Rhodes Island came from complex backgrounds, making their affiliation with the Rhodes Island unclear, the medical operators were undeniably loyal. Quinjet's medical department was not a place for those with ulterior motives to infiltrate. This is nanotechnology medical technology. Using this technology, it's completely possible to process the originium crystals in the human body. Shen Fei demonstrated nanotechnology to the attendees via the medical room screen. Of course, this is just my current idea. Whether it can be truly realized requires concrete practice. After the Chernobog situation is over, we can collaborate on this. Shen Fei possessed nanomedical technology, but he didn't bring any relevant equipment with him. After all, he possessed several treatments of his own and didn't need them. He had never imagined coming to Terra and encountering oropathy. No problem, Quinjet naturally wouldn't refuse this treatment for oropathy. It was a win-win situation. For Shen Fei, he could access Rhodes Island's years of research on oropathy, which was far better than starting from scratch. Quinjet's claim to omniscience was well-founded. She was a leader not only in medicine but also in mechanics and electronics. Even Quinjet couldn't possibly match her. According to you, with enough materials, even Rhodes Island could achieve nanoization, Quinjet said excitedly. Theoretically, it's possible, but have you considered the cost? Shen Fei was speechless at Quinjet's idea. In this respect, she resembled Dr. Tesla, who had always wanted to completely replace the materials in Celestial Father's body with soul steel. Despite Einstein's constant objections, Tesla had been secretly working on it. While it was only a preliminary project, Tesla said that as long as she continued, she would one day completely replace Celestial Father's body with soul steel. Speaking of which, anti-entropy's lack of funds was also a factor. Shen Fei was extremely curious about Quinjet, the so-called 42-star operator. Don't assume Quinjet's strength is limited just because she's in charge of Rhodes Island's maintenance, procurement, and infrastructure. Remember, she's a Sarkaz, and a very rare blood demon among them. The Sarkaz race alone was enough to show that Quinjet was more than her apparent harmlessness. Racial traits were extremely powerful in this world. Take Shen Fei, for example. Her strength and physical fitness are impressive, but according to her, there's still a significant gap between her and her mother, who is simply a professional housewife working on the farm. Quinjet's eyes immediately turned. I understand. I won't do anything rash. Seeing Quinjet's kind gaze, Quinjet immediately spoke. Okay, now we can talk. After conferring with the others, Shen Fei and Quinjet finally had a one-on-one conversation. This time, the doctor and Amaya were excluded. Latlan, Argo? I understand. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. This conversation gave Shen Fei a deeper understanding of the continent of Terra. They touched upon previously undiscussed topics: demons, the sea, the sky, and the underground. The sky, like the ocean, is a taboo. For years, scientists on Terra have sought to explore the heavens, but now no one discusses it. What happened there remains unknown. Shen Fei doesn't know whether Quinjet knows, as she hasn't said anything. However, She did say one thing: to understand the sky, the best place to go is Lateran. S.H.I.E.L.D hasn't discussed the underground either, but even so, Shen Fei has learned some secrets he didn't know. This world, even a god would have to lie down. Is the sky a place where the stars return to their positions? Is there a Arlia in the ocean? Well, let's just take it one step at a time. Shen Fei was deeply curious about the lost underwater city of Argo. From S.H.I.E.L.D and the others' conversation, he knew the technology there was incredibly advanced. They'd even been complaining about Rhodes Island's lack of automatic flush toilets, and Shen Fei had originally considered visiting it. However, S.H.I.E.L.D's descriptions made him err on the side of caution. He was genuinely worried about encountering an octopus head there. The strength of the high sea wasn't a threat to him, but their passive evolution was a significant threat. This forced people to use only cold weapons against them, not firepower like hot weapons. Otherwise, you might win this time, but the next high sea might be armed with gun barrels or cannonballs. No one knew how many high sea existed in the ocean. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D had killed the high sea god, who could guarantee there was only one? By the way, is there someone named Anto in Rhodes Island? Shen Fei suddenly asked S.H.I.E.L.D as he was about to leave after their conversation. Anto, go look for her. She's not in Rhodes Island right now, S.H.I.E.L.D said calmly. I'm not looking for her. I just got some information about her. She's going to die, and someone is using her death to secure a crisis contract. That's pretty much it. Shen Fei left the office. He remembered Anto thanks to Yu-Duchin. With Yu-Duchin, he memorized all the information he had read or seen related to Arknights. This man's sacrifice was a profound pity, tragic. He was plotted against by the very people he had been helping, precisely to achieve his goal of saving lives, a pretext for luring Rhodes Island into the conflict. The crisis contract, a coalition of scourge messengers, was founded on the motto "everything for the greater good." Sadly, over the years, this motto has become corrupted, with the end justifying the means. Now, it's time to explore Rhodes Island. S.H.I.E.L.D knew about Antor's situation and would definitely take care of it, so he didn't need to worry about it. With some free time, Shen Fei immediately sought out Amaya and asked her to show him around Rhodes Island. 5th floor? Only 3 developed. Amaya's introduction gave Shen Fei a rough idea of Rhodes Island's situation. Whether due to the island's technological limitations or simply because they were needed, the lower 2 floors of Rhodes Island were completely unused. Even so, it was still quite large, far more than the mere 4 dormitories in the game. Rhodes Island boasts several training grounds, even divided into distinct areas: the Vanguard, the Heavy Armor, and the Sniper. Beyond these, there are Rhodes Island farms, where a variety of crops are cultivated. Planting techniques used in mobile cities are already well established in this world. I remember the perfumer had a garden dedicated to growing various plants. Thanks to Yu-Duchin, Shen Fei had memorized the operator records for many operators. Sister Amaya, what are you doing? A young woman with pigtails and a strange backpack suddenly burst out from the corridor. Upon seeing Amaya, she rushed over. This is Snake Slaughterbox, Amaya introduced her. Don't wander around in the corridors. Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D has told you so many times. After introducing her, Amaya immediately warned her. Snake Slaughterbox, is this the backpack supposedly left behind by a previous civilization? Shen Fei's gaze shifted to the backpack behind Snake Slaughterbox. It looked like a simple backpack, but it was incredibly sturdy and could even release a shield-like shield, creating a sort of absolute defense. It was thanks to that backpack that Shi Tuxiang became a leader in the heavy armor class. Hello, this is for you, Shen Fei said, pulling out a box of snacks and handing it to Shi Tuxiang. Thank you. Brother, Shi Tuxiang glanced at Amaya, then immediately took it with a smile. Ruslansa, the Rose Sword Saint, she's quite a beauty now. The 2 arrived at the guard operator training grounds and happened to see a beautiful girl with long purple hair practicing swordplay. Beside her was someone Shen Fei had seen before, Franca, the fat fox from Black Steel International. However, Shen Fei had no idea why she was called a fat fox, as she didn't look fat at all. To be honest, Shen Fei didn't train the Rose Sword Saint at first. When he first started playing, all his operators were ranked by star level, especially when there were higher star operators of the same type. For example, he had trained Shihuinaya, who was, after all, a 5-star guard operator. After discovering that he could copy homework, he realized that he had been practicing completely wrong. The 2 did not disturb Rosalina's practice. After watching for a while, They left. She's here, in a blacksmith shop in Rhode Island. Shen Fei unexpectedly found Nian here. She was talking to the blacksmith in front of a furnace, and then the blacksmith immediately hammered the iron ingot in front of him with a hammer. God of Fire, after Amiya's introduction, Shen Fei knew who this blacksmith was. Little guy, you are here, look what I found. I didn't expect that in this era there are still people who are proficient in ancient forging methods. Nian seemed to be in a good mood. With the advancement of the times, forging and smelting have gradually entered the era of industrial equipment. There are many modern industrial equipment in this blacksmith shop, but the furnace and the forging table seem a little out of place. Perhaps that's why Nian seemed so excited to see all this. After all, she was considered the god of forging and smelting. While both modern and ancient forging techniques were within her purview, she, having come from a bygone era, naturally felt a sense of familiarity with the ancient methods. I'm glad you like it, but don't forget the real work. Don't worry, it's just analyzing and fusing the materials. As a god associated with forging and smelting, Nian had a natural talent for analyzing materials. So Shen Fei presented some materials, hoping she could analyze them: vibranium, soul steel, memory metal, and even D32 steel, one of the finest materials in the world, to see if she could find a way to combine their properties. Nian's abilities were well suited for a refiner. He possessed a wealth of knowledge in refining, including the Divine Machine 100 refinements. Even if Nian couldn't master them, she should be able to learn from them. If he adds the information on weapon refining from the Legend of Sword and Fairy IV, he probably won't lack magical weapons, and he may even have magic treasures to use. He really lacks such people around him, and this is a win-win situation. He can definitely get a lot of benefits from this. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 903, The Immortal Black Snake, Part 1. Yay, this is how it is. You can take a few operators with you and set off later. While Shen Fei and Nian were at Vulcan, S.H.I.E.L.D also called over her disciple Ye. Although theoretically, everyone in Rhode Island's medical department, even Shining, Nightingale, and Hammer, had received S.H.I.E.L.D's guidance and could be considered S.H.I.E.L.D students, Ye's situation was different. After she officially passed a Rhode Island medical operator assessment, S.H.I.E.L.D issued her a graduation certificate. Strictly speaking, Ye was considered S.H.I.E.L.D's official disciple, just like her mother. Teacher, what should I do? Ye did not leave immediately. Instead, she remained silent for a long time before speaking. Although her face remained as calm as before, if you looked into her eyes, you could see a silent anger brewing there. That's for you to decide. S.H.I.E.L.D naturally saw the anger in Ye's eyes and understood why she was angry. S.H.I.E.L.D was very satisfied with Ye. This disciple was as tenacious and hard-working as her mother. However, because of this, S.H.I.E.L.D was a little worried that Ye would follow in her mother's footsteps. Even though she had taught Ye a lot over the years, things like feelings were difficult to explain. Ye's mother had a chance to survive, but she was determined to get revenge at all costs. In the end, she only got half of her revenge and failed to completely eliminate the mastermind. But now she has also taken revenge, because that mastermind was killed by Tallulah. I understand, Teacher S.H.I.E.L.D. I won't let you down. After another moment of silence, Ye said, turning and walking out. Watching her disciples back, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but sigh softly. She was both relieved and worried by Ye's behavior. She was relieved that Ye wasn't letting her inner hatred and anger sway her and make irrational decisions. She was worried that this disciple was completely imitating her. She hoped Ye would just be Ye, not another S.H.I.E.L.D. Big sister, I'm hungry. Amiya. Just as Nian and Kagami were discussing forging, a figure rushed in from outside. Upon seeing Amiya, they greeted her, then pulled a honey cake from a nearby cabinet and happily began to eat. This is Kiob. You can call her little Kiob, Amiya quickly introduced herself. It turned out to be her. I really didn't recognize her. And this is inside Rhode Island. There's no need to be fully armed here. If Amiya hadn't spoken, Shen Fei really didn't recognize that this girl in casual clothes and with long golden hair was actually Kiob, who was carrying several weapons, but then he realized it. In the game, Kiob was always carrying all the weapons, but that was a character illustration. It is impossible for her to do so in reality. For Kiob, the world is big, and hunger is the biggest thing. So let alone Shen Fei and Nian, even Mei can't compare to the honey cake in front of her at this moment. Wang is back. It's almost time to set off. As the two continued to visit Rhodes Island, with the news that Wang had returned, the tour was temporarily over. It was time to set off for Chernobog. As an elite operator, Wang naturally had to participate in this operation. Originally, Wang had intended to replace Rosemary, being one of the few who opposed Rosemary's killing spree at her age. However, she had been seriously injured in the battle with Frostster at the time, and as a result, she missed the battle at Chernobog. Wei Yanwu is being generous for once. Is it for Chen Huji? Along with Wang came several transport trucks loaded with various supplies, just in time to replenish Rhode Island's shortage. As a trading city, Longmen had a wide range of supplies, both daily necessities and industrial goods. Frostster, there's something I didn't explain to you earlier. While Emilia and the others were sorting through the supplies Wang had brought back, Shen Fei approached Frostster and shared his identity and some of his future plans. Regarding the future of the reunion movement in Chernobog, I have some ideas, Shen Fei said, outlining his plans for the two, focusing on the issues surrounding the reunion movement. I want to know what you're thinking. Do you want to change the status of all infected, or just let them live? If it's the latter, I have an idea, Shen Fei said, offering him a suggestion. Froststar initially didn't share Tallulah lofty ideals. She and the Patriots simply wanted more infected people to survive. Go to a world without oripathy, Froststar fell silent. As Shen Fei was considering how to deal with those infected with oripathy, he suddenly came up with an idea: transfer some people from Terra to his Tang world, transferring people of all races. In this way, over the course of several decades or centuries, his Tang world might become like Terra today, filled with people of all races. Such a Tang world would surely be very interesting. As for any potential problems, with him in charge, they would only cause minor disturbances, not major changes. With these Terrans integrated, he could test one thing: could the Shattered Void still be Shattered Void? Shen Fei believed the Shattered Void was simply too low a world level to accommodate those with such strength. But what if the world level rose? Just like the Fengayan world, its military strength was far higher than that of the Tang dynasty, yet no one had broken the void. In other words, integrating Terran residents was intended to see if the world level could be raised. Even if it failed, it wouldn't matter. Even if it was just a few more races, China was an extremely tolerant nation, welcoming any race. Perhaps some Confucianists would find it unbearable at first, but after a few decades or even 100 years, everything would return to normal. What if the status of all infected people needed to be changed? Before meeting Tallulah, Froststar would have undoubtedly chosen to live in a world without or disease. Even if she didn't go, she would have let her Yeti team and other companions pass. But who can blame Froststar for having met Tallulah now? Even though Tallulah has become corrupted by the undead Black Snake, her ideas have indeed spread. First, you have to understand one thing. Tallulah is mistaken. She's only focused on changing the status and lives of the infected, completely disregarding the situation of ordinary people. In this land, it's not just the infected who are oppressed. Ordinary people are also bullied by the nobles and wealthy, but they've been using the infected to deflect these conflicts. Frostster, suppose there were a drug that could completely cure the infected, what do you think would happen? Would the completely cured infected be treated normally? No, those people would simply try to destroy the drug and allow the infected to continue to exist. That's the only way they have an excuse to deflect the conflict. Creating conflict between ordinary people and the infected. If there were no infected, and everyone were ordinary, who would the next conflict be? Naturally, it would be between ordinary people and the nobles and wealthy. Shen Fei was very blunt with Frostster. After all, she had little education. Frostster and the Yeti squad were able to read thanks to meeting Tallulah and Alina, who had been teaching the children. Patriot was a very qualified soldier, but not in other areas. In her pre-Chernobog speech, Emilia had said that even if a drug for the infected were developed, it wouldn't guarantee widespread adoption. After all, for those capitalists, the infected are arguably their most useful tool. Their wages are, at best, half, or even a third, of those of ordinary people. Yet, they often tout themselves as philanthropists, employing the infected. Of course, this is only under normal circumstances. For the infected, Wage deductions, lack of benefits, and even no posthumous pensions are all standard practices. Whenever something goes wrong, blaming the infected for their fault has become a universal excuse, like the incident with a pink-haired operator who later landed a satellite and hired several people to pose as infected. First, I'll turn Chernobog into the first mobile city where the infected can live normally. But then, I'll need your help convincing Patriot. He probably won't believe me. Patriot was incredibly stubborn, and only one person could convince him, Froststar. No one else could. He's truly a stubborn old man. Froststar couldn't help but sigh at the mention of the Patriot. Tallulah's abnormality was so obvious, how could it go unnoticed? Froststar had long wanted to speak with Tallulah, but the Patriot had stopped them, just like when Froststar had tried to kill Mephisto. It's quite fast, isn't it? And the stability is excellent. Standing on the deck of the Rhodes Island, Shen Fei took in the surroundings curiously. This was his first time aboard a land-based vessel. What surprised Shen Fei most was the stability of the mobile city and land-based vessel. Even a car would feel bumpy when traveling in the open air, but not a mobile city or land-based vessel. I didn't think I saw you just now. Sensing someone approaching, Shen Fei tilted his head and saw it was W. After going to the medical department for a checkup, W had disappeared. I'm going to see some old friends. Since you're from another world, I have a question. W's expression was unusually serious, which surprised Shen Fei somewhat. This person had the audacity to even call Sid an old woman. Even in front of Shen Fei, she continued to act as she pleased. Ask. Shen Fei was curious about her question. Are there other worlds with the power to resurrect people? As W spoke, a hint of unease could be seen in her eyes. You truly are the Queen Chef. Shen Fei immediately understood why W had asked this question. Yes, Shen Fei nodded directly. But just as a hint of joy crossed W's face, he continued, I roughly understand your purpose. However, different worlds have different rules, and the difficulty of resurrection varies. Some are very easy, and I can do it, but some are extremely difficult, like this world. Just difficult? Not impossible. That's great. W's face didn't betray disappointment, but rather a hint of joy. I want to know what it would cost me to help resurrect Teresa. Any price is acceptable, including my own. Why do you think I'd be such a person? While W was certainly beautiful and had a curvy figure, such an opening statement still left him speechless. I can feel your gaze. That's just normal admiration. W's words nearly made Shen Fei cough. There's a saying about the devil's temptation, and W happened to be a sarcasm with the best figure of anyone he'd ever met. Under such circumstances, it was only natural to take a few extra glances. Would you like to admire her up close? W said, slowly leaning towards him. You'd be a fool not to. Of course, Shen Fei couldn't say that. I can't revive her now. If you keep doing this and I can't do it in the future, I'd be at a loss, Shen Fei said, glancing at W's chest, which bulged from her curvy body, before looking away. It's okay. I don't dislike you that much anyway. You don't have to be like this. I can promise you that if I can in the future, I'll help you. Resurrecting Teresa wasn't out of the question. Ahem. Just then, a cough echoed from the side. Shen Fei turned around and saw Wang, who had appeared on the deck without anyone noticing. I seem to be disturbing you. Maya has called a meeting. According to the courier's investigation, we are about to make contact with Chernobog. You can come to me anytime to fulfill our agreement, W said, and immediately slipped into the cabin. Am I being teased? 2 directions. They should be the Ursus army. A mobile city appeared in the distance ahead. It was the core city of Chernobog, but Shen Fei ignored it and instead activated his observation haki to explore the surroundings. His intelligence, combined with Kaltzit's investigation, revealed that the forces following Chernobog were likely the Ursus 3rd and 4th armies, forces controlled by the old nobility in Ursus. Kaltzit's plan was to directly defeat Tallulah and stop at the core city, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Ursus regular army. If she didn't want Chernobog, this would be a good plan, but now that she wanted a mobile city, she would inevitably face a clash with the Ursus army. Given that these 2 armies were behind this incident, Shen Fei certainly wouldn't let them off so easily. What do you want to do? Nian asked, approaching Shen Fei. His observation haki was undetectable to the others, but Nian was different. Just taking out a few enemies ahead of time, Shen Fei immediately rushed towards the closest sensing point. While it was close, the actual distance was still around 6 kilometers, indicating that his current sensing range was wide enough to prevent it from being detected. It's a high-speed land battleship. So, the other side too. Ursus is really willing to spare no effort. When Shen Fei arrived at the target location, he immediately spotted a camouflaged land battleship. If he hadn't known about the presence nearby, most people would have overlooked it even if they had scanned in that direction. Seeing the high-speed land battleship in person made Shen Fei understand why Quinjet had always avoided antagonizing national-level forces. A nation-level force was indeed beyond Rhodes Island's reach. Even though Rhodes Island could field several operators on par with the internal security, their equipment was far inferior. Of course, if the Rhodes Island had hidden capabilities, that would be another story. About 500 people? 2 ships means over 1,000. You're just unlucky. Thinking this, Shen Fei dived towards the landing battleship. You can't do that. You'll be easily discovered, Nian, who had come with him, suddenly said. Chapter 904, The Immortal Black Snake, Part 2. I've actually been discovered. Is it a special originium technique? But even if I've been discovered, so what? Shen Fei heard Nian's warning, but he had already begun his movement, so naturally he wouldn't stop. Moreover, he was somewhat confident in his stealth abilities. However, about 50 meters from the high-speed land battleship, a crossbow bolt, gleaming with a faint light, appeared, signaling his discovery. While speculating on the cause of the discovery, he immediately raised his left hand and caught the incoming bolt. But just as he was about to throw it back, it suddenly exploded. Originium technique? This scene is a bit like Loki's. With a wave of his left hand, he dispersed the smoke and fragments of the crossbow bolt from the explosion. Shen Fei couldn't help but recall the scene in the Battle of New York when Loki caught Hawkeye's arrow, ready to show off. However, he had one advantage over Loki: he didn't fall over due to the sudden explosion. Even at such a close distance, the explosion couldn't injure him. Is this the regular Ursus army? Their reflexes and speed are so fast, Shen Fei sneered as he watched the arrows and sorcerer's shockwaves reappear in front of him. With a flash, he dodged the attack and appeared on the deck of the land-based warship. Enemy attack! Alarms blared across the warship the moment Shen Fei appeared on the deck. Simultaneously, 8 shield guards fanned out around Shen Fei, attempting to block his movement. The remaining shield guards immediately positioned themselves in front of the snipers and sorcerers, allowing them to attack the enemy without restraint. These Ursus soldiers didn't underestimate Shen Fei simply because he was alone, nor did they entertain any desire to engage in conversation. Tactically, their decision was sound, but the next moment, they saw a blazing sky of flames. I had hoped to capture this land-based warship intact, but now it seems impossible. Shen Fei, wielding a fiery red greatsword, sighed softly as he gazed at the blazing flames on the deck. Originally, he'd planned to infiltrate the land-based warship and, through assassination, eliminate all the enemies. That would make the ship his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to go to all that trouble. A single annihilation attack on the land-based warship would have practically destroyed it. Who are you? A towering figure clad in heavy armor emerged from the land-based warship, holding a tall black shield in one hand and a black knight's lance in the other. Behind him followed a dozen or so soldiers, also dressed in shield guard attire. Upon seeing the situation on the deck, he couldn't help but shout at Shen Fei. Enemy, unfortunately not a Wendigo. It seems the Patriot is the last of the Wendigos. The figure reminded Shen Fei of the Patriot, though unfortunately, he lacked the Wendigo symbol. Even so, he must have been a rare and powerful figure in the Ursus army. Shield guards are a fundamental component of every nation's military on Terra, but Ursus's shield guards are the most renowned, perhaps because they primarily consist of Ursiankin. A common saying in Ursus is that 5 groups of shield guards can slay a squadron of knights, 4 inner guards can ravage a settlement, 3 Wendigos can conquer a small city, 2 armies can destroy a principality, and a single king can unleash unrest on the land. Shen Fei thought this, but his movements didn't stop. Jimmy slashed at the shield guard with a blazing flame. Facing Shen Fei's sudden attack, the shield guard reacted swiftly, immediately hurling his knight's lance at him. Following his move, the shield guards behind him almost simultaneously hurled their knight's lances. Boom! Facing these hurled attacks, Shen Fei's blast of annihilation flame surged, instantly destroying all the knight's lances. Then, the annihilation flame sliced through the shield guard's shield, streaking through his body. Then, The fierce flames, just like before, engulfed the S.H.I.E.L.D. guards. Ursus, rude words. There's only one enemy, and you can't even stop him. Kill him, kill him. As Shen Fei advanced deeper into the land-based warship, he finally encountered its commander, a young man adorned with ornate attire, clearly a noble. It seems I've overestimated the Ursus army. Watching the young noble's hysterical expression over Shen Fei's appearance, Shen Fei shook his head speechlessly. This man was clearly a self-proclaimed noble. Kamar-Taj was hoping to rely on such a person to complete his Ursus revival plan. It was simply ridiculous. In reality, Shen Fei had made a mistake. He had underestimated this young noble. Technically, he was a talented individual in Ursus. His actions had been caused by the immense pressure Shen Fei had put on him. She had never considered the astonishing feat of single-handedly taking on a land-based warship and 500 elite Ursus troops. While the world was undoubtedly full of such strength, this was beyond the reach of the young noble. Sorry, I'm pressed for time. I'll handle this myself. Remembering he still had another land-based warship to deal with, Shen Fei didn't waste time with the young noble. He immediately dispatched the guards surrounding him and began to read his memories. Viscount Dunkel, Grand Duke Baikal, Snake Scale, you know a lot, don't you? Through the young noble's memories, Shen Fei uncovered numerous figures behind the Chernobog operation. Two of them were Grand Dukes, commanding the 3rd and 4th armies, respectively. As for the nobles below them, their numbers were even greater. Beyond this, there was another crucial piece of information: the secretive organization S.H.I.E.L.D had secretly formed, Snake Scale. This organization, primarily composed of Fidians, was highly secretive and specialized in intelligence and assassination. Many of these individuals belonged to Snake Scale within Chernobog. Kotchushko must be using the Snake Scales to quickly regain his power each time he changes bodies. If Kotchushko's plan to attack Longman goes as planned, she should soon return to Ursus as Tallulah, inheriting the dukedom of Kotchushko and all the lands. The Snake Scales are the only thing that can guarantee her smooth succession. I wonder if other immortals were involved in this incident. Ursus isn't the only immortal in the world. Although the Ursus Emperor and Speaker later seemed to have discovered that no other immortals were involved in Kotchushko's actions, as an immortal, he must have hidden methods to avoid detection. Just like the Emperor of Penguin Logistics, who may seem like a quirky penguin, he's certainly more than that. Wei Yanwu's tolerance for Penguin Logistics' unbridled behavior within Longman is surely due to this emperor. If anyone else dared to cause trouble in Longman every few days, Wei Yanwu wouldn't have allowed them to continue, even if they were fined generously each time. I wonder if any of those immortals are the gods the Yan nation once expelled. With this doubt in his mind, Shen Fei used his incredibly large scarf to collect the land battleship. Even though much of its equipment had been damaged in the previous battle, with some repairs, it could still function as a fighting force. He didn't even need to seek help from outsiders. With Yaonian around, repairing a land battleship was no problem. The 4th Army, isn't this the army of the Grand Duke assassinated by Kaltsid and Ye's mother? Interesting. They're hedging their bets. Aren't you afraid the current Emperor of Ursus will deal with you? Aboard the other land battleship, the leader was a middle-aged Earl, much calmer than Viscount Dunkel, but even that composure couldn't change the outcome. However, what he learned about the 4th Army's stance surprised Shen Fei. It was controlled by the old nobility. When the new Emperor of Ursus took office, the armies ruled by the old nobility showed disdain for him. The 6th and 4th Armies, in particular, openly defied the Emperor's orders to reassign them. The new Emperor was furious and mobilized his troops to launch a siege. Originally, he had 2 armies, and it was not impossible for him to fight the new Emperor. However, who could have imagined that the 4th Army would betray him at the last minute, leaving the 6th Army to fight alone and ultimately be annihilated? Even though the new Emperor of Ursus was far less prestigious than the previous Emperor, openly opposing him in Ursus was a complete joke. This was not a question of the number of troops controlled by either side, but the position of the Ursus Saber Guard. As long as the Guard did not betray the Emperor, the number of troops was meaningless to the Emperor. For the Guard, the decapitation plan was too simple. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the Guard would not betray the Emperor. This time, the Guard was involved because of Kamar-Taj's problem. Others had no way to influence the Guard, so he was fine. No need to bother. Rhodes Island doesn't need to participate in this battle. Frostster, W, and I can handle it directly. The Ursus troops hiding in Chernobog can be dealt with by the guerrilla S.H.I.E.L.D. guards. I'll handle the rest of the enemies. Nian, You can help out too. Rhodes Island can just start the rescue, starting with the school. After defeating the 2 land battleships and returning to Rhodes Island, Shen Fei, upon hearing Quinjet's plan, immediately waved his hand to signal that the effort was unnecessary. Since you say so, I'll just move around a bit, Nian nodded with a smile. Alright, let's prepare to ascend the city. Having made his decision, Shen Fei used the power of the Harsher of Reason to create a passage directly to Chernobog. Quinjet and the others' original plan was to avoid detection by the reunion movement by stirring up a sandstorm to obscure their view of Chernobog. Then, they would use aerial vehicles to divert the enemy's attention, while the others used small vehicles to approach Chernobog and then climb up. In the original storyline, this was the plan, but due to the speed of Cherno, some issues arose. Lin Guang intervened, using the light from her originium technique to distort the reunion's vision above Cherno. But now, that was no longer necessary. I'm going to gather my men. See you later. W immediately disappeared after landing on Chernobog. As the leader of the Sarkaz mercenaries, W commanded a considerable number of followers on Chernobog. It was thanks to Scout's elimination of Garson that she succeeded. Froststar, shouldn't you be attacking Longman? Why are you here? Have you betrayed the leader? Shen Fei and Froststar's brazen entry into Cherno naturally caught the reunion's attention. A group of about 30 people soon appeared before them, and the leader confronted Froststar. Are you from the 3rd Army or the 4th Army? Froststar's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she gazed at the newcomers. I don't know what you mean. After hearing Froststar's words, the man on the other side fell silent for a long moment before speaking. It was because he was wearing a mask that his expression couldn't be seen, otherwise one would have definitely seen his surprise. Don't you know? Do you know? I don't remember the reunion movement having the weapons you have, Froststar said, preparing to attack, but just as she was about to do so, Shen Fei stopped her. Let me do it. If you don't need to use your originium skills, it's better not to. Go ahead. Seeing their identities exposed, the man on the other side prepared to attack, but the next moment, all they could see was flames. So powerful, the Rhodes Island operators who had followed were shocked to see Shen Fei wipe out the entire reunion movement with a single blow. Some of them then turned their attention to Rosemary. If Rosemary had taken action just now, she could have dealt with the other man, but she definitely wouldn't have been as swift as Shen Fei. Next, we should split up. We'll draw the enemy's main force here. You shouldn't be in too much danger, but caution is always advised. The group then split up, with most of the Rhodes Island troops dispersing and heading towards their designated locations. These included members of the Rhodes Island Medical Department, including Shining, Nightingale, Warfarin, and others. You shouldn't be here. As they advanced, Frost gathered a number of reunion members, then encountered the guerrillas' shield guards, and then saw the tall, distinctive figure of the Patriot. Then where should I be? Frost asked slowly, gazing at the Patriot. Are you Lord Quinjet? But Patriot ignored Frost's question, his gaze fixed on Quinjet. Even through his helmet, he could see his hesitation. Long time no see, Bandra Kasti, Quinjet greeted Patriot calmly. I didn't expect that. I've heard about your highness's affairs, too. Patriot fell silent. Let's not talk about the past. There are more important things to do here now, I understand. What is your purpose? Patriot nodded, and his eyes immediately fell on Shen Fei. Among so many people present, Shen Fei and Froststar were the closest, so he couldn't help but pay attention. After his son died that year, he always treated Froststar as his own daughter. Speaking of which, Patriot was so stubborn in the original book and insisted on fighting Rhodes Island. It is not impossible that after hearing the news of Froststar's death, he also wanted to die. Patriot is a human being after all. Even if he seems to be very determined, after experiencing the death of his son in front of him, the same happened to his wife, and now even Froststar died in front of him, it is normal for him to be shaken. Old stubborn man. You should know that Tallulah is very different from before. Why do you support her? Froststar asked the doubts in her heart. She can lead the infected forward. Chapter 905, The Immortal Black Snake, Part 2. Before being possessed by the undead Black Snake, Tallulah was a true fighter. The Patriot was well aware of his situation. He could only protect a portion of the infected, and survival remained a struggle. Tallulah, however, offered them a better future and a path forward. Initially distrustful, the Patriot finally came to believe in her and support her, even confronting the internal guard for her. Even after Tallulah changed, the Patriot had to accommodate her actions for the future of the infected. After all, she was fighting for them, at least on the surface. Had the Patriot dealt with Tallulah, or even killed her, the only outcome for the reunion would have been its disintegration, something he could never accept. Just as the original Patriot had told Amaya and the others, the reunion could be destroyed, but it must not perish in internal strife. Facts confirmed his words. Even though the reunion in S.H.I.E.L.D. City failed, a new reunion rose. Furthermore, the new reunion's approach had changed. It was trying to cooperate with non-infected people, no longer ostracizing them as before. Old stubborn man, you know, the current Tallulah is no longer the old Tallulah, but Kosciuszko, Frostster said, revealing Kosciuszko's conspiracy. Evil God, Patriot fell silent after hearing Frostster's words. He had never considered Tallulah's betrayal. He had previously believed that Tallulah had been hiding her true intentions until later, revealing her true colors. Patriot had experienced too much betrayal in his life, and Tallulah's betrayal naturally grieved him deeply, but he could do nothing about it. Indeed, evil God. While all nations across this land discriminate against the infected, only Ursus treats them so harshly. This is all due to this evil God, who is trying to ease the increasingly acute conflicts within Ursus, prevent its disintegration and complete demise. While there's no definitive proof that Kosciuszko's infected system was the brainchild of Ursus, considering Ursus's national conditions and the turmoil surrounding the policy at the time it was formulated, this theory is likely accurate. At the time, Ursus expansion was failing, and internal conflict was rife. A single misstep could have ignited a nationwide uprising. It was at this point that the infected system emerged, channeling public anger towards the infected and ultimately easing the internal tensions. Old stubborn man, we must now put an end to Kosciuszko's scheme, halt the core city, eliminate the conspirators lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. City, and restore order. Frostster spoke again when Patriot fell silent. What do you want to do? Patriot looked at Frostster with some surprise. He had never expected Frostster to have returned this time with a changed mind. I want to build a city for the infected, right here. Since they all treat the infected as pawns, today I will smash all their chessboards. Froststar's words drew the attention of most present, though some also turned their gazes towards Shen Fei. A city for the infected? That's what you taught her. What's your goal? You're not infected, are you? Patriot glanced at Quinjet, then fixed his gaze on Shen Fei. Purpose? I don't have any. This was Froststar's choice, and I'm simply helping her achieve it. I'm certainly not infected, but so what? Doesn't being infected mean I can't help the infected, Officer Chen? Shen Fei wanted to say more, but then he saw Chen Huji suddenly rush out in a state of impatience. And he immediately understood that she was eager to see Tallulah. Chen Huji's sudden move prompted Patriot to intercept, forcing Shen Fei to intervene and block him. Boom. The moment Patriot's spear clashed with Shen Fei's black abyss white flower, a thunderous boom echoed, and an invisible shockwave radiated from the point of impact. The powerful shockwave forced the shield guards to raise their shields to block it. On the Rhodes Island side, Amaya was about to attack when Inian suddenly appeared, stepped forward, and with a flick of his right folding fan, dissipated the shockwave into nothingness. Patriot, I'm sorry, we're pressed for time. If you have any questions, please wait until everything is over. Although he still wanted to have a proper conversation with Patriot, perhaps with Froststar's presence, he might be able to persuade him, but Chen Huji had already gone to see Tallulah, so he had no choice but to restrain Patriot first. Black Abyss White Flower, release. As he spoke, the Black Abyss White Flower in Shen Fei's hand began to glow white. From the previous exchange, he had already sensed some of Patriot's strength. In the original Battle of S.H.I.E.L.D. City, Patriot faced Amaya, Rosemary, and Quinjet alone. Even so, he still rushed to Amaya. If he hadn't thought of Frostster and hesitated, he might have killed her. This was his strength when his entire body was covered in originium crystals. Without them, he would have been even stronger. For some, originium crystals can enhance their strength, but for others, they are a limitation. Under other circumstances, Shen Fei might have wanted to test his strength in a duel. However, considering Patriot's originium crystals, a fight would only drain his opponent's health, and he would eventually need to heal. That would be a thankless task. Therefore, Shen Fei's initial focus was on how to restrain Patriot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to project the Black Abyss White Flower. Patriot saw the black abyss white flower in Shen Fei's hand change color, and immediately thrust his spear forward with a sharp sound. Patriot thought Shen Fei was unleashing some Arginium technique. Boom! Just as Patriot's spear was about to pierce Shen Fei, the ground in front of him suddenly began to shake. A green shield suddenly appeared in front of Shen Fei, blocking his attack. Patriot stared in astonishment at the shield, which had only been slightly penetrated. With his strength, even a shield made of D32 steel couldn't have penetrated so far. But Patriot's thoughts were interrupted the next moment as a vast mass of green vines erupted from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, several more sprouted from the green shield in front of him, wrapping around his spear. Patriot tried to retreat, but it was too late. The vines had already bound him tightly. Using wood release and the many-leaf flying flower style, Shen Fei became even more adept at controlling the black abyss white flower. After restraining Patriot, Shen Fei continued his attacks, and the surrounding vines continued to grow. A moment later, a massive green vine ball formed, enveloping both Patriot and him. Captain, with Patriot in distress, the shield guards immediately prepared to rescue the captain. However, just as they were about to charge, Frostster appeared before them, stopping them. Stop. He won't hurt old man. He's treating his originopathy. They'll be out soon, miss. Frostster's intervention made the shield guards hesitate. Anyone else would have rushed forward regardless, but they still trusted Frostster, confident she wouldn't harm the captain. Since you said so, miss, let's wait a moment. The armor, body, and Arginium have fused together. What a terrifying vitality. Shen Fei had trapped Patriot within the vine ball to treat the Arginium crystals within him. This was different from Rhodes Island, with so many people outside, he needed to remain concealed. As the vine ball formed, he used the power of the surgery fruit to separate Patriot's body, revealing the most horrific case of originopathy infection. The fusion rate of all his body cells with Arginium reached a staggering 60%. This level of pain was unbearable for a mere human, yet Patriot had persisted in this form for so many years. This was also the first time Shen Fei had used the surgery fruit to divide a human into hundreds of pieces. Without this, it would have been extremely difficult to remove the Arginium crystals from Patriot's body and surface. Do you know how I convinced Froststar? This is the answer. If anyone in this land can completely cure originopathy, it's me, Shen Fei said so graciously to Patriot, who now had only one head. Of course, this I didn't just refer to him alone, but also to the forces he could leverage. For example, Mobius, Arginium, and other entities were of great interest to her. If the power of one world couldn't solve the problem, then she could pool the power of multiple worlds. This applied not only to originopathy, but also to other areas, such as the research on the Rhodes Island and the sarcophagus. A home-use physiological repair device, not to mention its other benefits, simply possessed such a terrifying energy supply, making it worthy of in-depth study. Based on Shen Fei's current research, the sarcophagus's energy supply definitely exceeds that of an arc reactor. Using a large-scale arc reactor like that could power a mobile city, it's impossible for the sarcophagus to maintain such a powerful energy source for so many years. A complete cure for the mineral sickness. Patriot, with only his head remaining, looked bewildered. Yes, this is the true solution to the discrimination faced by those infected. I'm afraid I don't have time to explain the details now, but you'll know the truth once things calm down. As he spoke, Shen Fei had already cleared most of the Arginium crystals from Patriot's body and skin. His condition was too severe to require any detailed treatment. This armor is no longer wearable. Forget it. You'll have to make do with this for now. After restoring Patriot's body, Shen Fei looked at the tattered armor on the ground. After a moment's thought, he immediately took out a considerable amount of armor he had just refined for Patriot on the spot. Of course, this armor couldn't compare to Patriot's previous suit of armor, it was merely for protection. Captain, as the vines dissipated, the Patriot emerged, clad in brand new black armor. The shield guards were stunned. They hadn't seen Patriot like this in a long time. These shield guards had been with the Patriots for decades, old comrades who had fought alongside them throughout their journeys. Now, tell me your plan. It's simple. The shield guards need to maintain order within the city and eliminate those disguised as regular troops from the reunion. Be aware that many internal guards are hiding within the city. If you encounter them, retreat immediately. Someone will intervene. Shen Fei quickly outlined the current situation in G-City to the Patriots and the others. Hearing that regular troops were hiding within Quinjet City infuriated the Patriots and S.H.I.E.L.D. guards. Amidaya, let's go. After outlining the situation, Shen Fei prepared to take Amidaya to find Tallulah. The reason he brought Amidaya with him was, of course, to give the immortal Black Snake a surprise. Wait a minute, take care of Amidaya, called Sit stopped Shen Fei. Don't worry, she won't make a move. Is the security tight? Is it to prevent the Patriots from taking action? So Chen Huji was able to go up because of Tallulah's orders. When Shen Fei arrived at the core city, he could see a large number of Reunion and Sarkaz mercenaries guarding the entrance to the passage. Although W was now the leader of the Sarkaz mercenaries, that was only a name. Not all Sarkaz obeyed W actually. S.H.I.E.L.D. had prepared a way for the Patriots to die, sending the Reunion to deal with the Patriots. It wasn't that they were strong enough to deal with the Patriots, but rather that the Patriots couldn't easily attack them. It must be said that the immortal Black Snake was very good at conspiracy. Boom! Jimmy unleashed his might once again, sending a raging flame soaring into the sky, engulfing all those guarding the core city. The sudden blaze turned the entire sky red, drawing the attention of everyone in Quinjet City. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., who was facing Chen Huji above the core city, frowned at the sight of the blazing flames. Officer Chen, are you alright? Amidaya, who had been flown by Shen Fei to the core city, immediately ran over with a worried look on her face upon seeing Chen Huji. Parts of Chen Huji's body were now stained red with blood, likely injured during her fight with S.H.I.E.L.D. Huji, are they the ones trying to destroy our sisterly bond? Watching Shen Fei and Amidaya descend from the sky, S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to suddenly understand. S.H.I.E.L.D., at this hour, you're still pretending to be Tallulah. Isn't that disgusting? By the way, let me introduce you to this, the Demon King of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you think you have the right to hide anything from her? Shen Fei walked over to Amidaya, patted her head, and smiled as he looked across at S.H.I.E.L.D. In the original novel, S.H.I.E.L.D. panicked and became anxious at Amidaya's appearance. The Demon King of S.H.I.E.L.D., a Carter, your joke is quite amusing. The Demon King of S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't a Sarkaz, and no one would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. Malice, deep malice, and a different, yet very subtle emotion. Amidaya ignored S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words, sensing his emotions. You said you had a way to save Tallulah, but why haven't you done it yet? Chen Huji's gaze shifted from Tallulah across from him to Shen Fei beside him. Don't be so nervous. Since I promised, I can definitely save Tallulah. But don't you think letting S.H.I.E.L.D. off like this is too easy for him? After comforting Chen Huji, Shen Fei gave S.H.I.E.L.D. a meaningful smile. S.H.I.E.L.D., you know, your plan has completely failed. I've already taken care of the 2 high-speed land battleships you had ambushing outside, Shen Fei said, throwing 2 badges in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. You should recognize this, it's not just them, the people you ambushed in the city, the Patriots and W are being eliminated. Seeing that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s expression did not change at all, Shen Fei paused and continued, do you think you still have internal guards? But unfortunately, before coming here, I have completely dealt with them. While speaking, Shen Fei waved the genie in his hand, and the flames that shot up into the sky immediately turned the top of the core city into fiery red. Since it was not easy to perform a blow to cut the core city in 2, he could only show his strength in this way. Chapter 906, The Immortal Black Snake, and who are you? What's your purpose? Do you know what you're doing? You're preventing a nation from rising from the ashes. The unexpected turn of events finally shook Koshni's composure. Seeing his years-long plan succeed, now, such a major change had occurred. As an immortal who had lived for centuries, Koshni was well aware of the power contained in the flames above. Even with his utmost confidence in his internal guards, he couldn't escape such an attack. Rising from the ashes, your joke is also quite amusing. You don't really think that starting a war between Ursus and Yan Nation will save Ursus, do you? Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh at this attempt at persuasion. He wasn't Tallulah, he wouldn't fall for his trap. If Ursus went to war with Yan Nation, it might allow Ursus to ease its internal conflicts in the short term. However, if it lost the war, or even lost, it would be fatal for Ursus. Ursus has been waging wars for years, antagonizing many. While it was fine when he was strong, any sign of weakness would be an opportunity for hostile nations to seize. Take Casimir, for example. Ursus and Casimir are sworn enemies. They've been fighting for decades, and Ursus has taken a significant portion of Camisol's territory. Even now, border clashes between the two sides continue. Ursus's overall strength is superior to Casimir's, Because Mir's continued existence means it's no weakling, and the Silver Spear Pegasus is no pushover. If Ursa's and Yan Nation go to war, Casimir would certainly not mind reclaiming the lost territory if given the chance. As for my purpose, do you think I'm you? Actually, my purpose is simple. I enjoy seeing you look frustrated and helpless over your failed plan. Without waiting for Koshai to speak, Shen Fei continued. His previous words were meant to smite Koshai, the immortal black snake. Don't you enjoy toying with people? Then why don't you try that yourself? Why are you so angry? Are you ready to attack? But Alice, you don't have the chance. Binding path, 66 light prisons. Seeing the air around Casus begin to distort, Shen Fei immediately understood that she was about to activate Tallulah Arginium technique. Shen Fei immediately raised his left hand and activated Binding Path, 66, not just once, but 3 times in a row. 18 light fragments surrounded Casus's body, tightly binding her. While theoretically, with Shen Fei's current strength, a 6-stick light prison would be enough to restrain Tallulah, and so many would be unnecessary. This was a precautionary measure, as he was still unfamiliar with Arginium techniques. This was to prevent Casus from using Tallulah's body to commit suicide. Although Casus was currently possessing Tallulah, Tallulah's death would not affect him. Casus, watch carefully. After restraining Casus, Shen Fei immediately took out a tablet and operated on it. Then Casus's voice came out, and then Tallulah's voice returned. Listen up, everyone in Chernobog right now. I'm Tallulah, leader of the Reunion's infected. As her voice echoed from the tablet, it echoed throughout Shay, echoing across the city. Reunion, Tallulah. Tallulah's voice echoed across Shay, causing most people to pause and wait to see what she was saying. Many, however, stared with deep hatred. I know many resent me for bringing this disaster to Chernobog. But unfortunately, your resentment is misplaced. The Reunion was also a victim of this disaster, Ursus. How dare she say that? Tallulah's words sent roars of rage through the city. In a secluded alley, an Ursus girl hammered a hole through the wall beside her. Winter, calm down, another Ursus girl whispered to the enraged girl. I know many people don't believe it, but it's a shame it's the truth. Don't you find it strange? The scourge was about to strike, so why didn't the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. City evacuate as planned? S.H.I.E.L.D. City has many scourge messengers, as well as those in Ursus. It's impossible for them to conceal the news of the impending scourge. So who concealed the news of the impending scourge? The Reunion movement didn't have the power to do so. It was the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. City who suppressed the news. If you have well-informed people around you, you should know that when the scourge was about to strike, many of S.H.I.E.L.D. City's nobles and wealthy people moved away. Why did they leave? It was because they knew what was about to happen in S.H.I.E.L.D. City. Those who didn't leave were not at the right level to know what was going to happen. Natalia, the Ursus girl named Winter, after hearing Tallulah's words, immediately looked at a tall, aristocratic girl with long, wavy white hair within the group. I only know that many nobles did leave early. In fact, if the integration movement hadn't come so suddenly, I would have also planned to leave. However, I didn't know about the coming natural disaster. Ursus cursed. The wall on one side was damaged again. I'm sure you've all noticed something. It's been so long since the events in S.H.I.E.L.D., yet the Ursus reinforcements and military haven't arrived yet. You must be curious about the truth. The truth is simple. The military arrived long ago. The 3rd and 4th armies arrived before the Reunion attacked S.H.I.E.L.D. You must be curious, if they arrived so early, how did S.H.I.E.L.D. fall? And where were they then? I think some of you have guessed it. Yes, the military was hiding within the Reunion. In fact, the Reunion was able to capture S.H.I.E.L.D. thanks to their help. Without them, the Reunion wouldn't have been able to capture a mobile city. And the chaos that followed S.H.I.E.L.D. was also caused by them. Some must be curious about why the Ursus leadership and military acted in such a way. It's simple. It was all done to force S.H.I.E.L.D. to collide with the Yan nation's main gate. Someone wanted to start a war between Ursus and Yan, and the entire city of S.H.I.E.L.D. became a sacrifice. What did he want to do? Confront Ursus head-on. As Tallulah revealed the truth, Quinjet frowned as she walked through S.H.I.E.L.D. He's probably trying to deflect the blame. His goal is to take over the entire city of S.H.I.E.L.D. If he doesn't find an excuse to divert the conflict among these survivors, it'll be difficult for him to capture S.H.I.E.L.D. Not to mention that not all of his words are excuses. Ursus won't give up, Quinjet said. With his power, he can force Ursus to give up. That's great. I wonder if he can come to the island as an operator. That would make things much easier for us. Oh, and let Amaya go and persuade him. He's a 7-star, 8-star, or maybe a 10-star operator, the doctor began to mutter under his breath. Even if he comes to Rhodes Island as an operator, you can't command him. Kaltsit listened to the doctor's whispers, a look of resignation on her face. Even if I can't command him, it doesn't matter. The others won't know this. They have to consider his existence. You can talk to Amaya yourself. This is all a conspiracy orchestrated by the Grand Dukes behind the 3rd and 4th armies, and the reunion movement is merely a pawn. A mysterious figure approached, offering to give the infected a mobile city, Chernobog. I used to believe the infected's enemies were all non-infected, but now I understand that whether infected or not, we share a common enemy, the imperial nobility, who never truly value the lives of the lower classes. While I could argue that even without me, the Grand Dukes would have found ways to use others to achieve their goals, it's ultimately my fault for causing so much loss to my brothers and sisters. Therefore, from now on, I will no longer be the leader of the reunion movement. Frostster will inherit the leadership of the reunion movement. She will lead us all to a path to survival. But before that, I must issue one final order. To expose the true identities of those Imperial military personnel hidden within the reunion movement, all reunion members must remove their masks and monitor each other to see who is truly an Imperial soldier. Send a signal immediately upon discovery. Patriots and Frostster have already begun action with their S.H.I.E.L.D. guards. They will definitely eliminate these culprits who caused all this chaos. Don't look at me like that, Kashiche. If you dare to do it, why are you afraid of me telling others? Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh as he watched Kashiche's eyes blaze with fire. Some things can only be done but not spoken. Once leaked, they will cause an uproar, just like the situation in S.H.I.E.L.D. City. Many people have discovered the problem, including some of S.H.I.E.L.D. City's survivors, but so what? They dare not reveal the truth. Mr. Shen, you will trigger a large-scale conflict by doing this. Amaya looked at Shen Fei and said. I know, but Amaya, in this world, no revolution is without bloodshed. It's impossible to improve the status of the infected by relying on the charity of others. You also said before during the mobilization that even if there is a drug that can completely cure the infected, it will be difficult to popularize it. When you have time, read more books from Yen country. Well, after this matter is resolved, I'll find some books for you to read between countries. Strength is the first, and the truth is within the range of cannons. He knows this very well. The history of China in his previous life is a lesson for him. This is also the main reason why he has been pursuing strength. In his previous life, he did not have the ability and opportunity to pursue strength, but now it is different. You can have strength and not use it, but you must not be without it. He was able to convince Wei Yanwu to suppress Koshi, and what he relied on was, of course, strength. Okay, it's time to solve Tallulah problem. Officer Chen, Amaya, don't resist. Let's go see Tallulah. As he said that, several colorful feathers floated down from the air, and the consciousness of him, Chen Huji, and Amaya were directly pulled into the current consciousness of Koshi. Yu Duchen and Jingho Shuiyu both belong to the field of illusion, but there are some things that only Yu Duchen can do, and Jingho Shuiyu cannot, such as the current invasion of consciousness. Hey, Koshi, how do you feel now? In Kashiche's consciousness space, as soon as Shen Fei and his companions entered it, they saw Fidaya Kashiche in a gorgeous white dress. She smiled and greeted him. Before Kashiche could speak, Shen Fei instantly appeared beside him and slapped him away. Speaking of which, Tallulah obviously liked to wear military uniforms before, but after Kashiche possessed her, she actually wore gorgeous and exquisite Lolita long skirts. I really didn't realize that Kashiche also had the nature of women's clothing. I say, Kashiche, when you are free, do you often wear women's clothes, or is your real gender actually a woman? Considering that Kashiche might have been a fighter like Tallulah, a person possessed by the undead black snake, then before Kashiche, the undead black snake was likely a female. After all, for beings like them, gender is not a big deal. While speaking, Shen Fei did not stop and kept slapping Kashiche. Such a humiliating attack made Kashiche extremely angry, but unfortunately there was no way to change the status quo. Kashiche had never seen a person as unruly as Shen Fei. Kashiche and Wei Yanwu had such a great hatred for each other back then, but they would still exchange greetings when they met. How could they be like Shen Fei who would directly attack each other? The will versus, I'm really curious about how it was born. Is it the destiny of the country? This power is somewhat similar to the power in the He-She-Pe, but why is it evil? Was there a problem when it was born, or is it because of the relationship between this world? But why is it that only Ursas can give birth to a will, but not other countries? When Shen Fei was attacking Koshni, he was also thinking about some issues in his mind. Koshni's existence was very different from that of gods like Nian and them. Tallulah, stand up. Are you still Tallulah like this? When Shen Fei was attacking Koshni, Chen Huji walked to Tallulah, who was curled up in the corner with empty eyes and not much life. Huji, after a long time, Tallulah's empty eyes showed a hint of reaction. Tallulah, are you worthy of Erlina like this? Don't forget what she once said to you. After looking at Tallulah's desperate expression, Shen Fei slapped Koshai to pieces with a slap, and then shouted loudly. I don't know if it was because of Alina's name, or because Chen Huji appeared here, or because Shen Fei broke Koshai's body. Tallulah's eyes slowly began to come alive. Alina. Tallulah called out the name with a tone of deep nostalgia. Alina was the light of the reunion movement. It was hard to imagine that she, born in a remote village, had such far-sightedness and could see through Tallulah's problems. It could be said that if Alina had not died, Koshai's conspiracy would never have succeeded. Chapter 907 Children of Ursus, Part 1. Okay, Koshai, I know you are not dead. Come out, or do you want me to catch you? While Tallulah was slowly recovering, Shen Fei looked towards the void on the right. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been killed by the slap he just gave him. However, Koshai was not an ordinary person, so it was not so easy for him to die. Seeing that Koshai was still hiding, Shen Fei snorted coldly and waved his right hand. Under the power of Yudetchen, Koshai's figure suddenly appeared in the empty void. Koshai, seeing Koshai appear, Tallulah's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. Although there were many things that Koshai did to the reunion movement using her body that she did not know, the parts she knew were enough for him to want to cut Koshai into pieces. My dear daughter, long time no see. I knew one day you'd recognize me. Looking at the rekindled Tallulah, Koshai remained remarkably calm. After all, he was the immortal Black Snake, a man of centuries. His initial bout of composure was due to unexpected twists in his plan. Now that his plan had been confirmed to have completely failed, he calmed down. I recognize you? Who do you think you are? If you are so formidable, why did you lose to Wei Yanwu back then? Shen Fei interrupted Koshai with a slap before he could say anything else. While Wei Yanwu, Tallulah's father, and Lin Jiru were formidable, who was Koshai? The immortal Black Snake, the ancient will of Ursus, had his territory taken away from him? It was simply speechless. Furthermore, Koshai's possession methods were rather low-level, especially compared to his second brother. The difference was worlds apart. Not only had he planned for years to possess Tallulah, but he also needed Tallulah herself to fall into despair. Look at that second brother again. With just a few dreams, he nearly made Laoli his clone. If it weren't for the help of Zhuang Zhuangling, he would have succeeded. You, Koshai, staggering from the blow, glared at Shen Fei. This was the first time he had encountered someone so undisciplined and unruly. He had plenty of rhetoric but no way to put it into practice. What do you mean by you? Don't use these cheap tricks. I'm not Tallulah. I won't be fooled by you. And it's time to say goodbye. Tallulah had recovered, so there was no need to keep Koshai around. As he spoke, Shen Fei waved his hands, and golden light slowly gathered in his palms. Wait a minute, we can talk about anything. The strange golden light immediately made Koshai feel a palpitation in his heart. This golden light seemed even more dangerous to him than the blazing flames before. Without caring about anything else, he spoke hastily. Let's talk. We can talk when we have the chance to meet again. As soon as the words fell, the golden light between Shen Fei's hands turned into a huge golden sword, which directly pierced through Koshai's body. Koshai only had time to leave half a scream before his figure completely disappeared. Okay, let's go out first. After dealing with Koshai, Shen Fei immediately activated Yudetchen, and the consciousness of the three people left Tallulah's consciousness space. Huji, I didn't expect that we would meet in this situation. In reality, on the top floor of the core city, Tallulah, who had regained consciousness, looked at Chen Huji and couldn't help but sigh deeply. She had imagined meeting Chen Huji many times, including taking Alina to see Chen Huji. But unfortunately things did not go as she wished. Is Koshai really disappeared? Captain Tallulah of Chen-Huji nodded, then looked at Shen Fei. She was still a little worried about Tallulah's situation. When she didn't know what Koshichay was exactly, she might not be so worried. Don't worry, it's impossible for him to block the attack just now, but since you are worried, let me check it again. Shen Fei said as he walked to Tallulah's side. Don't resist. As he said that, Shen Fei knocked Tallulah's soul out with a palm. The consciousness space is deeply connected with his soul. If Koshichay still exists, it will be enough to see if there is any problem with Tallulah's soul. If it weren't for Yu-Duchin, his way of dealing with Koshichay would be to start from the soul. What is this? Chen-Huji and Amaya looked at Tallulah, who was floating in the air with a somewhat illusory body, in surprise. Soul. As he spoke, Shen Fei began to check Tallulah's soul. Okay, there's nothing wrong. Although Tallulah's soul was a little sluggish, there was nothing unusual. Since there was no problem, Shen Fei immediately sent her soul back into the body. Huji, I'm sorry. Although I have a lot to say to you, I have more important things to do now. Tallulah, whose soul returned to her body, had a strange light flashing in her eyes, as if she had made a decision, and was about to go down from the core city. Ms. Tallulah, do you want to atone for your sins with your death? Tallulah, who had just taken a few steps, stopped because of Amaya's words. Tallulah, Amaya's words made Chen-Huji immediately scream in worry. I have done a lot of wrong things and killed many people, Rhodes Island. I remember that some of you also died in my hands. Tallulah turned around and looked directly at Amaya. When Rhodes Island took the doctor away from Che City, there was a conflict with a reunion movement. The people who sacrificed were not only Ace, but also the team on Scout's side. Many people in Amaya's team died as well. I know, Amaya has never forgotten the Rhodes Island operators who died in Che City. She has always remembered the names of every one of them. But Rhodes Island does not exist for revenge. There are many people on Rhodes Island who want to avenge the sacrificed operators, such as Rosemary and Wong, who are both inclined towards revenge. However, for the sake of Rhodes Island's philosophy, even in the original work, when Rhodes Island captured Tallulah, Rosemary did not want to kill her. Suffering makes people grow, so even though Amaya is only 14 years old now, she has already understood a lot of truths, not to mention that she has the inheritance of the Demon King and can feel the emotions of others. Tallulah's will to die is what she just felt. Ms. Tallulah, death is a simple thing, but only the living can continue to move on, carrying the will of their companions. At this point, Amaya's expression was a little depressed, but she quickly cheered up. As someone who grew up in the Tower of Babel, she has witnessed too many deaths, especially Teresa's death. If it weren't for Quinjet, Amaya might not be able to get over it. It's really hard to be a good person. Watching the conversation between Amaya and Tallulah, Shen Fei on the side couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. It was obviously all the fault of the immortal Black Snake, but in the end, neither Tallulah, nor Amaya, nor Chen-Huji had ever thought of throwing the problem on his head. Instead, they wanted to take it on themselves. Sorry, although I don't want to interrupt you, I think we must stop in the core city as soon as possible. Seeing that the two were about to continue talking, Shen Fei immediately reminded them. That's right, after all, we should stop in the core city as soon as possible. Chen-Huji finally reacted. After seeing Tallulah, she seemed to have forgotten about this matter for a while. You three go. It seems that there is a fight with the inner guards over there. I'll go and take a look. From the perception of observation Haki, Nian had already started fighting with others, and in Key City, the only people who could fight with Nian and could not tell the winner in a short time should be the inner guards. Who are you? At the edge of the core city, 12 inner guards looked at the nearly 100 members of the integration movement who surrounded them. One of the inner guards immediately loudly questioned Nian, who was on the periphery. With the strength of the inner guards, it would not matter if there were more than 100 members of the integration movement, let alone nearly 100. However, after the real battle, the inner guards discovered that these integration movements were all puppets. You don't need to know this. I didn't expect that after so many years, you are still the same. Nian unfolded the folding fan in his hand with a smile. You are going against Ursus. Don't put such a big accusation on me. Your actions have not been approved by your emperor. You, the inner guards, are actually acting behind the back of your emperor. You say that I am against Ursus. I think it is you who betrayed Ursus. While Nian was speaking, he waved his left hand, and a team of integration movement immediately appeared in the gap that was about to be broken through by the inner guards. blocking the inner guard's back. You all heard the sound just now. If those people find out that not only the Imperial Army is hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. City, but even the Emperor's inner guards are hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. City, what do you think will happen next? At this point, your plan has failed. You can still save some face by leaving now. The soldiers can be said to be in rebellion, but if the inner guards are also involved in the rebellion, what will happen to Ursus next? It seems that Honglu Shisu is not lying. Is this her power? I wonder if the Xuanji giant soldier is real. This is not a movie at all, but an autobiography. When Nian was entangled with the inner guards of the Ursus army, Shen Fei also rushed to the scene. Looking at the battle situation on the scene, he couldn't help but think of Honglu Shisu's situation. Kashiche really should come and see what a real god is. He is really lowering the status of a god. Nian, Zai, and Ling, as long as they want, one person against a country is not easy to say, but one person against a mobile city is no problem. Kashiche is too far behind. If he had the fighting power of any one of the three, he would not have been robbed of Longman by Wei Yanwu and others. You seem to be having a lot of fun. Shen Fei jumped out from the side as he said. Now that you are here, they are left to you. When Nian saw Shen Fei appear, he immediately gave up the task. After he clapped his hands lightly, all the members of the integration movement at the scene disappeared. An octopus-shaped helmet. Looking at the decoration of the Ursus internal guard, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew something about gods related to octopuses, especially evil gods. They were all big troubles. I really don't know if there will be a Arlir in the sea. Okay, that's enough. Looking at the two inner guards who rushed up after he put away the puppet, the Star of Eden immediately appeared in Shen Fei's left hand. The next moment, a large number of black and red neutral lines immediately covered all the inner guards in front. The sudden strong gravity made the inner guards' feet sink deeply into the ground. Do you want me to kill you all and then publish the bodies? Leave now while I don't want to kill you yet, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Ursus's inner guards were transformed through the fragments of the evil demon. He had no interest in this, just like he had no hesitation in killing Kashiche before. He didn't need what Kashiche mastered at all. If it were Mobius, he would be ecstatic to see them. Even if the evil demon was very dangerous, Mobius would definitely not care. But he didn't care. Shen Fei did care. Before he became stronger, he was not going to rashly contact things like evil demons. Okay, let's go. Perhaps they saw the difference in strength. They were trapped here for a year before, and now there's obviously a stronger person. For the inner guards, they are not afraid of sacrifice, but after the sacrifice, they are used by others. That's not okay. Others may not dare to do so. But after Tallulah announced Koshni's conspiracy, it's hard to say. Originally, the inner guards were not going to take action. They were waiting for the core city of Chernobog to collide with Longman before taking action. However, Tallulah announced the conspiracy, which made the inner guards want to silence them. What they didn't expect was that they were stopped by someone before they rushed to the core city. I remember someone in the previous life said that the inner guards might all be beautiful girls. The beautiful girl inner guards, their brains are really good. They thought it was Wang Yu of Namiya, and they got a team of beautiful Zanpakuto guards. Looking at the backs of the inner guards leaving, Shen Fei suddenly had such an idea in his mind. After the inner guards made their decision, they did not go back on their words and left quickly. Ursus, how could it become like this? What went wrong? Beside a warehouse on the edge of the central avenue in the core city, a fierce battle was going on. The S.H.I.E.L.D. guards led by the Patriot ran into the Ursus regular army that had sneaked into the city. This was a regular army that was far more numerous than the S.H.I.E.L.D. guards. Even though they were wearing the uniforms of the integration movement, their weapons were all standard army weapons. Such a team could have resisted one or two of the Patriots even if they encountered one. But unfortunately, this time the Patriots team was not just the Patriot. Not only did they have an additional Frost Star, but they also had an additional Rosemary. Rosemary, who was protected by the S.H.I.E.L.D. guards, had an even more terrifying output than the Patriot. After all, the Patriot could only project one big gun at a time, while Rosemary could control 4 giant swords at the same time, and these giant swords could still fly. Coupled with the freezing of Frost Star, the Ursus regular army was suppressed from the beginning. And they didn't even have the chance to fight back. Rosemary's strength earned the respect of the S.H.I.E.L.D. guards. After all, they were all Carters. Interestingly, the S.H.I.E.L.D. guards led by the Patriot were not composed of the Ursus, known for their strength, but were instead composed predominantly of Carters. The core city has stopped. Ursa's curse. The Ursa's regular army, which had been desperately holding out, immediately lost its morale upon discovering the core city had stopped. Just moments earlier, they had hoped to persevere and complete their mission. With their morale broken, the army was quickly annihilated, leaving no survivors. As expected, Kosciuszko has left behind a major problem. It seems we have to cut a Gordian knot. With the Patriot and the S.H.I.E.L.D guard suppressing the situation, order was restored to a certain extent within the core city. Unfortunately, Kosciuszko's previous unfettered control of the reunion had left many members unwilling to be restrained. This problem was extremely difficult to resolve. A single misstep could lead to the reunion's collapse. But that was before. The situation was different now. Chapter 908 Children of Ursus, Part 2. In the square in front of Chernobog's core city, numerous people in reunion uniforms gathered. While all were members of the reunion, their positions indicated that the movement had now split into several distinct factions. Why should we leave? Why not you, Chief? I want to see you. A young Ursus man stood before his own group, the largest group outside of Frost Stars, barring the Patriots. He loudly questioned Frost Star. Due to Tallulah's earlier words, the reunion members, while still wearing their white uniforms, had removed their masks. Some seemed reluctant, but faced with a prevailing situation, they reluctantly removed their masks. Otherwise, they would be mistaken for spies within the Ursus Empire. After eliminating the official troops lurking within Chernobog and driving away the internal guards, Froststar gathered the reunion members currently in the core city and outlined their next plan, to build a city where the infected could live normally. Only those willing to abide by the rules would be allowed to remain. This naturally caused considerable discontent, especially among the infected mercenaries and bounty hunters who had infiltrated the reunion. They came to the reunion hoping for a quick buck, not a life of sacrifice for the future of the infected themselves, even if they were infected themselves. For the vast majority of infected, their primary concern was their own survival. Few truly sympathized with Tallulah's ideals. Tallulah was able to expand the reunion so rapidly because the infected couldn't survive. However, that was before Tallulah was possessed by the undead black snake Kosciuszko, and the reunion's trajectory had deviated significantly from her original plan. While Froststar, Kingslayer, Faust, and others remained cotters and higher-ranking officials within the reunion, they were effectively limited in their leadership. Froststar, Kingslayer, and others were vastly inferior to Kosciuszko in terms of conspiracy, and would never have considered such a situation. Even the Patriots faced the same challenge, let alone Kosciuszko. Under Kosciuszko's manipulation, the reunion movement is now in shambles. In the original novel, the deaths of Froststar, the Patriots, and the capture of Tallulah signified the end of the reunion movement she led. However, the flame ignited by Tallulah persisted. The subsequent emergence of the reunion movement, led by Nine, proved that while Rhodes Island's ideals were sound, the world needed integration. I called you here, not to discuss matters, but to inform you. Froststar's expression remained unchanged in the face of this provocation, as she stared at him with a cold gaze. Having grown up in the Ursus-infected mines, she differed sharply from Tallulah in that she saw no distinction between infected and non-infected enemies. Tallulah's biggest problem was being too accommodating to the infected, believing their actions were forced. Alina's death stemmed from this very fact. Otherwise, according to the rules established by the Patriots, those infected should have been executed. Throughout the reunion's history, the infected have betrayed Tallulah more than once. Tallulah and her group once captured a mobile city, albeit a dilapidated one, but it was still a mobile city. That mobile city was then overrun by another group of infected who had joined Tallulah's group, who wanted to live there and no longer wanted to continue. They even betrayed Tallulah and her group, reporting their whereabouts to the garrison in an attempt to deflect the blame. Similarly, the Patriots were about to eliminate the traitors, but were stopped by Tallulah. However, Tallulah's fault wasn't her fault, it was Kosciuszko's way of raising her, which explains her absence from the current reunion gathering. Even after experiencing Kosciuszko's possession and countless betrayals, Tallulah remained a dedicated fighter for the infected. Her presence would undoubtedly give those with ulterior motives a fighting chance, making it much harder to purify the reunion. If things go wrong, Tallulah might actually surrender the core city, just like before. As for whether the infected could hold on to the core city, they simply don't consider it, nor do they think that far ahead. Just like the infected who betrayed Tallulah before, they were quickly wiped out by the Ursus regular army, For the infected, if they have no fixed location, like the Patriots and the guerrillas before Froststar, the Ursus regular army can't find a target and therefore can't deploy. But if they have a fixed location, they become a sitting duck for the regular army. It's ridiculous to say that the infected who betrayed Tallulah and tried to deflect the blame were also betrayed by their own people for a paltry sum. Bribing the infected is easy, a mere fraction of a penny is enough. In Shen Fei's opinion, the current reunion movement needs a major shakeup, just like in the original novel. But after all, his presence has changed so much? According to the original storyline, after Tallulah was taken away by Rhodes Island, S.H.I.E.L.D. City fell into ruin, and the members of the reunion movement went their separate ways. Some became bounty hunters, then took up hop farming. Some joined the Hammersmiths in the wild. Of course, others continued to fight for the infected, finding 9, and so on. But now the situation has changed. Froststar's claim to the core city and its drive out of the infected has naturally resented many. Many of them see Froststar as aiming to monopolize the core city's wealth. Even though many of S.H.I.E.L.D. City's wealthy and nobles had left early, their wealth couldn't be taken with them, especially in the core city, which retained the lion's share of the wealth. They had originally planned to plunder the core city, but unfortunately, the S.H.I.E.L.D. guards were maintaining order there. Furthermore, Kosciuszko, before the core city's attack, was anxious to prevent chaos and disapproved of such actions, which naturally resented them. Froststar's blunt words infuriated the Ursus. However, upon seeing the towering patriot behind Froststar, a flicker of fear flashed across his eyes, and he swallowed the words he was about to blurt out. Instead, he replied, "I want to see the leader. We're all infected. Why are you treating us like this?" Unable to confront Froststar and the patriot head-on, the man seemed to be relying on the support of the others in the square. "Don't take me with you. I'm ready to leave." Before the Ursus's followers could respond, the carters at the front of the other group suddenly spoke up. Without waiting for a response, he immediately turned and began to leave. "Big brother," this carter's sudden action left the others behind and bewildered, unsure what to do. "Let's get out of here." Before this carters could speak, the leader of the other Sarkaz group also turned and began to leave. The reunion's Sarkaz composition is complex. W let only a small portion. The majority consisted of small mercenary groups or freelance mercenaries. Take Mudstone, for example, who wasn't here yet. She was also a Sarkaz, with a considerable following. In a flash, the vast majority of the crowd left, leaving only Ursus and the men behind him. Unable to hold their own, he glared at Froststar with resentment before leading his men away. Without help, he didn't want to personally test Froststar's ice, the Patriot's spear, or the S.H.I.E.L.D. guard's shield. "You did it," W said, watching the departing men's backs. Her gaze inevitably turned to Shen Fei beside her. She knew these men wouldn't leave so quietly, even if they were deeply wary of the Patriot's strength. "There's no time to argue with these guys right now. We have so much to do here." Knowing their situation, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't let Froststar negotiate with them about leaving or staying. Those willing to stay agreed the moment Froststar spoke, and the rest of the group's opinions were no longer important. It was difficult to attack them directly, or Shen Fei would have considered killing them outright. When he'd controlled them through Udujin, he'd learned about their actions in Key City. They essentially deserved death. If it weren't for the current situation of unrest among the infected, and for other reasons, he'd have wanted to eliminate them all. By the way, since you're free now, have someone monitor them. If they leave peacefully, that's fine, but if they try to return, take care of them. Just as Shen Fei was about to leave, he glanced at W and suddenly remembered Alina. "No problem." W smiled and waved at Shen Fei, then departed, apparently heading to the gathering place of her subordinates. This is the sarcophagus, a home healing and repair device from the previous civilization. Even if it's for home use, it's something that ordinary families wouldn't be able to afford. After separating from W, Shen Fei descended directly into the lower levels of the core city. It was then that he finally understood why this place was called the sarcophagus. Making a home physiological repair device the same size as a coffin, I really don't know how to evaluate its aesthetics. He had seen therapeutic devices before. They were usually shaped like incubators, convenient for observation and treatment, but this was the first time he'd seen one in a coffin. "What's your purpose here?" Just as Shen Fei was curiously observing the sarcophagus, Kaltsit suddenly approached from the doorway. Surprisingly, the doctor wasn't with her. "It's not really a purpose," Just curiosity. You must have done a lot of research on this back then. What did you find? What energy source does it use? Originium, or something else? Shen Fei didn't hide his interest in the sarcophagus from Quinjet. I don't know. Our research back then was just about finding a way to power a mobile city. Chernobyl was powered by the energy from the sarcophagus, which was why it was so rapidly developing. To be frank, if the reunion hadn't happened and the URSS's upper echelons had been more open, Chernobyl might have become URSS's gateway. The scientists who studied the sarcophagus didn't actually discover much, but after discovering the vast energy source hidden within, they became somewhat alarmed. If it were Yan nation, perhaps the research would have continued. But URSS, a nation always focused on expansion, would undoubtedly use the sarcophagus's vast energy source for warfare if it were discovered. Chernobyl might even be transformed into a mobile fortress city. The emergence of mobile cities has profoundly changed the way warfare on the Terran continent has evolved, with the focus now being on high-speed land-based warships, especially their powerful main guns. It's said that there are land-based warships in Lateran that can destroy an entire mobile city with a single strike. Lateran's long-standing supremacy stems not only from faith but also from strength of force. Such a prosperous mobile city naturally attracted considerable covetousness. Victoria, Lithuania, and even Syracuse had all ventured into the fray, only to be ambushed. The nations currently existing on the Terran continent have all weathered numerous wars. It seems that Lateran played a role in the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, due to the long elapsed time since S.H.I.E.L.D's fall and the scarcity of historical data, the truth is impossible to verify. All that is known is that Lateran and the Sarkaz are sworn enemies, much like URSS and Casimir, and the two sides continue to clash frequently. The Sarkaz attack Lateran caravans, and the Laterans attack Sarkaz mercenaries. Find an opportunity to bring Tesla, Einstein, and the others over to investigate. Perhaps they can uncover the secrets of the sarcophagus, although he could have studied the sarcophagus himself. Considering his own time allocation, Shen Fei decisively decided to leave the research to them. Of course, these two weren't just here to study the sarcophagus, they were also involved in research related to mobile cities, such as exploring the possibility of building a floating city with anti-gravity devices. Perhaps Rhodes Island could also be modified to become an aerospace battleship. What's the situation in the city right now? Of course, it wasn't the time to discuss this with Quinjet yet. If he really wanted to, he'd go to Amaya. Then Shen Fei asked about Rhodes Island's situation in Shay City. It's very bad. There are too many patients, and Rhodes Island's medical staff is severely understaffed. Quinjet outlined the current situation in the core city. As a pharmaceutical company, you have the fewest medical operators, considering how many guards and sniper operators Rhodes Island has, and then looking at the number of medical operators, the disparity is enormous. There's also a severe shortage of medicine, not just for mineral sickness, but for other types of medicine as well, Quinjet continued. Even after the devastation of the natural disaster, the core city already had a significant number of uninfected civilians. I see. I'll contact Longman and see if we can get some resources. If it were other resources, such as food, Shen Fei could already provide a significant amount, enough to help the people in the core city out of their predicament. However, while he had some medicine, it wasn't much, and it was mostly just ingredients for alchemy. With his current strength and abilities, he didn't need medication to treat his illness. He had never imagined he would encounter such a situation in this world. Then please hurry up. And what are you going to do next? URSS won't leave this place alone. Chernobyl is URSS's mobile city after all. Even if it becomes a ruin, URSS will take it back. Chapter 909, Children of URSS, Part 2. URSS? I'll go and personally discuss the matter of S.H.I.E.L.D with their emperor. For a nation, national territory is paramount. The URSS's emperor would never so easily relinquish the ownership of a mobile city. To put it bluntly, even if it were ruins, it was URSS's ruins, and no one else would be allowed to tamper with it. So, URSS would definitely take action next. As long as they defeated the attacking URSS army and demonstrated their fearlessness, negotiations could begin. In this world, most matters are determined by force. Even justice requires enforcement. Once the URSS realized the price of taking S.H.I.E.L.D was far beyond their means, they would naturally stop. Once they repelled the initial URSS attack, they could then approach the URSS emperor and discuss the matter of S.H.I.E.L.D. If the current URSS emperor was the former emperor, Uman Ivanovich, negotiations would be extremely difficult. He was a true warmonger and would not compromise. This was the reason for the emperor's death. He didn't abdicate due to old age or other reasons, but was assassinated. There are countless suspects as to who sent the assassin. Not to mention the Ursus invasions that inflicted deep hatred on him in many nations. Even within Ursus, there were numerous people who wanted the emperor dead, both old and new nobles. Even Koshchei's will was suspected. While it's true that this warmongering emperor brought glory to Ursus through war and achieved prosperity through plunder, that was only after he consistently won. A true warmongerer, he waged numerous foreign wars during his reign, including the Battle of the Four Emperors, the expedition to Sami, the 10 campaigns against Casimir, and even the expedition to the east. It was this expedition that ended Ursus's undefeated streak, resulting in a defeat at the Battle of Blood Summit, which inflicted heavy losses on Ursus. This, in turn, brought to the surface the conflicts that had been buried in Ursus during the wars. Shen Fei was deeply skeptical about the outcome of the Blood Summit battle. It was unbelievable that Ursus, with its national strength, hadn't been able to defeat the Eastern Kingdom. He seriously suspected the Yan Kingdom had played a role. The reason for Yan's intervention was simple: Ursus's expedition to the Eastern Kingdom required passage through Yan's territory, otherwise, reaching the Eastern Kingdom would be impossible. In other worlds, perhaps a detour via the sea was possible, but in this world, traveling by sea would be tantamount to courting death. For the great Yan, of course, it was unacceptable to allow another nation's army to use its territory. While this world didn't have the story of the fake road to Takuo, similar tactics existed. Therefore, it was only natural that the two sides would engage in conflict. The lack of relevant records was likely due to historical obscurity. Of course, this is just speculation. After all, so many years had passed, and only those involved would know the details. Under other emperors, even if they didn't change their strategy after a defeat, they would at least lay low for a while. But this emperor was a warmongerer, unconcerned with his defeat, and continued waging war. There's a saying that goes, a nation, however great, will perish if it loves war, while one who forgets war will be in danger. A war is more than just a battle of armies on the battlefield. It's a test of national strength, including financial resources and manpower. Just like the Qin and Zhao states during the Warring States period, both sides boasted renowned generals, yet Zhao consistently lost because its overall strength was inferior to Qin's. However, constant warfare drains national strength. For the nobles of Ursus, war drains their strength, whether they are new or old. Upon reading this emperor's records, Shen Fei was speechless. If he loved war so much, why only within human society? Why not fight the demons to the north? Looking at the powerful nations that vanished in Terra's history, the vast majority were destroyed because their kings led their armies to fight the demons. Fortunately, the current Ursus emperor is a moderate who is committed to improving the treatment of those infected. Coupled with the intensifying internal conflict between the old and new nobles, having recognized Chernuog as a formidable opponent, they have room for negotiation. This emperor will not be like the previous Ursus emperor. The same thing went for the old nobles. If the Ursus emperor needed to consider the empire's reputation in his handling of S.H.I.E.L.D. City, these nobles had none of that, and even hoped the emperor's power would be severely weakened. Of course, all of this was based on power. Since you're ready, I won't say much. Better hurry up with the medicine. Quinjet stared at Shen Fei for a moment, then turned and left. Her emotions were deeply mixed. What seemed like a major problem to her was nothing to Shen Fei. If they had possessed such power back then, perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. would have been rebuilt by now. However, Quinjet was a determined person, and she quickly dismissed these thoughts, focusing on what Rhodes Island needed to do. Rhodes Island's existence wasn't just her ideal, it was also Theresia's legacy. Grand Governor Wei, how have you been lately? After Quinjet left, Shen Fei immediately began contacting Wei Yanwu and Longmen. Since the supplies were for rescue, the sooner the better. Fortunately, the core city of Qi City wasn't far from Longmen at the moment, otherwise it would have been difficult to reach Wei Yanwu directly through the communicator. While the Terran world boasts advanced technology, with everything from artificial intelligence to smartphones and tablets, communication remains significantly limited. While communication is straightforward within the same mobile city, it's not a problem if the two are in different cities or even different countries. However, telephones are far less effective, requiring only messengers. This situation stems from frequent natural disasters, which disrupt communication. In some ways, it's similar to the Grand Line in the pirate world. However, The pirate world possesses magical creatures like Den Den Mushi, which Terra doesn't. Of course, this doesn't mean that communication between the two mobile cities is impossible. Once the problem is understood, solutions can be found. For example, building a special line or manually switching calls can be implemented. Is it resolved? Kotchushko is dead. Though the tone was questioning, one could still hear a hint of relief. After all, Longman was incredibly important to Wei Yanwu. Governor Wei, I've said before that Kotchushko isn't that easy to kill, but I've completely eliminated the part of him that was lurking in Tallulah consciousness. Tallulah has fully recovered now. I helped you save your niece. Governor, would you like to express your gratitude? What do you want? Wei Yanwu asked bluntly. Medicine. You know this place just suffered a natural disaster. I can still find ways to get other things, but medicine, I can't. Of course, I'll pay for it. I won't give it away for free, I'll prepare the medicine, but I want to know what you plan to do next. Wei Yanwu simply didn't believe Shen Fei was simply helping the reunion movement. He must have his own agenda. Next, of course, is to build a mobile city where the infected can live freely. Shen Fei didn't hide his intentions from Wei Yanwu. After all, a city needed so many things to thrive, and Longman happened to have all of them. That's Key City. How are you going to deal with Ursus? You think I care about Ursus? Governor Wei should know how Gaul fell. If they don't appreciate my kindness, I don't mind letting Ursus become the next Gaul. For Shen Fei, controlling the entire nation of Ursus was difficult, even with Jingho Shuiwen Yuduchen. A nation's development, especially in the modern technological age, wasn't determined by a single emperor. If that were the case, Ursus wouldn't be so chaotic today. However, if he couldn't control it, he could destroy it. If he could weaken Ursus's power, Casimir, Victoria, Columbia, and other nations would surely seize such a good opportunity, just as Gaul did during the Battle of the Four Emperors. By the way, Governor Wei, you should have quite a few talented individuals who can repair and build mobile cities. Could you please find some to help? All the relevant talent here has run away. While the core city could still be used, most of the other mobile city modules that had been abandoned by Tallulah had sustained significant damage from natural disasters. They needed repairs if they were to be reintegrated. Meanwhile, the talent in Chase City had either fled from the start or been eliminated by the integration movement. While there were still some left, their number was far too small. Let's talk about it after you've resolved the Ursus issue, Wei Yanwu said before hanging up the phone. He then quickly wrote a letter and called a shadow guard. Send a messenger immediately to Chancellor Wit at the Holy Horse Castle in Ursus. Yes, this is Winter, Gumi, and the others. We're in real trouble now. After contacting Wei Yanwu, Shen Fei left the sarcophagus. He had no intention of exploring the area yet, but when he arrived at the square in the core city, he was surprised to find quite a crowd gathered. Tallulah, Chen Huji, Shuangxing, Amaya, and the others were all there, but they all looked deeply distressed. All of this was due to the appearance of 5 young women before them. These 5 were confronting Tallulah alone. Even though Tallulah had previously said that the conspiracy had been attributed to the Grand Duke of the Empire, the suffering of Chase City was ultimately caused by the reunion movement. Others would not, and dared not, seek revenge against the reunion movement at this time. But Winter didn't care. Impulsive and hot-tempered, upon seeing Tallulah and the others, she immediately rushed out, ignoring the pleas of Zhenli and the others. If the situation had continued as it had, Winter and the others wouldn't have had a chance to seek revenge, as the reunion movement led by Tallulah would have disbanded by then. But the situation was different now. I'm sorry, Ursus, you're abusive. I'm going to kill you. At Tallulah's apology, Winter seemed even more enraged. After unleashing an Ursus war cry, he immediately charged at Tallulah, swinging his black hammer. Tallulah immediately drew the Originium sword from her waist and blocked Winter's hammer. While Winter's power was rare even among Ursus, Tallulah was Draco. Even without the age difference, the difference in race still made a difference. If I could, I'd want to be killed right now, but unfortunately, I can't die right now, Tallulah said slowly after repelling Winter with her sword. Sonya, calm down. Just as Winter roared again and was about to charge, one of her companions, a quiet-looking girl with white pigtails, stepped forward and held her back. Anna, don't stop me. I must do it today, Sonya, the girl named Anna roared, finally calming down Winter's excitement a little, but she still glared at Tallulah with an angry face. Sorry, my companion was a little impulsive. Can we leave now? Anna calmed Winter down and immediately turned to face Tallulah and spoke. She looked calm at the moment, but anyone with a little experience could see that she was feigning calmness. After all, there were so many members of the reunion movement at the scene. Although the reunion movement had been using loudspeakers to promote the new system, the brutality of the reunion movement made many people distrust them. After Shen Fei drove away the reunion movement members who were taking advantage of the situation, many conflicts broke out in the core city, most of which were between the residents of Key City and the reunion movement. Of course, you can leave at any time. If one day I achieve my goal, you can come and kill me again, and I will never fight back, thank you. Anna ignored Tallulah's words and signaled to the others, prompting a blonde Ursus girl holding a piece of a safe door to step forward and grab hold of Winter, who was about to speak. That's the Gumi shield, really? As expected of Ursus, she lifted the safe door with one hand. So, Winter's hammer must be quite heavy, but it's a shame they don't have that kind of power in the game. Tallulah, are you okay? After Winter, Anna, and the other 5 left, Chen Huji immediately approached Tallulah and asked with concern. She hadn't taken action earlier, partly because of what Tallulah had said, and partly because Winter's actions were also driven by revenge. Their loved ones had indeed died at the hands of the reunion. I'm fine, Huji, Tallulah said, forcing a smile, though it looked more like a wry one. While the undead black snake had been responsible, Tallulah wasn't one to shirk responsibility. Fortunately, after she recovered, Chen Huji stayed with her, which allowed her to persevere. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 910, Ursus's Attack, Part 1. This is really difficult to handle. It seems we'll have to leave it to Amaya. He had some knowledge of what Winter, Gumi, and the others had experienced in Shen City, but that knowledge made things difficult. No matter how they tried to make excuses, claiming it was all the fault of the immortal Black Snake, Winter, Gumi, and the others had indeed suffered harm in Shen City at the hands of members of the reunion movement. And it wasn't an exaggeration to say this was an irreconcilable feud. After all, it's likely that some of them had lost their parents or loved ones in Shen City, at the hands of the reunion movement. For example, Winter's parents and Mari's parents were both from Shen City, and since they weren't from the nobility or wealthy, it would have been difficult for them to escape when the chaos struck. Gumi was probably the only one Shen Fei knew for sure that her parents were okay. Gumi's parents, who had come to Rhodes Island, were working outside of Shen City. Their work was extremely secretive, possibly related to some ruins. So even Gumi didn't know where her parents were or what they were doing. As for the others, he wasn't sure. Even Zeolu's parents were still unsure. Speaking of which, Winter is definitely stronger than Zeolu, but she's only 5 stars, while Zeolu is 6. If a fight really came to blows, Zeolu wouldn't even be able to defeat Gumi. Could it be because she's a sniper? Amaya, Doctor, you've been working hard. Shen Fei found Amaya working in the temporary office lobby in the core city. Because the reunion movement was so short of talent, they had no choice but to send her to Rhodes Island. Rhodes Island, and especially the Doctor, were clearly very experienced in post-war reconstruction. It was thanks to his help that the reunion movement's new system was implemented with the utmost swiftness. The Doctor gave Shen Fei a somewhat helpless look before burying himself in the documents before him. Amaya, however, immediately stopped her work upon noticing Shen Fei. Her job was mainly to assist the Doctor. Doctor, you still have a lot of work to do. You can't rest just yet. Amaya's words reminded Shen Fei of a famous scene from Terra. Doctor, I need Amaya's help with something. Is that okay? No problem, go ahead, the Doctor replied instantly, his tone sounding as if he couldn't wait to get Amaya away so she could take a break. What do you need me to do? Amaya asked immediately. Go talk to a few people. They're all good people. Perhaps you could bring them to Rhodes Island. Shen Fei quickly outlined the situation of the 5 winters. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Amaya's expression now looked a little serious. I already said, no need to be so polite. Shen Fei smiled and touched Amaya's ear. Mr. Shen, Amaya said, pushing Shen Fei's hand away with a look of dissatisfaction. How's the situation? After Maya went to find Winter and the others, Shen Fei said goodbye to the doctor and went to Froststar, who was patrolling the core city with the S.H.I.E.L.D. guards. Although many people have left, some are still willing to stay. The situation has recovered a lot now. Froststar then recounted the events of the core city in recent days. With no restrictions on leaving, and even with Rhodes Island operators escorting them, many Ursusians who had previously survived the core city immediately chose to leave. However, none of the infected left, all remained. Although these people were furious at the reunion movement, which had caused all this, they now had no choice but to accept their fate. Ursus's treatment of the infected was the most extreme in this land, forcing those already infected to stay, believing returning would be certain death. While living in other countries was difficult but not completely unsustainable, Ursus established dedicated infected search teams, searching for infected individuals and then deploying them to the mining areas. During this period, the outcome was the same regardless of the infected individual. This is why Rhodes Island does not have a single office in Ursus. Rhodes Island has offices in every country on the Terran continent, including several mobile cities in the Flame Nation. As Ursusians, they knew all too well how Ursus treated the infected. Staying here was the only way to survive. Leaving here, not returning to Ursus, and living in the wilderness was practically suicide. Living in the wilderness wasn't easy, not everyone was a pushover. Because the infected had stayed, many non-infected also stayed, their relatives. Even if they were infected, they were still family. Living with those afflicted with oripathy was impossible in Ursus, but it was possible in S.H.I.E.L.D. City. The Yeti squad is back. Just as Shen Fei and Xuanxing were discussing matters in the core city, a member of the reunion movement suddenly ran over. Upon hearing that the Yeti squad had returned, the two immediately ended their conversation. Big sister, the entire Yeti squad appeared before Xuanxing, looking exhausted. Seeing them, Xuanxing was visibly excited, as was the Yeti squad. Frostzing and the Yeti squad had a close relationship, each willing to risk their lives for the other. This was the first time they had been apart for so long. It was precisely for this reason, out of concern for the situation on Froststar, that he, after consulting with Faust, left the group and rushed back as quickly as possible. Finally, our efforts paid off. We didn't let them all die at Dragon Gate. Watching Froststar and the Yeti team reminisce, Shen Fei nodded gently and left. Warfarin, Shining, Nightingale, Sasulo, Gavil, Hibiscus. This is the first time I've seen so many medical operators. If anyone was truly busy in the core city right now, it was undoubtedly the Rhodes Island medical operators. The city's own medical system had collapsed during the reunion's capture, and even if it hadn't, it wouldn't have made a dent in the current situation. Ursus is extremely cruel to the infected, so naturally, few doctors have studied how to treat oripathy. When they see such an infected person, their first thought is not to treat them, but to report them. How did you find the time to come here? How are the supplies? Quinjet, who had just finished surgery, was surprised to see Shen Fei. I've already contacted Wei Yanwu, and he's agreed to do it as soon as possible. By the way, I have a medicine here. I'm not sure if it's effective for oripathy, but I need someone to research it. Seeing the weariness on Quinjet's face, Shen Fei took out a box and placed it on the table. Now is not the time for research. Although Quinjet was very curious about the medicine Shen Fei had brought out, she also knew that researching something like this wouldn't be done overnight, and many lives were currently in danger in S.H.I.E.L.D. City. This herb, in its native world, has the ability to cure all diseases. While that's a bit exaggerated, it does have effects on a wide range of ailments. Shen Fei had taken out the very herb that could cure all diseases in the Hunter x Hunter world. Because of its unique effects, and the fact that he had discovered how to grow it, he had a large quantity on him. It cures all diseases. Quinjet's expression was touched by Shen Fei's words. As a doctor, he understood the value of a herb that could cure all diseases. Yes, I have detailed research records here, Dr. Quinjet. Since you're taking a break, why not come and visit my lab? Your lab, here. Quinjet looked at Shen Fei with confusion. Unless Shen Fei was lying, there was no way he could have a lab in the core city. Indeed, some things you only understand when you see them. Okay, Quinjet said, calling over a reserve medical operator. After a few brief instructions, she and Shen Fei left. Welcome to my lab. Shen Fei happily walked to an empty area at the back of the central area of the core city, which could accommodate 5 people. He pulled out what looked like a suitcase and placed it on the ground. It instantly transformed into a 6-story building. A 6-story building wasn't unusual in the core city, but the instant it appeared made even the supposedly all-knowing Quinjet's pupils widen. In a split second, she grasped the terrifying nature of such a thing. Red Queen, this is Dr. Quinjet. Verify her permissions first, then retrieve the medical records. Entering the building, Quinjet remained remarkably calm as she watched the little girl in a red dress appear from the sky. It was just an AI program. Rhodes Island had several of these, including a terminal that managed the entire Rhodes Island, as well as several small vehicles, all powered by AI. Thor Industries was truly impressive. They could easily sell these vehicles, so it was clear they must possess even better technology. These are some research records on a herb that can cure all diseases. Take a look, it's indeed very effective, but there shouldn't be many of them. With her medical knowledge, Quinjet quickly verified the herb's condition through the data. Of course, in a way, this herb is a relic of a previous civilization, and obtaining it is extremely dangerous. Some aspects of the Dark Continent clearly indicate that humans once existed there. Taking all these factors into consideration, the Dark Continent might indeed be the site of a previous civilization, otherwise there would be so many ruins. Only in a world with a previous civilization could such relics be excavated. For example, the Honkai Impact, and the current world of Terra. But I'm quite capable, and I managed to harvest some vanilla. Whether it can cure neuropathy is another matter, but at least it can make people painless and disease-free. Forget about widespread use, but for a few people, it's still possible. Even if it doesn't cure the disease, it can prevent it. It also helps with overall health. I think Amaya needs this pie to make tea with. Don't assume that just because you have neuropathy you're immune to other illnesses. Neuropathy isn't that severe. This is another tragedy for the infected. Once they contract other illnesses, they're prone to complications. You're truly extravagant. Quinjet was speechless at Shen Fei's words. Using such a precious, healing vanilla to make tea, nothing could be more extravagant. Extravagant? When you think about it, it really is. He wasn't the only one using this vanilla for tea. Shen Fei had a considerable amount of vanilla, so naturally, he wasn't stingy with it. Almost everyone around him had it. Thank you on Amaya's behalf. Quinjet was naturally grateful to Shen Fei for taking such good care of Amaya. As for whether Shen Fei had any special motives, her observation, and Amaya's confirmation, suggested that while Shen Fei might have some ulterior motives, he generally held no ill will toward Rhodes Island or the infected. Don't be so polite, but I don't want too many people to know about this. If it gets leaked, it'll be a real problem. If a drug that could cure a myriad of ailments were leaked, you could imagine how many people would target it. Don't worry, not many people will know. Quinjet had far more experience than Shen Fei and understood the consequences of this leak. She wasn't even planning to give it away for free. She was well aware of the vengeance of favors. Rhodes Island had an operator called Nine Color Deer who had been providing free treatment, only to be accused of having ulterior motives. So, while Rhodes Island was treating the infected, it wasn't unconditional. This is nanotechnology. If used, it can completely shatter the originium in the human body and expel it. While this still won't completely cure originopathy, it will greatly alleviate the pain of an originopathy attack. The next day, Quinjet found an opportunity during a break to gather all the medical operators in Shen Fei's lab. Shen Fei took the opportunity to explain nanotechnology to them. Can this stuff remain in the body permanently? Warfarin asked immediately. Formerly known as Mr. Blood, she was second only to Quinjet in medical skills. As a blood demon, she possessed a unique advantage. She could quickly and efficiently examine patients by sucking their blood. Warfarin, the blood demon, was truly remarkable. She wasn't infected. Theoretically, she could examine many patients by sucking their blood, many of whom had originopathy. Given the information about Sarkaz being susceptible to infection, she should have been infected long ago. Yet, she remained unharmed. Perhaps this was the magic of the blood demon. Theoretically, it's possible, but to avoid accidents, it needs to be completely removed after treatment. This is indeed the first idea for treating neuropathy, but it involves some mechanical knowledge. I think Consul should be called in. Captain, you're provoking us by doing this. While Shen Fei, Quinjet, and the others were researching the situation regarding neuropathy, Patriot and a figure stood side by side in the heavens of a deserted high-rise building in the core city, overlooking the core city under reconstruction. General, this is also an opportunity, a chance for people to officially become infected. There was only one person in the core city who could be made a general by Patriot, Helliger, who secretly operated in S.H.I.E.L.D. City to rescue infected people and provide medical assistance. Helliger held a much higher position than Patriot, but now the general hated Ursus with a deep-seated hatred. It's unknown what happened to him back then. Strictly speaking, with Patriot's military achievements for Ursus, against the Great Pegasus, the Laterans, and the Demons, she should have been a top general long ago. Unfortunately, she remained a captain until she left Ursus. This was determined by her background, and xenophobia was everywhere. You really believe he can do it? I've fought him before. If he really has a chance of success, then even if he fails, it won't matter to the infected. Chapter 911 Ursus's Attack, Part 2. Ursus, Holy Horse Castle. Do they still see me as their emperor? In the Ursus Imperial Palace's study, the current Ursus Emperor, Fyodor, angrily threw the documents in his hand. Instantly, dozens of white papers scattered in the air. Your Majesty, please calm down. A calm figure stood quietly at the desk and said in a deep voice. This figure was the current speaker of the Ursus Empire and a trusted confidant of the Emperor. Calm down. They've even dared to meddle with the internal guard. How can I calm down? Fyodor said this, but he lowered his arm, which had been raised to sweep the items off the desk. For the Ursus Emperor, the betrayal of the internal guard was undoubtedly the most infuriating thing about the Chernobog incident. To be frank, even the destruction of another mobile city would not have been as irritating as the internal guard's betrayal. The internal guard was a privilege unique to the Ursus Emperor and the greatest guarantee of his power. If even the internal guard was unreliable, how could he, the Emperor, be safe? It was like one of Qin Shi Huang's secret guards betraying him. Your Majesty, according to interrogation, the inner guards weren't considered traitors, they were likely just collaborating. Cooperation, isn't that betrayal? Speaker Witt didn't respond. The inner guards were a privilege reserved exclusively for the Emperor, and even he couldn't interfere too much in that area. This time, it was because of the inner guard's betrayal that he was able to participate, but that was all. What's the current situation in S.H.I.E.L.D. City? After taking a long, deep breath, the Ursus Emperor finally regained his composure and began to inquire about the aftermath of the S.H.I.E.L.D. City incident. Some trouble, Your Majesty. Trouble? Yes, Your Majesty. According to the intelligence we've gathered from the inner guards, someone stronger than them has intervened. While the inner guards were formidable, they weren't the ultimate force on Terra. Not to mention deities like Nian, Zai, Ling, and Yeligand, even deep-sea members like Skadi and Galicia were no match for ordinary inner guards. Of course, humans also exist to surpass the strength of the inner guards. For example, the Xianxi mansion of Yan Nation boasts numerous experts, including Jing's master, who lived for centuries. If such individuals exist in Yan Nation, who can guarantee that Ursus doesn't? Their insignificant presence is likely due to their being on the front lines against the demons. Is it from Yan Nation? Fyodor asked after a moment's contemplation. I'm not sure, but it's probably not. Wei Yanwu of Longman sent me a letter. While he didn't say much, it did suggest caution. Of course, that doesn't completely rule out the possibility of Yan Nation. For those in power, they consider both sides of the coin. Just as Wei Yanwu, when preparing to strike Longman from Tallulah side, considered the possibility of a conspiracy between Emperor Ursus and Chancellor Witt, when preparing to attack Longman. What are those people doing? Fyodor paused again for a long moment. Aside from the disappearance of the undying black snake, the others haven't shown any unusual behavior. Previous investigations indicate they don't appear to be involved in the undying black snake's plans. Koshai was an immortal, an undying black snake. This might be a secret to others, but not to the Emperor and Speaker of the Ursus Empire. Not involved? Humph, Fyodor sneered. But didn't dwell on the issue any further. Even he had no better solution to the immortal's existence. After all, Ursus's destruction of the Hippogriffin establishment of the Empire was due to the immortals' involvement, and their influence in Ursus was deeply entrenched. Unless the Emperor of the Empire disregarded the safety of the nation and forcibly took action against them, they would have to endure it, even if it was the warmongering Ursus Emperor's previous emperor. What about Grand Duke Baikal and the others? Since the immortals couldn't handle it, the only option was to deal with the others involved in this incident. When the internal guards arrived, Grand Duke Baikal had already committed suicide, and most of the other nobles involved had also committed the same, Speaker Witt said slowly. Suicide? Humph. What's the follow-up to S.H.I.E.L.D. City? Fyodor sneered again, but again didn't dwell on the point. After all, The person was already dead, so whether or not it was suicide was irrelevant. That's exactly the problem. According to the current intelligence, they plan to establish a city there for the infected, a city where the infected and non-infected can coexist. Shen Fei made no secret of his intentions. Not to mention the possible existence of IRSA's spies within S.H.I.E.L.D. City. Even if there weren't, the numerous IRSA civilians who had left S.H.I.E.L.D. City would easily reveal the situation. This was all a conspiracy. The departing IRSAs were walking advertisements. Once they reached other mobile cities, the news would undoubtedly leak out. Then, upon hearing this information, some of the infected in IRSAs would undoubtedly head to S.H.I.E.L.D. City, hoping against hope. Given the attitudes and policies of various countries towards the infected, even Shen Fei couldn't openly publicize the situation of the infected city to all nations, unless he wanted to offend them all. Just like Rhode Island, they've always been helping the infected, but few know of their existence. Information about them circulates only among the infected, and most of them themselves don't believe anyone would help them. Doesn't Rhode Island want to advertise in the news or online? Of course, but it's not allowed. Just like Rhode Island couldn't set up an office in IRSAs. Later, in Victoria, they even claimed to be a company that buys used goods. A city belonging to the infected, Fyodor said with a soft sigh. The infected are now IRSA's biggest problem. IRSA has long used brutal tactics against the infected, and now it's finally reaping the rewards. Infected uprisings have occurred frequently, and while they've all been quickly suppressed, the conflict between the two sides continues to escalate. It's a sign that no leader like Tallulah has emerged among these infected, otherwise it would have been another reunion movement. The infected commanded by Tallulah are merely part of the IRSA's empire. Fyodor, determined to improve the situation, had previously issued a decree regarding the infected, but was quickly retracted under pressure from public opinion. Even as the emperor, he couldn't defy the prevailing trend. If this infected city were established in another country, Fyodor would certainly welcome it, to see if coexistence between the infected and the uninfected was truly possible. But in IRSAs, as the emperor, he would certainly not allow the establishment of a city outside of imperial rule. What will the parliament do? Fyodor asked. The vast majority of the parliament agrees that such a city cannot exist on IRSA's soil, Speaker Witt said. But this time, the situation is different. The enemy is powerful. While the empire isn't afraid, if the losses are severe, the borders could become unstable. Casimir, Sami, and Litania all border IRSAs and have very uneasy relations with it. If IRSAs weakens, they're sure to be more than willing to stand by and watch. This doesn't even include the Yen Kingdom, which also borders IRSAs. What do you mean? Fyodor's eyes shifted slightly. Let the Third and Fourth Armies go, and consider them meritorious service for their crimes. Speaker Witt expressed his thoughts. Theoretically, deploying the might of a nation against a mobile city, especially one ruled by the infected, was an overkill. However, the intelligence from the Internal Security Guard and the letter from Wei Yanwu gave Witt a nagging feeling. Even rationally, the empire couldn't lose. After all, no matter how powerful the enemy was, they couldn't stand up to an army. However, as Speaker of the Empire, he had to consider the empire's current situation and the consequences of a defeat. In this situation, deploying the forces of the old nobility was the best option. This way, regardless of victory or defeat, the new nobility, led by the emperor, would not suffer any losses, and could even weaken the power of the old nobility. If the new nobility were to take action, victory would be fine, but if they failed, the old nobility, which had been so hard to suppress, would likely regain its power. We need to do this to this extent. Fyodor's expression darkened. Your Majesty, we can't afford to lose right now. Very well, let's do as you wish. You truly are Nian, easily achieving something even the 13 heroes of the Fire Moth couldn't. On the third floor of Shen Fei's research institute in the heart of Qi City, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sight of Patriot clad in the latest armor, which combined the properties of 3 rare metals, D32 steel, soul steel, and vibranium. However, since this armor was crafted by Nian using her own abilities, and currently only Nian could create it, it couldn't be mass-produced. So far, Shen Fei had only had her create enough material to make several sets of equipment. With this armor, Patriot can now face even 6 inner guards without any problems, freed from the burden of oripathy and equipped with a powerful armor. Patriot, in this state, is a match for all. Next, I'll have to trouble you. After completing Patriot's equipment, Shen Fei opened a holographic image on the side, revealing a row of black armor and shields. This is equipment for the shield guard. Of course, it's not made of the same materials as the Patriots' equipment, but is constructed entirely of D-32 steel. Even so, this is considered an extreme luxury. On Terra, only the most powerful of nations can afford to use equipment made entirely of D-32 steel, such as the Ursus Inner Guard and the Yan Nation's Royal Guard. On Terra, D-32 steel is not only exceptionally strong but also smoothly conducts originium techniques, making it arguably the best material for staffs. Generally speaking, a staff with a small amount of D-32 steel is enough to make it an excellent staff. Skyfire's staff, for example, appears to be constructed in this manner. Don't be so polite, and I've learned quite a bit this time, for Neon. The properties of vibranium and soul steel have made her a significant improvement. Judging from your current preparations, are you planning on intervening in the upcoming battle? Neon was naturally aware of the Ursus attack. It depends. If they can handle it themselves, I probably won't intervene. Next is this: the shield guard's equipment was simple enough for Neon, the only difficulty lay in the materials. Fortunately, that wasn't a problem for Shen Fei. However, the next piece of equipment was different. It was a Valkyrie armor primarily white with black stripes. Yes, it was the 4th generation God-slaying armor, Moon Soul, that Shen Fei had crafted specifically for Froststar. It was similar to Rita's Moon Soul, with only the materials and exterior color changed. Froststar, with its ice-attributed Valkyrie armor, was capable of unleashing her originium skills to their full potential. Wearing this armor, Froststar could even hold her own against Patriot. If Patriot wasn't wearing the armor Shen Fei crafted, he might not even be able to defeat Froststar. As for Tallulah, if things were normal, she'd undoubtedly be stronger than Froststar. However, this strength wasn't due to her originium skills surpassing Froststar's. If it came down to originium skills, Froststar was no less capable than Tallulah. But after all, Tallulah was Drake, while Froststar was just an ordinary Carteris, not a Chimera. However, if Tallulah were to wear the same 4th generation Godslayer armor, Froststar would be no match. Shen Fei had crafted not one, but 2 sets of Godslayer armor, one for both Froststar and Tallulah. I'm not sure if Neon can consume devil fruits. Speaking of which, the swallow fruit seems perfectly suited to her abilities. I'll ask her later. Neon's own abilities, combined with the swallow fruits, should enhance her abilities even further. Next, it's time for the Yeti team's equipment. Their abilities can be used in conjunction with Froststar's, allowing them to operate as a unified force. Let's begin the test now. After completing Froststar and Tallulah's Valkyrie armor, they conducted a combat test to test its effectiveness. The two of them battled each other. In this clash of ice and fire, Froststar's strength is still a little lacking. There's a disparity in racial talent. The battle between the two was intense, slicing dozens of meters off a mountaintop that served as the battlefield. This was Shen Fei's first experience with the intensity of Tallulah's flames. Previously, when Koshichay controlled her body, Shen Fei hadn't given him a chance to strike. While he knew Tallulah's originium skills were impressive, seeing it with his own eyes was still not as good as seeing it with his own eyes. Can this be mass-produced? Quinjet asked immediately after watching the two fight. The power of the Valkyrie armor had opened her eyes. If you don't consider the cost, then yes, Shen Fei nodded gently, then continued, but there's a problem. This armor isn't something that ordinary people can control. Why would Rhodes Island need it? Materials were a simple matter. If the cost wasn't taken into account, they could certainly produce more. However, perfectly controlling the 4th generation Godkiller armor was far from easy. It was like someone who could drive a car well, but flying an airplane was another matter entirely. Of course, Shen Fei didn't plan to manufacture more than just Froststar and Tallulah. As for Amaya, she didn't need it. She inherited the power of the 10 kings, and if fully awakened, she'd probably be enough to defeat Nian, Ling, and the others. Of course, if Quinjet wanted to prepare one for Amaya, Shen Fei wouldn't mind. Of course, that was all. He didn't plan to manufacture and sell Valkyrie armor in large quantities. After all, what about High-C, the evil god of this world? High-C, especially, he didn't want to see High-C wearing Valkyrie armor one day. Chapter 912, Ursus's Attack, Part 2. The Ursus army has been dispatched, the 3rd and 4th armies, 6 high-speed land-based warships. Are you well informed? Shen Fei looked at W with some surprise at the intelligence she brought him. As a veteran mercenary, W was naturally well informed, but knowing the Ursus army's movements was another matter entirely. That's not information I received. Someone else wanted to tell you. While some people don't want to see the establishment of an infected city, they believe it would be better if Ursus could be defeated. Of course, it would be best if you all perish together. Perish together? That's a nice thought. W's words made Shen Fei sneer. Some people always try to exploit the infected. Thank you for your hard work. Shen Fei nodded to W, then gathered the group for a meeting. According to the intelligence W brought, Ursus has deployed 6 high-speed land-based warships this time. Once everyone had gathered, Shen Fei immediately outlined the intelligence. 3rd Army, 4th Army, it seems there's disagreement within Ursus, the doctor said. Besides the reunion, Amaya, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the doctor were also present. Normally, Rhodes Island wouldn't participate in a war against a nation. After all, its strength was still somewhat weaker than that of a nation. All reunion cotters were present this time. Regicide, Faust, Mephistopheles, and Bonnebaker had already returned from Dragon Gate. W is now also a member of Reunion, so it could be said that Reunion was now at its peak. Of course, Alina's presence would have been even better. Shen Fei understood Rhodes Island's choice this time. Rhodes Island hadn't been successful against a nation because it couldn't defeat it. But this time was different. Shen Fei's display of strength showed them that they couldn't lose. Rhodes Island was naturally happy to see the emergence of an infected city. It was a different time. Another reason was, of course, Ursus. If it had been any other nation, Rhodes Island would have avoided involvement to avoid suspicion. But with Ursus, that was a different matter. Of course, there might be a deeper reason. Rhodes Island might not change its philosophy in the future, but Amaya will definitely be crowned king. As the heir to the Demon King, she will one day rule S.H.I.E.L.D. And if the Patriot's prophecy comes true, Amaya's rule might not just extend to S.H.I.E.L.D. Besides the 3 Rhodes Island leaders, General Helliger was also present. This time, he likely won't be coming to Rhodes Island, having been snatched away by the Patriots. Because those present are from the old aristocracy, Tallulah said. Not bad, the doctor nodded in agreement. You're learning quite quickly. Tallulah's quick guessing led Shen Fei to understand that it was because she had read some of the books he had provided. Originally, these books were for Froststar, but after Tallulah discovered them and joined, Froststar hadn't studied much, finding it too difficult. If there were no one to replace her, Froststar might have pushed herself to learn, but since someone was already there was no need to force herself. According to Froststar, having Tallulah to learn was enough. Shen Fei didn't force her to do so. He didn't know how Froststar would qualify as a leader. Furthermore, the definition of a qualified leader is a matter of debate. For example, who would dare to say Froststar wasn't a qualified leader? Froststar and Tallulah had never previously struggled for power. Froststar's official leadership position stemmed from Tallulah's actions after she was possessed by the undead Black Snake. If the undead Black Snake were to be the one to judge such a movement, it would likely be dismissed as a mob. However, Shen Fei believed this was the best approach. A leader didn't need to be meticulous, as long as they had a clear grasp of the general direction and the power to suppress everything, problems would be largely avoided. Just like his own Tang dynasty, where he, the emperor, had been constantly slacking off, the country still thrived. For Tallulah, the books Shen Fei presented were like a welcome relief after a long drought, resolving many of her doubts. When teaching Tallulah, the immortal Black Snake Koshich hid many secrets to allow her to be possessed by him, subjecting her to extremes, especially regarding her treatment of the infected. Now, through the books Shen Fei brought out, and through conversations with the doctor, Amaya, S.H.I.E.L.D, and others, Tallulah's focus has finally expanded beyond the infected. While Rhodes Island has always been providing aid to the infected, it's not its sole purpose. Restoring peace to the land is its ultimate goal. Currently, Rhodes Island's primary focus is on the infected, as the need for peace to be restored requires resolving the problems. Only with these issues can other problems be addressed. Indeed, Shen Fei showed those books to Amaya, and naturally, the doctor and S.H.I.E.L.D also learned about them. Even though the Flame Nation exists in this world, they are different worlds, and the Flame Nation in this world is incredibly powerful, resulting in many significant differences. Shen Fei was deeply curious about what Amaya would think after learning this knowledge. He had no desire to dominate the world, but Amaya was destined to follow this path. Although the city's defenses have been repaired, if possible, It's best not to fight near the city. S.H.I.E.L.D. City can't withstand the baptism of war at this point. When Kingslayer, Faust, and others arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. City's core, bringing the integration movement and the infected from Longman, S.H.I.E.L.D. City restarted and left Longman. With the Ursus attack imminent, if S.H.I.E.L.D. City remained near Longman, it would certainly make Ursus hesitant, fearing an attack on Longman would provoke intervention from Dan. However, Wei Yanwu naturally did not want such a scenario to happen. After he had Penguin Logistics deliver the necessary supplies, he contacted Shen Fei, hinting that they should leave the vicinity of Longman immediately. After the activation of the core city of S.H.I.E.L.D., many previously separated city modules were found along the way, including the location of the city defense cannon. Fortunately, the city defense cannon was too large, and with the name of Ursus, it was not dismantled by some people. As for the other city modules, after they were found, they were basically in ruins. Only a few city modules can still be used. However, most of them are no longer usable. It can be said that it will take a long time and a huge amount of wealth to restore S.H.I.E.L.D. to its previous appearance. Mobile city modules can be customized. Several major countries have the ability to produce them, including Longman. Unfortunately, this thing is very expensive, and a deposit must be paid before it can be produced. Shen Fei has already placed an order with Wei Yanwu, but it will take some time to get it. General, rest assured. We all know that S.H.I.E.L.D. City can't withstand a war right now. All we need to do now is find their whereabouts and launch an offensive. Only 6 land-based warships? You're looking down on me. I thought we'd be sending a fortress city. Shen Fei's words left everyone present speechless. 6 land-based warships would be a massive undertaking for any nation. Even a single one, let alone 6, would be too much for S.H.I.E.L.D. City to withstand if its warship guns were activated. Military land-based warships are essentially land-based aircraft carriers. It's certain that the 6 land-based warships Ursus is sending this time are completely different from the 2 previous ones. Those 2 were isolated vessels, concealing their identities. This time, being deployed by a military group, they would undoubtedly be equipped accordingly. As for the fortress city, it's essentially a mobile city, but unlike the others, this one is directly governed by the military. This is arguably the highest priority for all nations, and under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be deployed arbitrarily. For Ursus and Yan Nation, the fortress city is likely primarily used to combat the demonic forces. Living in the center of this continent is a stark contrast to the nations on its periphery. The marginal nations are tasked with resisting demonic forces, the CC, and other calamities threatening humanity, while the central nations are preoccupied with power struggles. Some are completely unaware of the existence of the CC, and even those who do know tend to dismiss them as untouchable, grossly underestimating their combat capabilities. Faust, send more special operators to conduct reconnaissance. We must locate the land-based battleship. After Faust's return, much of the reunion's responsibility fell to him, as he was considered the most prudent. Understood. Damn traitors. Ursus, in a camp somewhere in the wilderness, an Ursusian, perusing a newly delivered newspaper, erupted in outrage. The image on the newspaper was none other than Tallulah, the intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D. City. After taking control of Key City, Shen Fei gained control of public opinion, a crucial factor for power. This was largely responsible for the low status of the infected. Information about the dangers of the infected was everywhere, with terrifying descriptions of the spread of iridopathy. To change this situation, the only way was to influence public opinion, such as spreading awareness about iridopathy and its prevention. You're so angry. What's written on it? Another person snatched the newspaper from the Ursus. John, why are you so angry? It doesn't say anything, can't you see? They're actually living with those who persecute us. If it's an infected city, why are they allowing non-infected people to live there? As he spoke, his face contorted slightly. Alright, everyone, get some rest. We have a long journey ahead. Our next destination is Victoria. Just as John, the Ursus, was filled with excitement, a tall woman with long, fiery red hair that ended in snake-like shapes approached. Leader, the others greeted her immediately upon hearing her speak. This person was none other than Jiu. After leaving Longman with another team of reunion members and surviving in the wilderness for a while, they were ready to head towards Victoria. A recent riot caused by infected people had broken out in Victoria, and upon hearing the news, Jiu planned to take his men there to investigate. After greeting the group, Jiu walked away with a newspaper. The disguise is quite good, thanks to Ethan. I didn't expect him to end up in Rhodes Island after all this wandering. I wonder if he can get the Mudstone back later. The reunion has missed out on quite a few talented individuals. Looking at the disguised land battleship ahead, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of the person who had discovered them, Ethan. His Arginium skills allowed him to easily complete infiltration missions. Unlike the invisibility granted by Faust to the Phantom Crossbowman, Ethan's Arginium skills were similar to chameleon abilities, and seemed to have the effect of reducing his presence. As an infected, Ethan simply sought a place where he could survive. After traveling through numerous infected organizations, he eventually joined the reunion movement. His unique abilities earned him the position of leader of the reunion's Ghost Squad. However, upon discovering the reunion's activities, he immediately left the movement and used his abilities to enter Rhodes Island. He subsequently became a Rhodes Island operator. Judging by his life there, it's highly likely he won't be returning. Shen Fei had no particular feelings about Ethan, but a certain sarcasm woman was a different matter. It's a shame they arrived too quickly, leaving them no time to manufacture or purchase drones. The Ursus military's actions this time were undoubtedly more cautious. Numerous drones orbited the land-based battleship, while its numerous artillery pieces were ready. Terra's technology is truly unique, showcasing many modern technologies, but also many weapons that don't exist in this world, such as tanks. Initially, Shen Fei planned to build some tanks, but then realized they were of limited use in this world. Tyrants possess superior physical fitness and high mobility, making tanks too easy to target. Furthermore, Tyrants also possess weapons like siege-breaking spears. If that were the case, tanks could still be used in some situations. However, after discovering the power of drones and artillery in this world, Shen Fei abandoned them. Drones and artillery in this world are not accessible to ordinary people, they require sorcerers to wield them. Their power is significantly increased, and because they are guided by sorcerers, their accuracy is also incredibly high. In this world, tanks are useless. As for helicopters, they are even less practical than tanks. A single Arginium technique from a sorcerer could easily destroy one. Latlan seems to have something like the Gundam. This world's technology is truly fascinating. Kaltsit initially concluded that the Valkyrie armor resembled the Lateran Papal Knights. The power of a gun in this world is a completely different matter. Chapter 913 Ursus's Attack, and the muskets of the Terran world are strictly speaking spear-shaped staffs. Their power varies greatly depending on each individual's Arginium skills. This applies not only to Lateran's Guardian muskets but also to replicas. Simply put, due to the existence of Arginium, the technological development of this world is entirely based on Arginium, much like the later technology in Naruto is based on chakra. Precisely because of this vast difference in power, aside from Lateran's army, which primarily uses muskets, other nations' armies rarely use them. After all, the muskets available for imitation are primarily short, close-quarters weapons like pistols. Long-range, high-powered muskets are practically non-existent. Whether this is due to lack of success or due to concerns about Lateran's ability to replicate them remains unclear. It's possible both are possible. After all, the Laterans are quite secretive. In particular, they can't use their own firearms against their own people, or they'll fall from grace. This already involves rules, and Shen Fei is definitely incapable of doing that. This suggests that there are likely immortals like Nian, Ling, and Zai within Lateran. Unfortunately, until his time traveling, there wasn't much information about Lateran, and only glimpses of the situation were available from Penguin Logistics, Archangel, and Rhodes Island. While regular armies don't use small firearms, they're popular with security companies, mercenaries, and underground gangs. For example, Black Steel International equips its operators with firearms, while 5-star Heavy Razor is equipped with a pistol, as is a certain Cathead. This is primarily because small firearms are easier to carry and conceal than other types of bows and crossbows. Think about it, is it easier to spot carrying a pistol or a crossbow? Of course, bounty hunters are insulated from these types of weapons. It's not that they don't like them, they prefer portable weapons. But guns are incredibly expensive. Mercenaries and underground gangsters don't mind the price, but bounty hunters are different. Bounty hunters can afford just one gun, but mastering its operation requires constant practice, and etched bullets are expensive. This is probably why the Penguin Logistics men aren't afraid of the enemy's hail of bullets. Their aim is too poor, and they can't hit. Shen Fei is deeply curious about the Lateran. Not to mention the guns, The halo and wings alone are enough to make him want to see it for himself. Once he's done with his work, he'll definitely go see it before leaving. I didn't expect there's a seventh ship. How did you find it? From atop a bare, vegetation-free hilltop about 3 kilometers southwest of S.H.I.E.L.D. City? W asked curiously, gazing at the high-speed land battleship not far below. Whether it was the intelligence gathered from W or the results of Reunion's reconnaissance, URSS had deployed 6 high-speed land battleships. No one had anticipated the existence of another in secret. They're pretending to build a plank road while secretly attacking Chenkang. They're determined to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. City. It seems the URSS officials are not fools. Shen Fei didn't respond to W's question, but nodded thoughtfully. The 7th high-speed land battleship headed straight for S.H.I.E.L.D. City, its purpose obvious. Even if the 6 high-speed land battleships failed, URSS would still have achieved its ultimate goal, thus thwarting Reunion's plan to establish an infected city. Reunion's acquisition of Chernobog was the result of a multifaceted power struggle. The next Reunion might not be so lucky. For URSS, as long as the so-called infected city didn't originate from URSS, everything else would be manageable. Under normal circumstances, URSS's plan had a real chance of success. Unfortunately, their opponent this time was Shen Fei. Knowing URSS was about to attack, he was cautiously using his observation haki to scan the area around Kiri Castle. Fortunately, he had this habit, otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed until the enemy opened fire. The addition of a high-speed land battleship was a minor issue for Shen Fei, even though it only increased the enemy's land battleships from 3 to 4. During the previous discussion about how to handle the enemy's attack, Shen Fei had stated he could handle them all. However, both the Patriots and Frostster, Tallulah, indicated they would take action, leaving them to deal with the remaining 3 ships. Before receiving Shen Fei's equipment, the Patriots wouldn't have made this choice, given the vast disparity in power between the two sides. But things were different now. Not only had Shen Fei recovered, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. guards had also received new equipment. Furthermore, the Reunion movement had also significantly strengthened under his training. The problem remained, Tallulah was too accommodating toward the infected. After the Reunion grew in strength, the Patriots sought to dismantle it and impose discipline, but Tallulah firmly opposed it, stating that they were all compatriots and she wouldn't impose her will on others. As a result, the Reunion's combat effectiveness was severely weakened, and it was only because of the Patriots and S.H.I.E.L.D. guards that major problems were avoided. At the time, the only truly effective Reunion force was Faust's Phantom Crossbowmen, the others relied solely on numbers. But things were different now. The Reunion sniper and magician teams were already in place. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. This is a good opportunity to try this out. As he spoke, Shen Fei appeared directly in front of the land battleship. With a wave of his right hand, the sky suddenly filled with countless keys of truth. Before anyone on the land battleship could react, countless rays of light descended from the sky, shattering the land battleship in the blink of an eye. It's a shame about this land battleship, but now's the time to show our strength. We can't afford to worry about that. With his strength, he could have eliminated all the enemies on the land battleship and seized it, but that would have meant a more dramatic scene. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the smoke, and Shen Fei saw a towering figure burst out of the smoke, brandishing a heavy hammer. His armor was tattered, revealing injuries, but behind him was the phantom of a giant bear, as if protecting him and allowing him to continue his attack. This is indeed a powerful nation that cannot be underestimated. Those who can summon phantoms of their own race are all powerful on the land of Terra, just like Lin Guang, who later returned to Casimir and could summon a golden Pegasus. Boom! Shen Fei's right hand immediately glowed with a pitch-black light, meeting the incoming hammer directly. With a thunderous bang, the hammer shattered. The overwhelming force sending him flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. This is truly incredible. W finally arrived, stunned by the sight of the Key of Truth volley. I'll leave this to you. I'm leaving now, Shen Fei said, disappearing without waiting for W's reply. He still had 3 land-based warships to deal with. No problem, W smiled, waving at Shen Fei's disappearing form. He then pulled out his phone and began contacting the people in Key City. Is this the war in this world? It's truly magnificent. In the wilderness, 2 armies engaged in a fierce clash. Violent explosions echoed incessantly, and the air seemed to be dyed red by the constant attacks of the magicians on both sides, the entire sky ablaze with fireballs. You've arrived so quickly. It's settled. On a high ground on one side of the battlefield, Nian heard the voice and immediately turned to look at Shen Fei, then his gaze returned to the battlefield. It wasn't Nian who spoke, but Quinjet. Standing beside her were Quinjet, Amaya, and the doctor. It's resolved. It looks like we've reached a stalemate here. Ursus is truly reckless, even sending several war mages. War mages are the ace soldiers of the Ursus army, their strength almost rivaling that of the inner guards. Patriot had fought alongside them before, against 1,000 armed, 100-eyed monsters. Should we intervene? Nian suddenly asked. No need. This is their choice. They need to defend S.H.I.E.L.D. City themselves. I can't do everything for them. Perhaps it was this same thought that had led Patriot, Tallulah, and Frostster to task them with dealing with the 3 land battleships. Luckily, they're wearing 4th-generation Godslayer armor, otherwise we'd be outmatched. Relying on the power of their Valkyrie armor, Tallulah and Frostster disabled the battleship guns and artillery on the land battleships at the outset of the battle. Faust and the others have taken action, and the balance of victory is beginning to tilt. The originally stalemate in the battle was shattered when Faust, with his purple arrows, eliminated several Ursus mages, including a war mage, greatly weakening the Ursus side. Faust's purple arrows were extremely powerful, their force far beyond the reach of ordinary shield guards. During the kitchen incident, Lin Guang had barely managed to block his arrows. Arrows of this magnitude, combined with his Arginium skills and the battlefield environment, were a nightmare for the enemy. Without the suppression of the war mage, the Patriot finally had the opportunity to unleash his Arginium skills. The Patriot was extremely famous in Ursus, his record admired even by the internal guards. He had faced both demons and the most elite forces of various nations, and Ursus was therefore very familiar with his abilities. Given the Patriot's achievements, if he hadn't come from S.H.I.E.L.D, how could he have been just a captain? He would have likely risen to high rank in the Empire long ago. But what about his status as an outsider? In Ursus, outsiders could only achieve the rank of captain. Perhaps this exclusion made Ursus so rare. If the Patriot hadn't encountered the previous emperor, he probably wouldn't have stayed in Ursus for long. As the Patriots began their attack, Tallulah and Frostster were also liberated. Even though they wore armor made of the latest materials from Shen Fei, they couldn't withstand more than a few blows from the war wizard. Fortunately, the new materials allowed them to withstand a few hits. Using other materials, even D32 steel, they would have only been able to withstand 2. The liberated Tallulah and Frostster, 1 fire and 1 ice, inflicted immense pain on the Ursus shield guards. Tallulah's scorching heat was especially intense, which ordinary armor couldn't withstand. Before the battle even began, it was Tallulah who had used her flames to destroy the Ursus artillery and drones. Herrig, you actually betrayed the Empire. General Herrig had naturally participated in this war. His opponent was also a general, a colleague, though judging by their fighting, their relationship likely wasn't good. You are the ones who betrayed the Empire. Herrig took advantage of the enemy's distraction from the stray arrows and intensified his attack. As a former Ursus Empire general, Herrig's prowess was undeniable. Even in the game, he was a popular guard. While in-game star rating doesn't equate to real-world strength, some people can be used as a reference. After all, people like Rangers are rare. You thought I was a sniper, haha, but I'm actually the scimitar of the Crimson Valley. The enemy's inner guards are about to attack. It seems I have no choice but to take action. Shen Fei, who had originally been reluctant to take action, immediately decided to do so after noticing the Ursus inner guard's actions. Their country was truly disgusting, especially towards those far inferior to them. That's enough. Shen Fei once again used gravity to control the inner guards as they prepared to attack. The kingdom's power made it difficult for him to directly eliminate the inner guards, a fact that made Shen Fei feel a little disgusted, but he couldn't help but consider the evil god contamination that killing the inner guards would bring. After Shen Fei stopped the inner guards, the war naturally ended with a reunion movement victorious. While not completely annihilating the enemy, this boosted morale and gave the reunion movement greater confidence for the next infected city. Herrig, perhaps feeling elated after having killed an enemy, later learned that the general was one of the culprits behind his infection. As a general of the Ursus Empire, Herrig had a promising future, but unfortunately, even a general who successfully infected others had no place in Ursus. This also made Herrig understand the plight of the infected in Ursus. He supported the infected's violent resistance. Even though the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. City had a significant impact on him, he did not change his mind and remained a supporter of the reunion movement. It couldn't be helped. The living conditions for the infected in Ursus were so harsh. When survival is a concern, you don't consider much else. Violence is simply a matter of survival. Once you become infected, you're on the opposite side of Ursus. Those were Helliger's words. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been caught and executed. The Ursus military executes a significant number of infected soldiers every year. Congratulations. Vit wants to talk to you, then he shouldn't come to me. I'm not a leader of the reunion movement. I'll pass your message on. After hanging up with Wei Yanwu, Shen Fei informed Tallulah and the others of Ursus's demands. He wasn't surprised by Ursus's decision. Since the war was lost, negotiation was the only option. For a nation, the interests of the nation are paramount. Individuals may act on impulse, but not nations. Of course. If you have the power to remotely control the enemy, then that's not a big deal. Negotiations are unnecessary, Frostster flatly refused. Not only she, but the Kingslayer as well, firmly opposed it. What do you think? As he spoke, everyone else's eyes immediately turned to Shen Fei. This is your own business. I've already said it before. Chapter 914 Zista, Part 1. For Shen Fei, the current assistance he could offer Frostster, Tallulah, the reunion movement, and even Rhodes Island was all he could do. He didn't need to participate in the future. Instead of arguing with Ursus, wouldn't he be better off training and researching? With him around, even if Tallulah and the others made the wrong choice, there was a backup. He could already guess what Tallulah and the others would ultimately choose. Even if Frostster, Kingslayer, and Bonnebreaker objected, S.H.I.E.L.D. City and Ursus would undoubtedly enter into negotiations, seeking favorable terms that might persuade Ursus to recognize S.H.I.E.L.D. City's independence and allow it to become an independent city-state. In addition to the major kingdoms, independent mobile city-states also existed on Terra. While their number was small, they did exist and could be considered small, independent nations. Most of these independent mobile city-states were not wealthy, barely surviving, lacking any backing. Of course, there were exceptions. Some independent city-states were quite prosperous, such as Ziosta, which was an independent city-state but was well known among the major kingdoms. Charcoal grilled sandworm legs. I didn't expect them to taste so good. No wonder the doctor loves them so much. Inside the lab, watching the doctor prepare them, Shen Fei, curious, tried some. The meat was surprisingly good. I told you, aren't you afraid of Amai getting mad? This is for lab experiments, Shen Fei said as he ate the sandworm legs, dipping them in the ingredients the doctor had provided. It's okay, just say it's normal consumption. The sandworm legs the doctor had grilled weren't sandworms in the normal sense, but originium worms. Not all creatures on Terra were related to originium, there were also normal creatures. For example, pack animals, feathered beasts, and scaly beasts were the primary source of meat on Terra. With the exception of a few, most people wouldn't try to eat creatures like originium worms, fearing the risk of contracting or sickness. This view is, in fact, one-sided. While it's true that most originium worms are inedible, some are edible. It's easy to tell which originium creatures are merely originium shelled and which are infected, just like ordinary mushrooms versus poisonous ones. The reunion movement is a leader in this area. The Patriots, for example, survived the ice field when food was scarce by hunting originium creatures. Since it's normal consumption, why not try this? With the doctor's backing, Shen Fei didn't hesitate. He pulled a half-meter-tall rock crab from a nearby incubator, dissected it with a surgery fruit, and added it to the charcoal grill. In terms of taste, sandworm legs certainly couldn't compare to rock crabs. Shen Fei's laboratory currently houses a considerable number of various originium creatures, all intended for use as test subjects in research on ore sickness. Some were captured by him at the reunion movement's command, while others were transferred from Rhodes Island. In the real world of Terra, rock crabs are a relatively dangerous originium creature. If encountered in the wild, extreme caution is required. Originium infection has made their shells as hard as steel, making them quite formidable for ordinary humans. What's even more strange is that for rock crabs, the originium infection seems to only affect their shells, leaving the body inside unaffected. By the way, doctor, I have a few questions about originium disease, including the originium in the blood. While munching on charcoal grilled crab meat, Shen Fei casually asked the doctor a few questions about originium disease. Even though she had lost her memory, it seemed that the loss was only related to Babel, and her knowledge hadn't been significantly affected. As a former Babel demon, The doctor was a true all-rounder. It's said that she was the first to initiate research on originium disease, and Rhode Island's research on originium disease far surpasses other organizations, a fact she contributed greatly to. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D also played an important role. She could be considered a well-rounded individual. If we were to judge by titles, S.H.I.E.L.D could easily hold over a dozen doctorates. Take Su's sword key. A golden light emanated from Shen Fei's hand, piercing through the infected person in front of him. The infected person's eyes immediately lost their light. It seems I was overthinking it. Using Take Su's sword key to only destroy the originium's consciousness to cure the oripathy requires more sophisticated manipulation. Unfortunately, even you Dutchan can't find the originium's consciousness. In another biological laboratory, Shen Fei looked at the lifeless infected person and sighed softly. To cure the oripathy, human experimentation was essential. Of course, Shen Fei always maintained a clear line of sight for human experimentation. The infected person who fell into his hands was naturally not a good person. This person was the infected thug who had been driven away earlier. He tried to sneak back in to cause trouble and was captured by W or sickness. It's much more difficult than Honkai. Looks like you've failed again. W walked in at some point. Shen Fei hadn't concealed his experiments. After all, they were meant to treat oripathy, and nothing was forbidden. The reason he hadn't done them in his original lab was simply because he feared Amaya might feel uncomfortable seeing them. He didn't trust Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D, who hadn't conducted human trials on oripathy. Yes, we'll have to abandon this method for now. Shen Fei had been conducting research on oripathy. Using Take Su's sword key to treat oripathy was just one method. He had also been experimenting with the Philosopher's Stone and the Black Abyss White Flower. Compared to Take Su's sword key, the Philosopher's Stone and the Black Abyss White Flower had shown significantly better results, and it could be said that these two methods could completely cure oripathy. Unfortunately, these methods weren't widely available, and so far, despite successful experiments, no infected person had been cured. After all, this method couldn't be widely adopted, much like the fact that doctors' blood could suppress originopathy. Therefore, knowledge of it was limited to a few people, including Tallulah, Frostster, Amaya, S.H.I.E.L.D, Dr. and W. Unfortunately, none of these people wanted to cure originopathy. According to Tallulah and Amaya, as a group of infected, if their leader wasn't infected themselves, how could they convince others? Frostster's reasoning was similar. As for W, her reasoning was simple. Originopathy could enhance her originium skills. While it could alleviate the disease, it couldn't completely cure it, at least not yet. She didn't want to weaken her strength. While strictly speaking, even if originopathy was cured, other means of enhancing originopathy were available, such as originium and staffs. Frostster and the Yeti squad had always used originium to enhance her originopathy skills, but she still refused. According to W, since the cure was already possible, there was no rush. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, her explanation was simple. Oripathy didn't affect her much, and she wouldn't be cured until a complete cure was found. Since S.H.I.E.L.D didn't want to, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't force her. However, Shen Fei later got a glimpse of S.H.I.E.L.D's intentions from the doctor's words. She seemed to be using herself as an experiment, hoping to understand the true nature of oripathy. No amount of research could compare to experiencing it firsthand. Since Tallulah, Amaya, and the others didn't want a complete cure, the treatment would have to be temporarily sealed. This was the unanimous suggestion of the doctor and S.H.I.E.L.D. Chechen had finally stabilized. If the method for completely curing oripathy were revealed, it would undoubtedly become a target of public criticism. Shen Fei naturally had no fear of that, but Chechen couldn't. Congratulations. You're now invaluable. And thanks to you, my bounty has increased significantly, W said, placing several wanted notices in front of Shen Fei, his, Tallulah's, Frostster's, and W's. Who did it? Shen Fei snorted coldly at the bounty order. It was familiar to him. He'd always had bounties in pirates, but he hadn't expected to see one in Terra. Even if the bounty was a bit more modest, it was nowhere near what he'd paid in pirates. I don't know. It came from Scar Emporium. They say you might have inherited something from the ancient ruins, which is how you can defeat Ursus. Scar Emporium wasn't really a mall, but rather the name of an underground intermediary. It could also be considered Terra's largest intermediary, where anyone's head could be put on the line, nobles from various countries, famous mercenaries, and so on. Scar Emporium was somewhat similar to the money exchange in the Naruto world. For many mercenaries, the bounty offered there was, to some extent, a measure of their fame, similar to how many pirates compare their strength to the Navy's bounty. While greater fame meant greater danger, it also meant higher commissions. Both Headley and Innes, members of W's mercenary organization, were on the list. The identity behind Scar Emporium remains unknown, but given its continued existence and growing reputation, it's easy to guess who's behind it. Tell me about Scar Emporium. Shen Fei, while unconcerned about the bounty, felt somewhat irritated by the provocative offer. Anyone else might be powerless against Scar Emporium, after all, it was merely an intermediary. But he was different. It was impossible to offend him without paying the price. Others might have various considerations for allowing Scar Emporium to continue, but he had no such concerns. Not many people know the specifics of Scar Emporium, nor where their headquarters are located. However, they have a base in S.H.I.E.L D, rumored to be a connection point to their headquarters. Some also say that S.H.I.E.L D is Scar Emporium's headquarters. W, with a smile on his face, recounted Scar Emporium's situation and some of its activities. For example, Scar Emporium implemented a friendly fire insurance policy. In battles between mercenaries, friendly fire often occurred, especially when heavy weapons were used, hence the need for friendly fire insurance. What's most peculiar is that, while launching this insurance policy, Scar Emporium also beefed up the power of all the heavy weaponry they sell, ensuring that anyone accidentally injured will never be allowed to return to the battlefield. Scar Emporium isn't just the largest intermediary organization, it's also the Underground's largest arms dealer, a black market. S.H.I.E.L D, it seems I need to go there sometime. Shen Fei glanced at W, not revealing her intentions. W had so enthusiastically handed over the bounties on him, to Lula, and Frost, and had given such a detailed introduction to Scar Emporium, it was clear she had some ulterior motive. After all, Scar Emporium's willingness to issue bounties on him, to Lula, and Frost meant they had accepted their mission, which had already offended him. You two go to S.H.I.E.L D and investigate. Find the person behind this. After W left, Shen Fei clasped his hands together, and two wooden clones emerged from his body. With his abilities, he could find the person behind Scar Emporium, no matter how deeply hidden they were. Considering Scar Emporium's considerable influence, Shen Fei had his two wooden clones take direct action. You told him about Scar Emporium, hoping to leverage his power to deal with it. W, fresh from Shen Fei's visit to the Rhode Island office in Quinjet City, came directly to meet Quinjet and the doctor. Even though the doctor was someone W wanted to kill, he was still someone she trusted. Yes, Your Highness said back then that they were the primary reason for S.H.I.E.L.'s chaos. If it weren't for them, Your Highness wouldn't have failed in the end. W glared at the doctor fiercely at the end. That's a good idea, but he's not someone you can exploit. You'd better tell him everything and let him make his own decision. Quinjet looked at W and shook her head slightly. Quinjet is right, W. You shouldn't use your mercenary mentality in this matter, the doctor said. I don't need you to tell me what to do. W wasn't as polite to the doctor as she was to Quinjet, though that politeness was relative. In fact, if this matter didn't involve the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D, given W's personality, she wouldn't have even come to Quinjet and the doctor. Okay, I'll talk to him about something later, and I'll tell him, while W's style wasn't ideal, this was indeed an opportunity to change things in S.H.I.E.L.D. So even Quinjet was prepared to talk to Shen Fei, even though S.H.I.E.L.D was nominally Tracy's territory. I understand, but I never expected W to have this side of me. Shen Fei was somewhat surprised by Quinjet's visit and the discussion of S.H.I.E.L.D. He'd assumed W had other concerns, but not this one. After all, in his impression, W didn't seem to care about the Sarkaz race as a whole, her only concern was the princess. She's a Sarkaz, after all, as a Sarkaz, it was impossible for her to not care about her homeland, it was simply because she had been powerless to do anything about it. Yes, she is a Sarkaz, after all. Shen Fei nodded gently, repeating in a low voice that, if possible, he would actually like to go back. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Even if it's not for Amaya, the reward they offered me is enough for me to intervene. Chapter 915 Zista, Part 2. Regarding the Scarm Wall issue, Shen Fei originally just wanted his shadow clone to investigate first and consider how to handle it later. However, since it was related to Amaya, he had to deal with it properly. In this world, aside from entities like Yan Nation, Rattlin, the Demon, and High C, he didn't want to provoke them. He wasn't afraid of anything else. If he could help A.I deal with some enemies in advance, he didn't mind taking action. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't say much about the issue, and then explained the purpose of her visit, which was regarding the issues of Exa and Franca. Exa's sister's injuries? I need to see them in person to confirm that. As for Franca's mother, if her condition isn't dangerous, we can bring her to Rhodes Island or G-Virus City for treatment. Exa and Franca's problems were essentially the same. They both had patients in their families who needed treatment. Rhodes Island was a renowned pharmaceutical company, but don't assume they only treated oropathy, they were also experts in other ailments. It's simply because the OR disease patients are so unique, and because they're the most exposed, other issues have been glossed over. Even the low prices for OR disease medications are largely due to subsidies from this sector. While Rhodes Island has many industries in the real world, unfortunately, gold farming is absent. Rhodes Island's primary source of income comes from healthcare. After arriving at Rhodes Island, Exa and Franca naturally approached their medical staff with their questions. Unfortunately, even their skilled medics were unable to address some issues. Exa didn't elaborate on whether S.H.I.E.L.D had personally examined her sister, but she did provide detailed information about her sister's condition. She explained that the originium technique had caused her to be in a coma for 5 years, and upon waking, she was paralyzed. After examining her condition, S.H.I.E.L.D found it incapable of treating her. As for Franca's mother, she was suffering from a serious illness caused by overwork, and was practically terminal. S.H.I.E.L.D was equally helpless, and only after meeting Shen Fei, who possessed the herb that could cure all ailments, did she reveal it. Herb that could cure all ailments required extreme secrecy. After all, if it were leaked, the consequences would be undeniable. Who knows how many wealthy nobles would suffer from illness in their old age. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't use the herb to treat Franca's mother directly, but consulted with Shen Fei first. Having roamed this land for so many years, S.H.I.E.L.D was well aware of the greed of the human heart. It was precisely for this reason that the existence of the herb was a top secret in Rhodes Island, known only to a select few, much like the doctor's blood. Strictly speaking, the herb was even more of a mystery than the doctor's blood. After all, the doctor's blood only targeted mineral sickness, while the herb targeted most other ailments. Shen Fei was well aware of S.H.I.E.L.D's concerns. He wasn't afraid of the herb leaking because he was powerful enough, but Rhodes Island wasn't. S.H.I.E.L.D was incredibly thorough, otherwise she wouldn't have come to Shen Fei to discuss these matters. For example, regarding Franca's mother's condition, having her take a herb back home for her mother would definitely alleviate her symptoms, if not cure them immediately. However, this would also create the possibility of exposure. Franca's mother's condition was undoubtedly well known in Colombia, not to mention the doctors at the local hospital. If anyone noticed her sudden recovery and launched an investigation, there would be a risk of exposure. I'll have Archangel come to you later. I'll tell her about Franca, S.H.I.E.L.D said, and took her leave. I really don't know if she's the cat. If so, her antiquity is beyond imagination, at least not comparable to humans. In the collapsed world, it's possible to determine the time difference between the current world and the previous civilization, over 55,000 years. However, in Terra's world, there's no way to determine the age difference, even after excavating numerous ruins. Because this world has historical gaps, we know that people like Nian, Ling, and Zai probably existed before the civilization. They seem to have emerged after the Originium appeared. If S.H.I.E.L.D is the cat from the pre-civilization, then she's naturally older than Nian and the others. With such antiquity, S.H.I.E.L.D must have many secrets. I know everything, and I'm not above making a joke. Is she so concerned about Angelica because she was once a Lateran monk, or because of the Emperor? S.H.I.E.L.D has many identities, one of which is a Lateran monk. As a fellow immortal, it would be surprising if she and the Emperor didn't know each other. After all, the Emperor at Penguin Logistics almost sent all his employees to Rhodes Island. Can you really save my sister? Angelica quickly appeared before Shen Fei, likely having heard from S.H.I.E.L.D that he could heal her sister. Several people from Penguin Logistics are now in G-Virus City, partly because of Rhodes Island and partly because Wei Yanwu asked them to deliver the supplies Shen Fei had requested. It shouldn't be a problem, but as you can see, I'm quite busy here. I'm afraid it'll be a while before I have time to go to Lateran. Going to Lateran was a decision they had made long ago. It was a perfect opportunity to help Angelica treat her sister. You're going to Lateran? Angelica looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. In fact, if Shen Fei couldn't go to Lateran, she could have returned and brought her sister here for treatment. I'm naturally very interested in this legendary holy city. Please allow me to be your guide, Angelica said immediately. I'll contact you when I'm ready to leave. Although Shen Fei was somewhat intrigued by the halo around Angelica's head and the wings floating behind her, those were, after all, racial traits of the Sakota, so he didn't want to show too much curiosity. Here's my contact number, Angelica said, reciting it. That's quite long. S.H.I.E.L.D is truly amazing, having memorized Lin Yuxia's number so well. After hearing Angelica's number, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of both S.H.I.E.L.D and Lin Yuxia. Ms. S.H.I.E.L.D, Ms. Xingchen, such a welcome. At the entrance to Qi City, Shen Fei, Tallulah, Shuangxing, and Shen Huji appeared. Not far ahead were S.H.I.E.L.D and Xingchen, who had just gotten out of the car. Tallulah, long time no see. Yes, it's been a while. I'll leave this to you. After Shen Fei introduced Shuangxing and Xingchen to each other, he left with them, leaving the scene to Tallulah, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Shen Huji. It was a rare occasion for them to meet, so they must have had a lot to talk about. It was a shame Lin Yuxia wasn't here, otherwise everyone would have been there. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. You don't have to accompany me. I can just wander around on my own. Xingchen observed the people walking around with interest. Even if you want to explore, you should know where to rest. Let Shuangxing accompany you. She knows where they have the fine Ursa's wine. Shen Fei knew Xingchen loved drinking, but he wasn't sure if she would be comfortable with Ursa's alcohol. I didn't expect you to remember. I've been wanting to try Ursa's fine wine for a while now. How about having a couple of drinks with me? Forget that, but if you really want to find someone to drink with, there's someone like Frostster. First, take her to the rest area, and then take her to the Snow Monster Bar. The Snow Monster Bar was, of course, run by the Snow Monsters. It was one of the Snow Monsters' ideas, and everyone agreed, because it allowed them to drink openly. Those living in Ursus, even those of a different race, can drink more than most, even Frostster. After all, Ursus is so cold, and the water of life is essential. Frostster might even be able to rival Starber in that regard. Kalen Trading, Black Steel International, I have to say, Rhode Island's connections are truly unmatched by most. S.H.I.E.L.D's visit wasn't solely to speak about Tallulah and Shen Huji, she was also representing her family, Beatrix. After repelling the attack of Ursus, the city of Chain naturally had to start construction, and in order to build a prosperous city, attracting investment is inevitable. However, there are not many businessmen who dare to invest in Che City. After all, this is a city controlled by the infected organization integration movement. However, not many does not mean that there are none. S.H.I.E.L.D's family was the first to extend an olive branch, so even if Shen Fei did not like the old man behind S.H.I.E.L.D, he would not push her out. The same is true for S.H.I.E.L.D. She is also a little unhappy with her grandfather, but she still agreed to come and investigate. Although S.H.I.E.L.D is now working in the Longman Guard Bureau, she has many companies under her command due to her excellent vision. These are not the Beatrice family's businesses, but S.H.I.E.L.D has slowly built them up during her student days. As a young lady, she is not spending the family's money, but her own. S.H.I.E.L.D's grandfather was a formidable figure. He played a crucial role in Wei Yanwu and his team's seizure of Longman from Kashiche. His vision was even greater than S.H.I.E.L.D's. To be frank, not many people were optimistic about Wei Yanwu and his team back then. Yet, under these circumstances, he supported Wei Yanwu, and the reward for his support was generous. The entire Tifa, as large as Longman's Grand Ancient Plaza, belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D's family. Now, with no one optimistic about Che City, he was the first to offer his services. As long as the offer wasn't excessive and the price was high, Shen Fei would surely agree. Besides the Beatrix family, the other companies willing to come to Che City were Karen Trading and Black Steel International, introduced by Professor Rhodes Island. While Rhodes Island's reputation played a role, they also believed Shen Fei possessed what they needed. According to the professor, they were curious about the power Shen Fei wielded. Shen Fei's previous use of the Key of Truth to destroy the Ursa's land battleship was mistaken for a weapon from a previous civilization found within the ruins. Entheotis of Kalen Trading, also known as Silver Ash, is Jareg's natural henchman. He's constantly worried about Jareg's future, and given the circumstances, he's naturally interested in the weapons from Che City that could force Ursus to negotiate. Even if he can't control them, an alliance with Che City would provide Jareg with an additional layer of security against potential upheavals. Black Steel International's goals are similar to Silver Ash's. As a renowned security consulting firm on Terra, Black Steel International has always paid close attention to weapons. S.H.I.E.L.D. City's status as an infected city has caused some concerns, otherwise it wouldn't just be these three companies that would be interested. Thor Industries, arguably Terra's largest arms dealer, would undoubtedly be interested. While they have some cooperation with Rhodes Island, it's not a very close one. Therefore, when Rhodes Island approached them, they had a tiered approach to partners, general partners, friendly partners, and deep cooperation partners. Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D Trading and Black Steel International are friendly partners of Rhodes Island. Perhaps after the snowstorm passes, Rhodes Island and S.H.I.E.L.D Trading will deepen their cooperation. Shortly after S.H.I.E.L.D arrived in S.H.I.E.L.D City, representatives from S.H.I.E.L.D Trading and Black Steel International also arrived. Among the S.H.I.E.L.D Trading representatives was Silver Ash himself. The reunion movement truly lacks management talent. S.H.I.E.L.D is quite capable, but unfortunately, for her, the Guard Bureau is her primary focus. The companies she manages are merely side hustles. S.H.I.E.L.D joined the Lungman Guard Bureau with her heart set on the position of director, not just for gilding her reputation. Tallulah excels politically thanks to Cassius's guidance, but struggles financially. Since none of these people are up to par, Shen Fei is the only one left. Fortunately, he has Red Queen and the Doctor, whom he can consult at any time. Ultimately, 4 contracts were signed, naturally separate for Beatrix and S.H.I.E.L.D. Happy cooperation, happy cooperation. After shaking hands with Silver Ash led his men away. Now he is very proud, and it can be said that he is very capable. He is worthy of being the one who developed S.H.I.E.L.D trade to such a scale in just a few years. The last person who could do this was S.H.I.E.L.D in Chengdu East. However, because S.H.I.E.L.D did not focus her main energy on the company later, her current situation is not as good as Silver Ash. Even so, it is already very impressive. After all, there is a country behind Silver Ash. Although Jerag is geographically small, it is rich in resources. It's a pity that I didn't see the Black Knight, but now things are finally almost done. It's time to relax for a while. Looking at the news about the S.H.I.E.L.D music festival on the internet, Shen Fei decided to take a vacation. Not only him, but also Tallulah, Frostster, and the Snow Monster Squad all need to have a good rest and relax. By the way, there are also Amaya, the Doctor and others. Then what about S.H.I.E.L.D City? Hearing that they were going on vacation, Tallulah naturally disagreed, and the same went for Frostster. Now S.H.I.E.L.D City is in ruins and there are too many things to do. Don't worry, no one will have any intention of attacking Kiri Castle now. Just leave the problem of Kiri Castle to those 2 old guys. They will just be away for a while anyway. P.S. I haven't watched the plot of Wano Country for a while. I didn't expect that even the rubber fruit has changed. I am speechless. Chapter 916 Zista, Part 2. And we're not going there just for sightseeing. As you've seen from Ziosta's intelligence, it's one of the few cities that doesn't discriminate against infected people. We could take this opportunity to discuss cooperation with the mayor. Seeing that Tallulah and Frostster were still reluctant to go, Shen Fei found an offer they couldn't refuse. Of course, strictly speaking, it wasn't an offer. He did have the idea of approaching Ziosta to discuss cooperation. As a renowned tourist destination, Ziosta draws an astonishing number of visitors each year, especially during the annual Obsidian Music Festival, a revelation. In this context, reaching a partnership with Ziosta would provide a sales outlet for Checheng's future products. Shen Fei had his own plans for Checheng's development. Even if he allowed capital to flow into Chechen, it had to be under his control. Otherwise, he preferred to forego it. He didn't want Chechen to become like Longman, subject to the threat of capital. Wei Yangwu's slum clearance efforts were primarily driven by pressure from capital. After years of development, many industries in Longman were already established. Further expansion offered only 2 possibilities: expanding the mobile city, adding modules. However, this proved difficult. Longman had grown enormously, significantly impacting its mobility. A natural disaster would be dangerous, a fact borne out by history. In the world of Terra, natural disasters are a constant threat, with more than 1 mobile city destroyed annually. Franca's hometown was among the ravaged and wealthy. Franca, a daughter of a wealthy family, practiced aristocratic swordsmanship. However, with the destruction of her hometown and the deaths of her husband and wife, Franca was forced to earn a living as a mercenary. Her mother, overworked to care for her, became ill, having been young when the disaster struck. She and her mother were fortunate to have escaped the calamity by traveling to the outskirts of the city. As for why mobile cities still encounter natural disasters despite the presence of a scourge messenger, the messenger's predictions aren't 100% accurate. Large cities with multiple messengers can take this into account, but smaller mobile cities are lucky to have one or two. Smaller mobile cities, in particular, are lucky to have just one. Furthermore, people tend to rely on luck, especially when there's a stake in their bottom line. For example, if crops planted outside a mobile city are about to mature, leaving them at that moment would mean the crops are all gone. It can be said that many small mobile cities have been destroyed by this kind of luck. While this world has the technology to grow crops in mobile cities, it's only feasible in large ones. Smaller ones, with their limited area, simply don't have much room to grow crops. The Warrenmet incident occurred under these circumstances. Only large mobile cities wouldn't rely on luck when faced with a natural disaster, like Longmen. Even if it was a false alarm, Wei Yanwu wouldn't have entertained such a hopeless situation. Based on the situation on the Terran world, Shen Fei's development plan for Che City centered on food production. This was something only he could accomplish, something no one else could. He could expand the space using the traceless extension charm. With him, there wouldn't be a problem with insufficient acreage. He could literally expand Rhodes Island to the size of Longmen if he wanted to. With such a vast area, growing anything would be a breeze. He could replicate his Harry Potter era approach and become the largest snack vendor in the Terran world. After visiting so many worlds and becoming the emperor of the Tang dynasty, food was a constant concern for him. Everything else was easy, but self-sufficiency was paramount. Before his time travel, he'd been speechless when he'd seen people suggesting they should just buy in food. Such people were either foolish or evil, and of course, they were more interested in the bounty. Tallulah, Frostster, Patriot, and the others naturally agreed with Shen Fei's ideas. As infected themselves, they knew all too well what it meant to be short on supplies. Alright, upon hearing Shen Fei's proposal to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D, Tallulah and Frostster finally gave up their objections. After all, it would benefit Che City. Obsidian Music Festival, let Amaya and the others accompany you. After confirming the number of reunion members going to S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei went to Rhodes Island to meet Amaya, Quinjet, and the others. Quinjet bluntly stated that she was too busy with work to be available, but she did agree to let Amaya, the doctor, and the others go on vacation. The doctor had been extremely busy since waking up and was definitely in need of a good rest. Of course, it was only because of the doctor's amnesia that Quinjet agreed. By the way, you're just in time. There's a patient who needs your attention, Quinjet said, leading Shen Fei toward in the Rhodes Island medical department. Shen Fei heard a careless voice. Don't come over here. I don't want to eat that kind of food. The voice sounded arrogant, but the tone revealed a guilty conscience. When Shen Fei entered the ward, he saw Furin, with short purple hair, approaching a girl with short blonde hair, holding a bowl of nutritious food. No, this is for your health. You must finish it today, Ifrit. Hammer told you to be obedient before he left. Although the little girl looked extremely reluctant, Furin didn't give in at all. She even picked up the spoon and began to feed her. Hammer, I understand. At the mention of Hammer, the blonde girl, despite her reluctance, even with a bitter face, still obediently ate Furin's nutritious meal. Furin's talent is truly amazing. Shen Fei had naturally heard of Furin's nutritious meal for a long time. With a hint of curiosity, he tasted it and decided not to eat a second bite. They were all normal ingredients, some of which could even taste good with just a simple preparation, but Furin had the ability to create a taste that no one could accept. It was really hard to say what to say. Dr. Quinjet, Mr. Shen, seeing the blonde girl obediently eating her nutritious meal, Furin couldn't help but smile. Then, upon seeing Quinjet and Shen Fei, she immediately greeted them with a smile. Ifrit, Charmander. I didn't expect she's actually a sarcasm. From Furin's address to the blonde, Shen Fei immediately understood who she was. She was the 6-star mage he'd always wanted but never appreciated, a mage he'd always considered alongside Xianwang. However, at the time, he hadn't noticed that Charmander was also a sarcasm, a Jinchuuriki from the Terran world. Speaking of which, there are quite a few of them in this world. They're also considered behemoths. Ifrit's ability to become Charmander was naturally due to her originium skills. But whether that originium power was her own or the monster within her was hard to say. Dr. Quinjet, after finally finishing Furin's nutritious meal, Ifrit immediately greeted Quinjet in a respectful manner. In Rhodes Island, Quinjet was one of the few people in front of whom Ifrit didn't dare to call herself this uncle. Otherwise, even in front of the doctor or Amidaya, she dared to call herself that. Who is he? After greeting, Ifrit immediately looked at Shen Fei curiously. Someone who can solve the problem in your body, Quinjet said and gave a brief account of Ifrit's situation. What do you want me to do? Eliminate the monster in her body. Ifrit's situation was somewhat similar to Tallulah, but it might be that Rein Life did something that ultimately caused the monster in her body to be controlled by Ifrit. Strictly speaking, Ifrit refers to the monster in Charmander's body. Ifrit is a spirit of fire, meaning monster. Rein Life was truly impressive, capable of such a feat. Although Shen Fei was deeply dissatisfied with them, considering their numerous and humane experiments, he also had to admit that their technology in certain areas was exceptionally advanced, surpassing even Rhodes Island. Rein Life was also teeming with talent and experts. The renowned Seth was once the head of its defense department. Another director had even demonstrated the ability to remotely control a clone. Not yet. This requires her guardian's approval, as your neuropathy is extremely severe, Quinjet said, shaking her head. Without Hummer, Seth, and the others present, Quinjet couldn't make the decision for them. While her force field suggested that the monster within Ifrit should be eliminated, which would be best for Ifrit, she couldn't afford to take over. You can destroy the monster within me. Ifrit looked at Shen Fei with agitation. If it hadn't been Quinjet, she wouldn't have believed it. As she spoke, a ball of flame erupted from her body. Just as she was at a loss, Shen Fei waved his hand, extinguishing the flames. If you wish, I can indeed destroy it, but first, let me see if your Ord disease is any good. Ifrit's body was now covered in a profusion of originium crystals, arms, legs, abdomen, and back. This was only on the surface, her blood was also densely packed with originium crystals. It was because she was a Sarkaz that she could appear unaffected despite a severe infection. If it had been any other race, the infection would have been nearly life-threatening. Sarkaz possess a high susceptibility to infection, but this also makes them highly resilient toward disease, as Patriots are known to be. No problem, Shen Fei nodded gently. Furin, leave this to me, Quinjet said, sending Furin away. The fewer people who knew about Shen Fei's abilities, the better. It wasn't that Quinjet didn't trust Furin, but there was no need to expand the circle of people who knew about it. Get some sleep, Shen Fei said, letting Ifrit fall asleep. He then began to purge the originium crystals from her body and inside her body, only waking her up when they were almost gone. How did you do that? Upon waking, Ifrit was astonished at her smooth arms and the feeling of her relaxed body. Because she was infected herself and surrounded by medical personnel, Ifrit was well aware of the condition of the Ord disease. She believed she had become a test subject for Rein Life because they had deceived her into offering a treatment for the disease. You don't need to know that. By the way, do you want to meet the monster inside you? Ifrit was much younger than Amidaya. At such a young age, she had to endure the pain of mineral sickness and the Rein Life experiments. She always called herself uncle, probably as a form of self-protection. Is it okay? Of course, Shen Fei said, and a feather appeared in his hand. He looked at Quinjet and said, want to come along? Okay, Quinjet nodded gently. How dare you trespass into my territory? Haha, you're really courting death? Shen Fei had just entered Ifrit's consciousness with a feather dust when he saw a fiery monster with its legs spread out on its head, waving its huge flaming claws at him. Is that how you welcome guests? Shen Fei said as he punched the giant flaming claw. With a loud bang, the claw instantly shattered. As the flame monster stared in shock, Shen Fei continued his attack, striking it directly in the chest, sending it flying dozens of meters. Its body shattered as it flew backward. So Ifrit's catchphrase was influenced by him, thought Shen Fei. He formed hand seals, and 2 golden chains bound the shattered flame monster. Only then did Shen Fei allow Quinjet and Ifrit's consciousness to reappear. Are you the one who's been talking in my head? Ifrit, stunned for a moment upon seeing the trapped flame monster, immediately stepped forward and shouted. You think I want to? I just slept for a bit, and when I woke up I was in your body. Sooner or later I'll kill those bastards. The flame monster's words sounded aggrieved, but it was true. Ifrit was discovered by Rein life forms in an ancient ruin. After their discovery, they immediately began experimenting. While Rhodes Island was focused on curing the mineral sickness, Rhine Lifeforms was looking to harness the originium to create even more powerful weapons. If Charmander truly possessed the power of the flame monster, she would be a formidable force on the battlefield, even more powerful than the average inner guard. It was like the Jinchuriki's transformation into a tailed beast in the Naruto world. The flame monster's words froze Charmander for a moment. She had never imagined the monster she had always imagined could be this way, and it sounded like it was also a victim of an experiment. At that moment, Charmander felt a surge of sympathy, as if they shared a common affliction. "Can we not destroy it?" Charmander asked, turning her gaze towards Shen Fei. "Of course you can, but as a price, you need to lend her all your power." Charmander's attitude made Shen Fei think of a way, which is to make Charmander a real Jinchuriki. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 917 Zista, and that's all we have for now. We'll talk about the rest later. After lecturing the flame monster to listen to Charmander and not mess with her, Shen Fei prepared to leave. He was well aware of the Jinchuriki's seal, but the other party wasn't a tailed beast after all. To be completely sure, he needed to understand him better. To learn more about the flame monster, they had to wait for Charmander's guardian, Hammer, to return. After all, she was the primary researcher behind Charmander's experiments. Due to concerns about the operator's privacy and Rhine Life's technology, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't ask Charmander much. Let Ifrit go first. "I have something to ask," but just then, S.H.I.E.L.D spoke up, perhaps referring to something confidential she didn't want Charmander to know. "Okay, I don't know. I was just looking for a place to sleep." In response to S.H.I.E.L.D's question, the flame monster shook his head, indicating that he wasn't entirely sure what lay within the place where he'd been sleeping. So that's what she wanted to know. S.H.I.E.L.D's question reminded Shen Fei of something she seemed to be searching for. The knight's treasure mentioned that she was looking for a key. After receiving no useful information from the fire monster, S.H.I.E.L.D stopped asking. "So you're thinking of preparing a hovercraft?" The Quinjet space is still a little too small. The group that ultimately decided to go to Ziosta, the reunion movement plus the Rhodes Island group, was too numerous to fit in a single Quinjet. In the end, Shen Fei used 2 Quinjets to accommodate the needs, not using Rhodes Island's aircraft. In reality, if it were purely for transporting people, 1 Quinjet would have been sufficient, with only a slight squeeze. But after all, they still needed a car. While they could use aircraft on the way to Ziosta, they had to switch to ground operations once they reached Ziosta's vicinity, to avoid being mistaken for enemies. In addition to Delula, Chen Huji, Shuangxing, and the others, the reunion movement also included half of the Yeti personnel, with the remaining half remaining in Che City. As for Rhodes Island, the group included Amaya, the Doctor, Ifrit, Prosvent, Skyfire, and Red Bean. Prosvent accompanied them as a Scourge messenger. In Terra, it's best to bring a Scourge messenger with you when traversing the wilderness, whether on the ground or in the air, as Scourges can take on various forms. 3 fire-based Originium users are no slouch. If they joined forces, they could easily dominate a war. Previous battles would have been much easier if they had been there. Tallulah, Ifrit, and Skyfire's Originium skills far surpassed those of ordinary humans, each possessing the power to lead a war to victory. According to Terra's Originium skill hierarchy, they were all considered exceptional, the highest level of skill. Every person skilled in Originium can, in some way, be called a monster. Tallulah, needless to say, could destroy an entire street with a single blow. As for Ifrit, she was originally created as a weapon of war. If you add the flamethrower specially crafted for her by Rhine Life, Ifrit is, in some ways, even more terrifying than Tallulah, since Tallulah can only incinerate people. Ifrit's attacks, on the other hand, are designed to transform her victims into infected. Her flamethrower is filled with liquefied Originium gas, the most vicious tactic in the Terran world. Fortunately, Ifrit is now free from Rhine Life, and the flamethrower has been refitted by Rhodes Island's infrastructure experts. It still serves as Ifrit's weapon, but it's less terrifying. Now, Ifrit occasionally uses the flamethrower for barbecues. Perhaps due to the doctor's instruction, Ifrit is incredibly talented at grilling. Her skills could open a restaurant. This is likely a trick the doctor uses to help Ifrit control her flames. When Ifrit first arrived in Rhodes Island, she was required to live in a special area because she could start fires if she got even slightly agitated. But now, at most, she'll just burn the doctor's assignments when she's upset. Finally, Skyfire is not only a noble daughter of Victoria, but also a genius with several degrees. She's also a member of the grassroots organization, the Staff of Kings. While the Staff of Kings is a small group of 5, all 5 are highly skilled and young prodigies, capable of becoming elite operators for Rhodes Island. Don't underestimate Skyfire's status as a 5-star mage in the game. In a fight, Charmander is no match for her. Only Tallulah can truly outmatch her. Skyfire and the Reunion movement have a history of grudges. During another uprising, Reunion members killed the pet that Kingstick and the Reunion had raised together. This wasn't a big deal to the Reunion. After all, they could easily kill people, let alone a pet. But for the Reunion movement, comprised of young geniuses, it was a different story. This pet dealt a heavy blow to the Reunion movement, and they remained unaware of the reason until the very end. Of course, this Reunion movement wasn't Tallulah's, but Victoria's. Any uprising initiated by the infected could be called a Reunion movement. This incident brought Skyfire into contact with the infected, and later with Rhodes Island. After understanding their situation, she now fights for their interests in Victoria. What a beautiful environment. No wonder so many people visit every year. From the Quinjet, the unbroken landscape of S.H.I.E.L.D was visible, boasting lush green mountains and clear waters, a rarity in the entire Terran world. While there were many cities in Yan country boasting lush green mountains and clear waters, there were very few that possessed both. On this Arginium-ravaged land, desolate landscapes and black Arginium crystals are the most common sights. Come to think of it, Dosors is somewhat similar to this place. They both have white sand beaches and turquoise waters. Of course, strictly speaking, it's not a sea, just a lake. However, for those on Terra who have never seen the ocean, it could be considered a sea, an inland sea. S.H.I.E.L.D and Dosors were both Shen Fei's destinations. Both were rare mobile cities with no prejudice against the infected, making them ideal targets for trade with the city, even if he disliked Dosors. Alright, let's get off and change cars. After the Quinjet landed, 4 cars emerged, 2 each for the Reunion movement in Rhodes Island, and sped off towards S.H.I.E.L.D. The prices are quite good. They haven't jacked up the prices just because it's a music festival, and there are plenty of free amenities. After entering S.H.I.E.L.D, the Reunion movement and Rhodes Island separated. The two had different purposes. Rhodes Island was purely here for vacation, while Reunion had the mission of negotiating with the mayor of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Shen Fei thought there was no need to rush, Tallulah and Froststar had different ideas. Fortunately, under Shen Fei's persuasion, the two did not immediately go to the city government, but instead asked the Yeti squad to make the contact first. Ursus swear words. After the members of the Yeti squad returned from the city government, their faces turned a little ugly, and they occasionally broke out in unique Ursus swear words. What's going on? Froststar asked immediately. As the eldest sister of the Yeti, she would not ignore someone bullying her younger brother. They looked down on the infected. What do you mean by treating everyone equally? It's just, Ursus swear words. Did you meet the mayor? Shen Fei asked immediately. No, I only saw the mayor's assistant. I heard the mayor's out of S.H.I.E.L.D right now because of something. Don't be so angry. It's just like when there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. Some people just take themselves too seriously. Let's talk about it when the mayor comes back. You can take this opportunity to enjoy yourself. By the way, don't be stingy with the Longman coins. Buy as much as you want. The currency in S.H.I.E.L.D is mainly Longman coins. Of course, you can use other currencies, but you'll need to exchange them. The best thing about Wei Yanwu's management of Longman is that he made Longman coins one of the mainstream currencies in Terra, and it's the preferred choice of many merchants. Even in Ursus, Victoria, and Columbia, Longman coins have a certain market. As for other Tifus, such as S.H.I.E.L.D and Dosores, Longman coins are the main currency. The mayor of Dosores once tried to emulate Wei Yanwu and discover his own currency, but unfortunately, it failed. Although the reason was announced as a mint error, Shen Fei didn't believe it. The discovery of such a major event as their own currency, and then the mint's error, was ridiculous. If it were anyone else, this statement, while somewhat ridiculous, was not impossible. However, It was Candela who controlled our souls. She would certainly not make such a mistake. In Shen Fei's opinion, Candela's ultimate failure was likely due to the discovery of an alloy currency, commonly known as a gold coin. That's right, she issued gold coins, not paper money. In today's increasingly prosperous commercial world, gold coins do have a market, but they definitely don't outstrip paper money, especially paper money with guaranteed applicability. The Longman coin may seem like Wei Yanwu's success, but it's actually the Yan nation behind him. Therefore, before coming here, Shen Fei prepared a considerable amount of Longman coins. Now that he's wealthy, he naturally won't be stingy. The Obsidian Music Festival is the perfect stage for singers or those aspiring to pursue a career in music. Therefore, the number of singers and bands who attend each year is overwhelming, and the vast majority of them come at their own expense. Only truly top-tier musicians and bands receive official invitations from S.H.I.E.L.D, though they'll have to pay a hefty appearance fee. This explains why so many are willing to come at their own expense. Whether it's to become famous at the festival or to be spotted by renowned bands and companies, they can quickly rise to prominence. This year's Obsidian Music Festival was arguably the busiest in recent years, with the arrival of the world's top musicians. Any single one of them would cause a sensation. Because of this, S.H.I.E.L.D had its biggest crowds yet, and everyone on the street was practically talking about it. It could be said that this year was the worst year for other bands and singers. With these people around, they had virtually no chance of making a breakthrough. Shen Fei understood these people's fanatical fandom. He'd seen far more insane things. DDD, the Great Emperor, Sunset is gone. They're all legendary figures. Looking at the posters of these figures adorning the streets, Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly. These people were legendary figures, not just a modifier, but the truth. The Great Emperor is an immortal, and the 4 members of the Evanescent Sunset are all related to High-C. As for DDD, while no one has ever seen her true form, she's likely an immortal as well. Apart from anything else, it's incredibly unusual for such a famous figure to constantly appear under a hood, with no one knowing her true identity. Shen Fei knows all too well about the entertainment industry. Without a backer, it's a mess. Just look at what happened to the Iron Eater. Of course, this is just speculation, but who's to say she's on the same level as the Great Emperor and the Evanescent Sunset? Hey, they're all immortals. These people are just slacking off. Only Sid and the Doctor are carrying the load. For the Great Emperor and the Evanescent Sunset, music is just a pastime. The greatest advantage of being an immortal is having ample time to learn everything. Take, for example, Nian, Ling, and Zai's second brother. It's said he was a terrible chess player initially, but after all these years, he's now considered a master. Amidaya, Ifrit, you're setting up a stall here? Where are the others? At the beach by the coast, when Shen Fei, Frostster, and the others arrived, the Rhodes Island people had already arrived. Charmander was grilling for customers, and a long line had formed in front of her. Tallulah and Chen Huji had gone shopping together. Hongdao and the others went to the concert, and Proswan seems to have something to ask the doctor. Amiya looked a little unhappy, apparently because the doctor wasn't with her. Something's wrong? Is something wrong? Shen Fei asked immediately. I don't know. Amiya shook her head. Let me help you. Hey, isn't that Chicken Wing? He's here too. While Shen Fei was helping Amiya and Charmander, he unexpectedly saw Chicken Wing. This was a character he had always wanted but had never drawn. Like Wong, in Arknights, the Guardians of the Ark are extremely powerful, either cornerstones or phantoms. Unfortunately, she only had Silver Ash at the time, and none of the others, like Chicken Wing, Wong, or Grandma 4-2, were available. Mr. Thorn is on vacation. After Amiya introduced Thorn to Shen Fei, she immediately explained the reason. Thorn seemed to dislike the crowds and left after greeting Amiya. It was only because of Amiya that he came, otherwise, he probably wouldn't show up. Chapter 918 Pompeii, Part 1. Rhodes Island is a legitimate pharmaceutical company, not a shady one. As a legitimate company, Rhodes Island treats its operators very well, offering ample vacation time. Essentially, they get a break after completing each mission, unless it's an emergency. Since it's vacation time, they don't have to stay in Rhodes Island all the time. Take Shen Fei's recent trip to S.H.I.E.L.D, for example. In fact, many Rhodes Island personnel would have gone there regardless of whether he was there or not, as shown in the original novel. In the novel, The doctor and Amaya go to SYOSTA for vacation, presumably to allow Amaya to relax. After all, Rhodes Island had just suffered heavy losses in the battles against Tallulah and Shea Castle. Elite Operator Scout and his team were wiped out. Elite Operator Ace and his team had only one survivor, and Amaya's team was nearly wiped out. This loss was a devastating loss for Rhodes Island, especially since it was Amaya's decision to save the doctor. Even though no one blamed Amaya, she secretly felt deeply guilty, though she didn't show it. This was something S.H.I.E.L.D had privately told Shen Fei before they set off. This vacation was primarily for Amaya to relax. Amaya, we seem to be in trouble. Just as the others were busy, Amaya received a call from the doctor. Doctor, what happened? Amaya asked immediately. The volcano here seems to be about to erupt. The doctor then outlined his situation. It turned out that Proswan had sent her there to investigate the volcano near SYOSTA. Proswan was a Scourge messenger, and normally she had no role in SYOSTA, as SYOSTA had its own Scourge messenger. However, out of professional habit, Proswan and Skyfire went to the mountains near SYOSTA to collect some samples, which revealed an anomaly. The doctor was sent there to confirm her findings, as SYOSTA's Scourge messenger hadn't sounded any alarm. Any other Scourge messenger might have ignored it. Proswan, however, was different. Just in case, she summoned the doctor. If this were a false alarm, it wouldn't matter, it would just be a false alarm. But if it were true, it would mean that millions of SYOSTA residents could be exposed to an impending natural disaster, a consequence that could never be overstated. The doctor reviewed Proswan's findings and contacted S.H.I.E.L.D, the sheep, who was still in Bolivar. He finally confirmed that something had happened to SYOSTA's volcano. S.H.I.E.L.D is an absolute authority on volcanic research. S.H.I.E.L.D should have summoned S.H.I.E.L.D to treat her, but her research was at a critical juncture, and to avoid missing out on the volcano's cyclical movements, she planned to return to Rhodes Island only after completing her research. With S.H.I.E.L.D's confirmation, the doctor and the others immediately prepared to discuss the matter with the SYOSTA city government. With the doctor's intelligence, he understood that if those of them, who had just arrived in SYOSTA, could detect the volcanic anomaly, it was likely that SYOSTA officials would be unaware. As such a prosperous mobile city, it must be well prepared for natural disasters. If nothing else, it's essential to have all sorts of professional monitoring equipment. So, if SYOSTA officials didn't issue a disaster warning, there must be some hidden reason behind it. If it were any other matter, Proswan would definitely not get involved. After all, it's SYOSTA's own business. But with a natural disaster, it's a different story. SYOSTA now has a population of millions. So you're saying the SYOSTA city government didn't issue a disaster warning because they didn't want to cancel the music festival? The annual Obsidian Music Festival is incredibly important to SYOSTA, its main draw for tourists. Without it, SYOSTA's revenue would undoubtedly plummet. My father wouldn't do that. Shen Fei had just finished his speculation when the doctor on the other side didn't speak. Instead, a sweet, angry female voice echoed. That was my original guess, but things have changed. The doctor's voice echoed the next moment. Shen Fei's previous guess matched hers, but after meeting Zilin, the mayor's daughter, and considering her observations, she disproved it. So what do you mean? According to the investigation, the mayor's assistant has other ideas. The doctor then shared her guess. Because SYOSTA's population was at stake, even though her initial guess was the same as Shen Fei's, she planned to negotiate with the mayor. Only if he didn't agree to her terms would she allow Rhodes Island to act. SYOSTA currently had a population of 1 million. If news of an impending natural disaster were to be released rashly, the chaos would be unpredictable. Only with official cooperation could the orderly evacuation of these 1 million people be achieved. The doctor didn't meet the mayor afterwards, only with Cronin, the mayor's assistant, who said the mayor was away. That would have been fine, but Cronin immediately dispatched a manhunt, employing mercenaries instead of police officers from the Public Security Bureau. This was a bit odd. After all, if it were an official operation, using the police would have been much simpler. That's not all. Later, the doctor encountered S.H.I.E.L.D, and the enemy was even trying to capture S.H.I.E.L.D, which posed a problem. So what's your plan? Shen Fei asked directly. Regarding strategy and tactics, he undoubtedly trusted the former Babel evil spirit, whose strategic and tactical expertise was highly regarded. I need someone to investigate the volcano and see how long it would take for the natural disaster to erupt. This implied that Shen Fei was the most powerful person she knew, so this task would naturally fall on Shen Fei. With Skyfire by her side, the doctor's safety was assured. Originally, the doctor had intended to rely on Skyfire's power to directly control Cronin, but S.H.I.E.L.D also possessed a powerful opponent, a Rhodes Island elite operator, forcing the doctor to temporarily retreat. She didn't have any elite operators with her at the time. While Skyfire's Arginium skills were impressive, it wasn't easy to take action without a complete rift. After all, Rhodes Island couldn't just burn S.H.I.E.L.D down. That's no problem for me, but I'm not familiar with volcanoes and don't know when they'll erupt. It's okay, just take Prosvin inside. You're there, I'll find you. The doctor needs help, I'll go burn them to death. Upon hearing that the doctor was in trouble, Charmander raised her barbecue flamethrower and said, "Don't do anything, I'll do it. You guys can continue to play here." Shen Fei then patted Charmander's head and said with a smile, "It's not just Charmander. Amy doesn't need to go either. On S.H.I.E.L.D, only Black is considered a master, and the others are nothing." Of course, this was relative to Shen Fei's words. In reality, S.H.I.E.L.D's existence is invaluable to Black. If a prosperous mobile city has no backing, it's natural that there will be many covetous people. Herman, the mayor of S.H.I.E.L.D, has been the target of countless assassination attempts over the years. Technically, He was one of S.H.I.E.L.D's assassins, but due to his youth, Herman spared him and later took him in as S.H.I.E.L.D's nanny and bodyguard. Herman's kindness, motivated by He's youth, led him to a terrifying end when he matured. A 6-star sniper operator and a ruthless killer, He is a nightmare for his enemies. Many of S.H.I.E.L.D's enemies have perished at the hands of Black's sudden arrows, marking the end of Black's tactics. When Shen Fei reunited with the Doctor, he was already surrounded by a number of people: Prosvin, Skyfire, Hongdao, Tallulah, Chen Huji, and 2 tall women whom Shen Fei didn't recognize. "They're trying to lure another 6-star sniper aboard the island," he said, introducing Shen Fei to the 2 individuals, S.H.I.E.L.D and He. Initially, the 2 sides were hostile. The Doctor was initially forced to retreat by He. He was met by Tallulah and Chen Huji, who helped fend off He. Then, after a conversation between S.H.I.E.L.D and He, she switched sides. It's undeniable that Cronin's popularity is truly terrible. Despite having been in S.H.I.E.L.D for so many years, both S.H.I.E.L.D and He trusted the Doctor far more than him. "I want to go too," Shen Fei said as he prepared to take Prosvin and Xianhou to investigate the volcano's interior. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately expressed her willingness to participate. To show she wasn't just some charade, she revealed her academic credentials: a graduate in Arginium studies from Victoria National University. "Miss, that's too dangerous," He objected. "This is S.H.I.E.L.D's business. Even outsiders can take risks, so why not? It's just Arginium. I've handled it before," S.H.I.E.L.D insisted. "That's different," He continued. "There's nothing different. Besides, we're just entering a volcano, not some Arginium mine. Arginium is a crucial strategic resource in Terra's world, so research on it is essential. However, this research isn't aimed at curing mineral sickness, but rather at better harnessing its energy. Since the young lady insists, I'll go with you. Charlie, I'll leave this matter to you." Seeing that he couldn't convince S.H.I.E.L.D, He decided to follow her and handed the matter over to her subordinates. He was the director of the Public Security Bureau in S.H.I.E.L.D, a position equivalent to the director of the Longman Guards. "Alright," S.H.I.E.L.D agreed. "It's decided, let's go." With S.H.I.E.L.D and He joining him, Shen Fei naturally had no objection. "Wait a minute, miss, there's someone inside." The group arrived at the entrance of a cave near the volcano. After exploring the area, He immediately grabbed his sniper crossbow. "How could there be someone here? Isn't it sealed off?" S.H.I.E.L.D asked in surprise. "Someone must have been eavesdropping on the mining of obsidian." The master had already suspected it. "Miss, please wait here and I will go and deal with them," He said in a low voice. Shen Fei, Prosvin, and Xianhou had no objection to He's decision. After all, this was S.H.I.E.L.D. They were not killed because S.H.I.E.L.D was here. There were a total of 6 people in the cave. When Shen Fei and others came in, they could see that all 6 people had been pierced through the shoulders, then tied up and thrown aside. "It's obsidian. Who gave them the courage to do this?" S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the black shiny stone in the box on the side. His face full of anger. "Let's move on. We are here to investigate the anomaly of the volcano." Hearing what Shen Fei said, although S.H.I.E.L.D was very angry in his heart, He could only put aside the issue of obsidian for the time being and move on. This is it. Be careful. The group continued forward, reaching the depths of the cave. At a bend, the view ahead suddenly opened up, but it also exposed the situation ahead. He immediately blocked Zillin's way. A dense swarm of originium worms appeared ahead. And these weren't just ordinary originium worms, but lava originium worms. Why are there so many originium worms? They're all mutated. I know it's because someone's overmining obsidian, destroying the environment here. After carefully observing the originium worms ahead in the surrounding environment, Proswin immediately understood why the volcano was about to erupt. Proswin, look over there, Xianhuo said in a low voice, pointing to a giant originium worm bathed in magma. It was the size of a small mountain. This is trouble. Let's get out of here first. With so many lava originium worms, plus the enormous one that looked like a mother, if they burst out of the cave, SYE.L.D would be in danger before the volcano erupted. With a volcano about to erupt, these originium worms were bound to burst out of the cave. The anomaly Proswang had previously discovered was due to their unusual behavior. Reality wasn't a game. While originium worms in games were easy to deal with, reality was completely different. Especially not these mutated lava originium worms. The combined damage from their self-detonation and the fire, combined with their sheer numbers, was enough to make even He retreat. No need for that. I'm here to discuss cooperation with Mayor Herman. Let me give him a welcome gift. Sit in the frost sky, Hai or in Maru. Just as Proswang suggested leaving, Shen Fei stepped forward, waved his right hand, and the yellow mirror code appeared in his hand. After silently chanting the Shijiyu, he swung his sword forward. An ice dragon materialized from thin air. With its appearance, the scorching temperature around them immediately dropped. The sudden drop in temperature caused the lava originium worms to stir, and the next moment, the entire cave was a blanket of white. The entire cave, including the originium worms, the giant originium worms, and the magma, was frozen solid. This astonishing scene left Prosvin, Xianhuo, He, and Zilin completely speechless. Even Xianhuo, with his exceptional originium skills, had never witnessed anything like it. Chapter 919 Dinosaurs, Part 1. Shen Fei didn't take the shocked expressions of Skyfire, Proswin, and the others too seriously. It was perfectly normal. He approached the frozen giant originium worm and fished it out of the lava. Such a massive, mutated originium worm was valuable for research. He wasn't going to study it himself, but rather for Mobius and Aizen and the others. While he would also continue to use the power of the surgery fruit to study Oreopathy, he had his own priorities and couldn't devote his full attention to it like Kaltsit. Hey, come back to your senses. The current situation should be enough to suppress the eruption for a while. It's rare for a music festival to be so lively, it would be a shame to just stop it. After collecting the giant originium worm and capturing some others, Shen Fei asked Proswin and Skyfire to inspect the volcano. He didn't know much about eruptions. Oh, I see, Proswin realized, and began investigating the volcano's interior, with Skyfire joining in. Don't be so wary of me. Seeing He looking at him warily, Shen Fei smiled and nodded. He, Ceylon pulled He's arm, then said to Shen Fei, thank you. Delaying the volcanic eruption would allow SYE.L.D's Obsidian Music Festival to conclude normally, which was crucial for SYE.L.D. Just think about it, if a natural disaster erupted during SYE.L.D during the Obsidian Music Festival, even if there were no casualties, the number of tourists willing to come here for vacation next year would definitely drop significantly. In a normal world, a volcanic eruption might have attracted many people, but in this world, no one wanted to risk contracting mineral sickness to witness a natural disaster. You're welcome. I don't want to come here for a vacation after all this effort, only to have to go back without enjoying anything. It can probably be delayed for about a week, but the specific situation requires further investigation. Meanwhile, Prosvin and Skyfire had reached a rough conclusion after a brief investigation. For a more in-depth investigation, they would have to return with specialized equipment. Prosvin and Skyfire's expertise isn't in volcanoes, so they can only conduct a rough investigation. If Ejef were here, they'd definitely be able to produce detailed results immediately. Then let's go back and tell the doctor and the others about the situation here, so they don't worry. That's roughly the situation here. How is the progress over there? After leaving the volcanic cave and getting outside, Shen Fei immediately contacted the doctor and told her about the volcanic situation. Is everything going well here? Mayor Herman is back. We'll discuss the details when we meet, the doctor said, and hung up. Hello, Mayor Herman, Mr. Shen, you're very polite. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, this Obsidian Music Festival would have been in trouble, Mr. Herman, you're very polite. It was just a chance encounter. And even without us, I don't think he would have caused any major trouble. After reuniting with the doctor at the city government, Shen Fei naturally met with the mayor of S.H.I.E.L.D. He also learned from the doctor that the mayor had likely already planned on the Cronin incident, and his previous departure was likely a veiled attempt to spy on him. As someone who had built such a thriving mobile city from scratch in just a few decades, Herman was undoubtedly no ordinary figure. To him, Cronin was nothing more than a clown. It's different. While I knew Cronin was hiding a lot from me, I thought it was just about the obsidian mining. I never imagined he'd conceal something as serious as the scourge, and it nearly led to such a catastrophe. Herman spoke with sincerity. He was truly unaware of S.H.I.E.L.D's impending volcanic eruption. After all, he wasn't a scourge messenger, and he probably couldn't have imagined Cronin's madness for a scourge messenger. In Herman's view, Cronin was driven by greed, secretly mining and selling obsidian. He had no idea he'd even cared about the lives of nearly 1 million people, unbecoming behavior for a scourge messenger. After capturing Cronin, Herman began to regret his actions. He should have acted sooner. If that had been the case, the current situation wouldn't have happened. If Shen Fei hadn't appeared and intervened, the Obsidian Music Festival would have caused S.H.I.E.L.D to fall into a period of decline. Sorry, I have some matters to attend to. Ceylon, hey, please treat them well for me. All expenses will be reimbursed by the city government, Herman said, and left with his men. Cronin's matter wasn't a big deal, but the natural disaster was a major concern. Even with the Rhodes Island's natural disaster messenger, S.H.I.E.L.D, and his daughter's confirmation, he needed to confirm it again. If the situation was not right, he would immediately cancel the Obsidian Music Festival and begin evacuating the crowd. While doing so would significantly damage S.H.I.E.L.D's reputation, it would be better than S.H.I.E.L.D's complete destruction. As a tourist city, tourists are S.H.I.E.L.D's largest source of income. While evacuating the crowds would affect S.H.I.E.L.D's reputation, there were no casualties, so it could be salvaged later. However, if a natural disaster caused significant casualties, S.H.I.E.L.D would be completely destroyed. Okay, it's over. Everyone, enjoy your vacation, the doctor said immediately to the Rhodes Island operators she had gathered after Herman left. Doctor, I'll be leaving now. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, Anko headed for the door. Of all the Rhodes Island operators, Anko was the one most looking forward to the Obsidian Music Festival. As a heavy metal fan, the Obsidian Music Festival featured a world-class heavy metal band. It was only because the doctor was calling for help, otherwise she wouldn't have even shown up. The other operators, including Spot, left one after another. Without S.H.I.E.L.D, the doctor's team had a hard time dealing with Cronin. Anko alone defeated all of Cronin's mercenaries. Mr. Shen, I wonder what the reunion's purpose is in coming to S.H.I.E.L.D. Herman and Shen Fei sat across from each other in a seaside cafe on S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Frostster was publicly advertised as the leader of the reunion, anyone with the inside information knew that he was the true leader. Herman had probably sought him out immediately after confirming the situation inside the volcano. No particular motive, just a vacation. After all, this is one of the few cities that isn't too harsh on the infected. One of Cronin's reasons for opposing Herman was that the mayor was a very kind person, even providing special funds for medical care for the infected. This was a substantial sum, and Cronin felt it was better to give it to him than to use it on aiding the infected. Herman was a very kind person, grateful for the help he'd received. He dedicated the funds to treating the infected in S.H.I.E.L.D because most of them contracted oropathy while working for S.H.I.E.L.D and were still working hard for it. Anyone else would have turned their backs on him by now, but Herman wasn't one of those people. Thanks to this assistance, the funds were now being used to purchase oropathy medication for Rhodes Island. There's also some cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei continued. Oh, what kind of cooperation is the reunion movement looking for? Herman asked after a moment's silence. S.H.I.E.L.D is a tourist city, and many of its supplies are sourced from outside. Chechen can also provide many of these, at competitive prices and with guaranteed quality. S.H.I.E.L.D has its own suppliers, Herman said. I know. Don't worry, I won't try to steal their market share. I can only provide what S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't have right now, Asking Herman to abandon his existing partners and collaborate with Chechen seemed a bit unreasonable, and Shen Fei had never considered such a move. For example, Herman asked for food, vegetables, snacks, beverages, cosmetics, fine wine, medical drugs, originium protective gear, vehicles, drones. All of these can be provided by Chechen. Shen Fei rattled off several items, and that was indeed part of the story. After learning about this world, Shen Fei had a clear goal for Chechen's future, to build a mobile city that surpassed Longmen, aiming for world dominance. This world dominance wasn't just nominal, but true. This meant surpassing Thor Industries in industry, Rhine Life in medical technology, and Black Steel International in mercenaries. Simply put, a mobile city that combined the best of all three. Not just companies, but also schools. His vision was for the world's #1 university to be in S.H.I.E.L.D. City. His research revealed that Colombia was the most technologically advanced country in the world, with Rhine Life, Thor Industries, and Black Steel International all headquartered there. Victoria was in some chaos due to the vacant throne, but as a long-established nation, Victoria possessed a profound heritage, and the numerous universities located there played a crucial role. The Victoria Guard Academy, in particular, was world-renowned. The likes of Chen Huji, Yinhu, Shi Huaiya, and Feng Di had all attended. Besides the Guard Academy, Victoria's other colleges were equally renowned. There were universities specializing in originium, business, medicine, and other fields. Of course, this referred to the guards. For a sorcerer seeking further training, the best choice was undoubtedly the Xianxi mansion in Yan country. The detailed categories within were beyond the imagination of most people with originium skills. While Lithuania also possesses a deep understanding of originium techniques and a world-renowned wizard tower, Lithuania's xenophobia is also world-renowned. In comparison, the Xianxi mansion is incredibly open-minded. Shen Fei's decision to achieve this goal wasn't made rashly, he truly could. He possessed the resources and technology of several worlds, something Thor Industries couldn't possibly match. Black Steel International was even simpler. He could easily hire Sarkaz through W. Furthermore, Black Steel International's Razor had ambitions of forming his own mercenary group, and he could easily sponsor Razor. Razor was Vafen, and Vafen's physical prowess in this land was self-evident. Just look at Feng Bi. Even then, he wasn't as strong as her mother. This reminded Shen Fei of Carol and her mother, Louis. Through Razor, he could easily recruit Vafen. The situation at Rhine Life was even simpler. His medical skills were unmatched, not to mention that he could potentially poach Rhine Life staff. With the conditions he was offering, he might even be able to recruit a director from Rhine Life. As for whether this would offend Rhine Life, he wasn't worried. Look, this is a list of products from Qichen. I guarantee they're not available on the market, Shen Fei said, pulling out a tablet and showing Herman some product images. While many of them were just concept art, meant to fool Herman, he didn't know. And those images weren't completely fake either. They were products from Shen Fei's companies in other worlds, such as snacks and beverages. This was his company's primary business in the Harry Potter world, and he bought most of the food produced by wizards each year. I'll think about it, no problem, madam. When I asked you to go to Bolivar, after 3 days in Zayasta, Chen Huji received a call from Madame Wenayu of Longmen. Chen Huji was about to refuse, but Shen Fei, upon learning of the situation, persuaded her to accept and indicated that Tallulah would also be there. We're letting you go so you can see how other mobile cities operate. Dasors is also a potential partner for S.H.I.E.L.D. City, and they don't discriminate against the infected. Dasors only discriminates against one type of people, the poor. Its mayor definitely wouldn't mind collaborating with S.H.I.E.L.D. City. Tallulah, who had initially been reluctant to go, agreed after considering it after hearing Shen Fei's words. You're going to Dasors? Why? Don't you dislike that city? Wei Yanwu, upon hearing Madame Wenyu's words about Longmen, looked at her in surprise. Dasors and Longmen had a good relationship, but it was a collaboration between mobile cities, and Madame Wenyu privately disliked Dasors. Xiao is going over there, and I want to see her, Madame Wenyu explained. Xiao, Wei Yanwu didn't react at first, but then he immediately understood who Xiao was and fell silent. Mr. Herman, you are always welcome to visit Chechen. Before leaving, Shen Fei and Herman had another discussion and reached some cooperation. As for deeper cooperation, it would probably take Herman's visit to Chechen before making a decision. However, The cooperation between SYOPSIS and Rhodes Island was going very smoothly. After all, Ceylon and Hay were going to the island. To be more precise, Ceylon was going to Rhodes Island to study, and Hay was accompanying her. Let's go, Amaya, Doctor. Chapter 920 Dinosaurs, Part 2. S.H.I.E.L.D is truly remarkable. She wanted to go from Bolivar to Minos, but ended up near Lungmen, and from there to Lithuania. If she hadn't encountered Rhodes Island, she would have probably explored the entire continent of Terra, sitting in the Quinjet on the way to Bolivar du Sors, looking at the rough map of Terra displayed on the tablet. Shen Fei couldn't help but recall S.H.I.E.L.D's past actions. It sounds simple, but it fully captures the hardships S.H.I.E.L.D endured. Fortunately, she encountered Rhodes Island, and finally, her hardships finally paid off. Shen Fei had originally intended to bring S.H.I.E.L.D along on their trip to SYOPSIS, as she loved to eat, and SYOPSIS undoubtedly had plenty of delicious food. However, in the end, he didn't come because he had to accompany her sister, the God of Fire. Nanomedicine technology is now being used in S.H.I.E.L.D City and Rhodes Island, not only for neuropathy, but also for various other physical disabilities. While applying nanomedical technology to treat mineral sickness will require further research and experimentation, restoring body parts can be implemented much sooner. Rhodes Island operators like Kagami and Hongayan were the first to benefit, and it's for this reason that S.H.I.E.L.D stayed by Kagami's side. On Rhodes Island, S.H.I.E.L.D's closest friend was naturally Kagami, followed by the doctor, Amaya, and the others. Shen Fei took great care of S.H.I.E.L.D, primarily with her food. S.H.I.E.L.D, Cerberus, Lily of the Valley, Nine-Tailed Fox, Sakota, Sarkaz, is this world really a testing ground? There were many speculations about the land of Terra in past lives, the most common being that the previous civilization was destroyed by Originium, and that the current civilization was born from this foundation. However, there's another theory, widely supported, that the entire world of Terra was a testing ground for a powerful civilization, hence the numerous races and disasters. The current situation may be due to the collapse of that civilization, leaving it without a leader. Precious may be one of the people managing Terra. Just as humans conduct ecological experiments, it's perfectly normal for a powerful enough civilization to use planets as testing grounds. In the Marvel Universe, planets are used as prisons. We're almost to Bolivar, Shen Fei thought, when the doctor, piloting the Quinjet, suddenly interrupted him. The pilot of this Quinjet was the doctor because Shen Fei was preparing to give Amaya 2 Quinjets, and he was currently learning how to fly them. While Rhodes Island had its own aircraft, due to the lack of research into aircraft in this world, their performance naturally couldn't compare to the Quinjet. Through his research, Shen Fei had a rough idea of why, despite the world's advanced technology, no company had invested in aircraft research or developed an aviation industry. Only the major powers possessed aircraft, and these were generally low altitude. The primary reason was natural disasters. Terra's high altitudes were subject to severe turbulence, making high-altitude flight extremely difficult. This was the primary reason. A secondary reason was that, due to the Originium and its craft, this world possessed a vast array of anti-aircraft defenses. Any moderately skilled sorcerer could bring down an aircraft. Coupled with the various rocket launchers and grenade launchers, relying on aircraft for attack was not only prohibitively expensive, but also not necessarily as effective as other methods. After all, there was no way to launch an attack from high altitude. In Jungle Warriors, Tamami used a rocket launcher. Rather than developing aircraft for attack, they developed drones, a world highly advanced in their utilization. Besides drones, airborne troops were also commonplace, a faction even the Reunion movement could produce. Although Shen Fei considered such technology completely deviant, it was perfectly normal in this world. It looks like there's a war going on down there. From the Quinjet, the group could clearly see, through surveillance equipment, 2 armies engaged in a fierce exchange of fire in a mountain range below. It's the Zingis dynasty and the coalition government. The doctor, after a quick glance, immediately recognized the factions of the 2 armies. As a Rhodes Island doctor and former Babel demon, even with his lost memories, he still had a clear understanding of the situation on Terra. There are more people coming over there, it's the rebels. We can't get any closer, lest we be mistaken for enemies, the doctor said, turning the plane away from the battlefield. Bolivar is indeed as chaotic as the legends say. Although the plane was far away, the group could still briefly observe the battlefield. With the appearance of the rebels, the battlefield suddenly devolved into a 3-way melee. You're making it sound too simple. In reality, Bolivar is even more chaotic than the legends say. The doctor glanced at Chen Huji and shook his head slightly. Across the entire Terran continent, there are many countries that can be described as chaotic. Ursus, plagued by the infected, is plagued by frequent uprisings. S.H.I.E.L.D has become a land of mercenaries and bounty hunters, while Syracuse is dominated by powerful families. However, none of these compares to the chaos of Bolivar. Rhodes Island boasts numerous Bolivar operators, including its chief instructor, Dubin. Many of Rhodes Island's operators, including 6 stars, have trained under her, and she is a significant contributor to Rhodes Island's impressive operator roster. As a Bolivarian and former colonel in the coalition government, Dubin once sought to change Bolivar's current situation. Unfortunately, Bolivar's mess was beyond her control. To put it bluntly, even the former Babel demon, Dr. Bolivar, is troubled by the current situation. Bolivar faces 3 factions: the Latanian-backed Zingist dynasty, the Colombian-backed coalition government, and the rebels who claim to be true Bolivarians. Sadly, even those who claim to be true Bolivarians seek not peace in Bolivar but their own rights. Just like the Revolutionary Army that slashed through the Scarlet Eyes, Dubin briefly joined the rebels, but after becoming disillusioned with their leadership, he left until he met Cid and came to Rhodes Island. Bolivar's chaos, fueled by the interference of various factions, stems from many factors. One of them is its rich mineral resources, most notably arginium. These minerals led Iberia to colonize Bolivar. However, due to a major crisis in Iberia, which wiped out the Golden Fleet, Bolivar became a land of fragmented factions. Then, the Lithuanian army arrived, followed by Colombia. Now, Shen Fei is poised to intervene. Bolivar is resource-rich, and the development of S.H.I.E.L.D. City undoubtedly requires numerous resources, both arginium and other resources. This was also the reason why he was collaborating with Silver Ash. While Jarrah wasn't a large place, it was equally rich in resources. Rather than having Silver Ash use those resources to partner with certain Colombian companies, it was better to work with him. At least, his price would definitely be more fair. Tracy really has to get involved in everything. If he has the time, why doesn't he focus on managing S.H.I.E.L.D? After the doctor explained the situation in Bolivar, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of this again. Theoretically, Bolivar and Tracy should have no connection, but in reality, Tracy was behind the self-proclaimed true Bolivar resistance. Perhaps other forces were also involved, but Tracy's influence was definitely present. While Tracy was keeping an eye on Rhodes Island naturally kept an eye on Tracy as well. Tracy's actions weren't aimed at Bolivar, but at Latania and Colombia. By dragging some of the forces of these 2 nations into the quagmire of Bolivar, Trusses undoubtedly achieved his goal, albeit at the cost of further chaos in Bolivar. In this respect, Trusses was truly formidable. Even if his goal failed, the cost would have been a mere loss of wealth, a minor expense. However, if successful, it could have weakened the power of Colombia and Latania. Due to historical circumstances, S.H.I.E.L.'s attempt to restore his nation would face a more complex situation than the already destroyed Gauls. A declaration of restoration would likely lead to a coalition of forces from various nations. For S.H.I.E.L.D, the best time to restore his nation would be when other nations were distracted. This is Dassault's. The layout of the skyscrapers really does resemble Dragon Gate. After escaping the 3-way melee, the Quinjet fighters quickly arrived at the Dassault's area, where the overall urban layout bore a passing resemblance to Dragon Gate. The location of Dassault's is quite unique. It's situated right in the middle of the 3 major forces in Bolivar, making it the only peaceful area in the chaotic state. In Dassault's, even when the Zingist dynasty, the coalition government, and the rebels meet, no fighting ensues. Sometimes, they even drink and gamble together, acting like friends. However, once outside Dassault's, the 3 factions engage in a near-constant war. It sounds puzzling, but to the Bolivarians, it's perfectly normal. Aren't you afraid of attracting the sea siege? As Shen Fei gazed out from the plain at the artificial lake west of Dassault's, he couldn't help but wonder. While the artificial lake in Ziosta may be called a sea, it's still inland. But Dassault's is different. It's literally on the sea. Back then, Iberia controlled Bolivar through its fleet, but after the collapse of the Golden Fleet, it lost its power to control this area. Forget it, it's not my turn to worry about this matter. Besides, instead of building a beach directly on the seashore, we created an inland lake. Candela should know about it. Dassault's is not Key City, nor is it Yam country. Even if he is in chaos, he has no special ideas. His help is only for certain people, not everyone. Mr. Shen, Ms. Tallulah, Ms. Froststar, welcome to Dinosaurs. At the aircraft parking area designated by Dinosaurs, Shen Fei and others had just gotten off the plane when Candela brought people to greet them. Before coming here, Shen Fei had naturally made relevant contacts with Dinosaurs. Ms. Candela, you are too polite. I have heard of Dinosaurs for a long time. After seeing him today, I realized that he is extraordinary. It's true that Dinosaurs has many problems. But it can't be denied that Candela was able to establish such a peaceful place recognized by all three factions in such a chaotic country, and even has considerable fame throughout the entire Terra. Her ability is unquestionable. Even if Dinosaurs is a city of luxury and extravagance, where everything is based on money, it is still better than the war and chaos in other parts of Bolivar. For the vast majority of people in Bolivar today, Dinosaurs represents a certain degree of hope, a human paradise for Bolivar, which has suffered from the difficulties of war. Although strictly speaking, Dinosaurs' prosperity is built on the suffering of Bolivarians elsewhere, ordinary people don't think too much about it. Even if they can think about it, facing reality will only increase their pain. However, this is already the best that Candela can do. She does not have the military force of Shen Fei, and she is facing forces supported by Colombia and Latania. The so-called resistance army is also in a state of disarray. What can she do? Just like the original rebellion of Dociles, Candela said that if Pancho could succeed, it would be fine if Dociles gave it to him. But Pancho wanted to make the Bolivarians independent, but he needed the support of those rich and powerful people. How could they achieve independence? Did he see that his sons were not optimistic about his idea? This is nephew Chen, right? Someone has been waiting for you, Candela greeted Chen Huji very familiarly after seeing him. As she finished speaking, several acquaintances appeared in front of the group. Mrs. Wenau, Chen Huji was very surprised to see the newcomer, and so was Tallulah on the side, because the newcomer was Mrs. Wenau, and beside her were Shihua Inaya, Zixing and Lin Yuxia, but at the moment Chen Huji and Tallulah were not in the mood to pay attention to them. Xiaoda, long time no see. Mrs. When Yu smiled and nodded at Chen Huji, her eyes fixed on Tallulah. No one around them spoke at this time. It seems you have a lot to discuss. Why don't you go to the hotel first and talk about it later? After a long silence, Candela spoke. Then the group took the convoy brought by Candela and went directly to the top floor of the best hotel in Dinosaurs. Chapter 921 Dinosaurs, Part 2. Thank you for saving Xiaoda. In the hotel's top floor lobby, Madame Wenau didn't immediately approach Tallulah. Instead, she approached Shen Fei to thank him for rescuing her from the undead black snake Kashiche. Madame Wenau, you're welcome. It was just a chance encounter. Shen Fei still felt a little regretful for not arriving in this world before the Chase City disaster. If he had arrived earlier, Rhodes Island wouldn't have lost so many operators there. Madame Wenau, are you worried about Tallulah and Governor Wei? Shen Fei spoke as she looked toward Tallulah and the others with a look of relief yet concern. Actually, there's no need to worry. From what I understand, Konshuishko cultivated Tallulah into a qualified host, nurturing her into a fighter for the infected. He then let the despair of reality shatter her ideals, allowing him to take over. He didn't instill any hatred in Governor Wei. Of course, these are just my observations. As for Tallulah's own thoughts and actions, I have no idea. Regardless, Wei Yanwu ultimately killed Tallulah's father, Edward. No matter how complex the situation, this is undeniable. Therefore, Shen Fei remained completely uninvolved in this matter, much like he did with the issues between Stark and the Winter Soldier. It was only Miss Carter who intervened, otherwise the issues between Stark and Cap would have escalated. In the original future, if it weren't for the threat of Thanos, it wouldn't have been easy for Stark and Cap to join forces. Tallulah's situation, however, was much better. This was all thanks to Kashiche, who, in his efforts to cultivate Tallulah's values, was reluctant to instill hatred in her. Have a good talk with her. It was hard to say what would happen to Tallulah and Wei Yanwu in the future, but what was certain was that Tallulah had absolutely no problem with Madame Wenau. The same was true with Chen Huji. She could be harsh with Wei Yanwu, but it was different with Madame Wenau, who had always taken care of the two sisters. With Chen Huji's relationship, it was certain that Tallulah would not kill Wei Yanwu. She would probably treat him as a stranger and ignore him. Tallulah cherished her sister deeply. Whether in Koshchei's Grand Duke's palace or after she killed Koshchei and wandered around, the only thing she never forgot was writing letters to Chen Huji. Although they were letters, Tallulah never mailed them once. It would be more accurate to call them diaries. How can I describe these four people together? Before, it was like a dragon fighting a tiger, and a rat worrying about it. Now there's a dragon and a rat, too. It's like two dragons playing with a tiger, and a rat worrying about it. Oh, and there's this ghost called Xingchen. After parting ways with Madame Wenyu, Shen Fei couldn't help but think this way as he looked at Tallulah, Chen Huji, Shi Huaiya, and Lin Yuxia gathered together. These four were former classmates, and Xingchen, perhaps because he didn't want to interrupt their conversation, didn't join them, but drank quietly to the side. Candela held the group in high regard. They were the only ones on the top floor of the hotel, so everything was naturally free. For Xingchen, with free, top-notch liquor, he naturally didn't hesitate. Shu Yingxing and the doctor seemed to get along very well. Now, in this luxurious hall, the group had split into several groups. Tallulah was in a group of four, Xingchen was alone, the doctor, Amaya, and Shu Yingxing were together, and Shen Fei and Madame Wenyu were both alone after their conversation. As for Baizu, who had been staying by Madame Wenyu's side, she remained on guard in the shadows. Even though there were guards sent by Candela below, Madame Wenyu allowed her to rest, but she continued to carry out her duties. We've contacted S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, so let's have them come here. There are plenty of rooms here anyway, so it's a waste not to stay. I can also check on her health. Let's go pick them up and leave this place to them. The lamb S.H.I.E.L.D hadn't returned to Rhodes Island for treatment because she was studying volcanic activity in Bolivar. Bolivar, home to numerous orogenium veins, is also home to numerous volcanoes. The 8th Ironman competition is really lively. As they emerged from the hotel onto the main street, the group immediately felt the atmosphere of Desores. The large screens lining the street were broadcasting news about the Ironman competition. It was the preliminaries, and teams were frantically vying for a spot on the main competition. Only 40 teams would qualify, but there were already hundreds of them in Desores. Hundreds of teams vie for 40 spots, and the competition is intense. Desores' Ironman competition has no restrictions. Anyone, infected or not, can participate. Therefore, the largest number of infected individuals form teams, hoping for a chance. Simply entering promises a tidy fortune, and with no registration requirements, many are eager to give it a try. Performing well in the main event, even winning the championship, offers a comfortable life, even if split equally among the team. Because it's an Ironman competition, not a fighting or martial arts competition, even those with limited skills have a chance. The 40 spots for the main event are hidden among Desores' numerous competitions, such as the eating contest, arm wrestling, high jump, and casino competitions. Suayu, you ate an entire restaurant's warehouse. I'm afraid this owner won't dare hold a competitive eating contest next time. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile as he watched the competitive eating contest on the screen conclude, with a young man as delicate as a young girl emerging victorious. The many competitions Desores currently hosts are also a way to attract customers, though some are self-financing. For example, in a competitive eating contest, only the winner eats for free, everyone else has to pay for whatever they eat. Generally speaking, this is a guaranteed win. Even a glutton can't devour an entire restaurant's food, not even Koku. After all, he's not like Luffy, who possesses the gum-gum fruit, where a large belly doesn't matter. While they don't have the gum-gum fruit, they do have a unique species like Suayu. The professor's brow furrowed when he saw Suayu on the screen, perhaps sensing a problem. It said he's high C, but I don't know if it's true. Shen Fei didn't know much about Shuiyu. If it weren't for the fact that, beneath his more handsome face than that of an average woman, he was actually a man, he'd probably know even less. As a non-African doctor with only silver gray and no other keystone operators like Chicken Wing, 4-2 Grandma, Wong, or Lamb, or even Phantom Gods, he naturally wouldn't consider a special operator like Shuiyu. Congratulations to the Sweet Summer team for qualifying again. Shuiyu's segment had just finished when the second qualifying team began to play, a very loving couple, it seemed. Judging by the host's introduction, they were regulars at the Desores Ironman. This time, Shen Fei and the others arrived in Desores earlier than Chen Huji had originally arrived. After all, they flew in, while the original Chen Huji had traveled by car, which naturally took much longer. The Terra continent is enormous. Even though the distance from Zayasta to Bolivar isn't that far, driving would still take at least a week to 2 weeks, depending on the traffic conditions. After all, this is a world capable of supporting so many mobile cities, so common sense doesn't apply. This shows just how eager Madame Wenyu is to see Tallulah. After all, traveling from Longmen to Bolivar is much farther than Zayasta, so it's a safe bet that she also operates a flying vehicle. There's a clear difference between Dasors and Zayasta. Dasors has a dedicated parking area for flying vehicles, while Zayasta doesn't. This is likely due to Bolivar's location at the westernmost tip of the continent and the distance. Amidaya, Doctor, this way. The group quickly arrived at an open-air cafe by Dasors' artificial lake, where they met S.H.I.E.L.D the Lamb, Cast Iron, and Red. Cast Iron and Red were S.H.I.E.L.D's bodyguards during her research. While Lithania treated S.H.I.E.L.D with indifference, Quinjet treated her with great respect. After arriving in Rhodes Island provided every possible avenue for her research. Whenever she ventured out, she was accompanied by a large number of operators and provided with ample funding. Quinjet's appreciation for S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't solely due to her talent for originium manipulation. While her exceptional talent made her a formidable presence, as a researcher, she wasn't particularly adept at combat, a distinction entirely different from the game. Quinjet was focusing on S.H.I.E.L.D's research, focusing on the causes and systems of natural disasters on Terra. This research project was the work of S.H.I.E.L.D's parents, who died during a volcanic disaster while conducting research. S.H.I.E.L.D took over the project and published numerous papers. These were not accepted by mainstream originium experts, and were even criticized as unconventional and offensive in some areas. But Quinjet took it very seriously. After reading her papers, Shen Fei began to understand why. S.H.I.E.L.D's research had shown that originium was alive, sentient, and the product of some deceased organism. This was unacceptable to most experts, who viewed originium solely as an energy mineral. If this were true, what kind of creature could become originium after death? Could they have been researching and using the corpses of some creature? And if such a creature existed, could there only be one? Could it have other species? If its species were still alive, what would humanity be? Therefore, for these people, rather than believing this, they simply believed that originium was a mineral. As for the relationship between originium and natural disasters, the fact that natural disasters brought originium was simply a natural phenomenon. The idea that originium possessed consciousness was something only a few could believe, even within the Rhine life forms. The Iberian-era ship was just a yacht. I don't know what its internal structure is like. I'll go up and take a look when I get a chance. Sitting in the open-air cafe, one could clearly see a luxurious-looking cruise ship in the center of the artificial lake. According to Dasors' promotional materials, this ship was a defective one Candela had purchased from Iberia at great expense, and she later spent a considerable amount of money to repair it. The saying scarcity makes things valuable probably applies to this. In this world, even a defective cruise ship is considered a rarity. Shen Fei was no stranger to yachts, although he had never owned one in the Marvel Universe. For some reason, for the wealthy, private yachts and private jets were like symbols of status. Take Stark, for example. Even though he now traveled primarily in Iron Man armor, he still owned private jets and yachts. Someone even recommended them to him, but Shen Fei refused. He naturally didn't need something like that, which he would only use once a year for banquets. But that was only in the Marvel Universe. In the Pirate Universe, he did have a yacht, primarily used by Chelsea and others. Don't be so nervous. It won't be painful. On the top floor of the hotel, S.H.I.E.L.D seemed excited after hearing that Shen Fei could heal her. For S.H.I.E.L.D, the oripathy wasn't her only concern. She feared not completing her parents' research before she died. This was why, even after contracting the oripathy, she continued to frequently research at the crater. Naturally, she was thrilled to hear that her body could be healed. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D nod, Shen Fei immediately began using the power of the surgery fruit to heal her. Due to her hearing problems, S.H.I.E.L.D had a slight stutter, speaking only when it came to specialized knowledge. Furthermore, due to her hearing problems, she couldn't hear others clearly. Most people spoke to her with a smile and a nod. Even hearing aids could only slightly improve the hearing problems caused by oripathy. Fortunately, she didn't go to Rhodes Island at the time. Otherwise, the originium crystals in this area would have been fatal. After using the surgery fruit to clear the originium crystals from S.H.I.E.L.D's body, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly. S.H.I.E.L.D looks like a soft and cute girl, but from the position of her originium crystal, you can tell how strong she is. If it were anyone else, it would probably be impossible for them to continue their research. S.H.I.E.L.D, how is it, Amaya? I can hear you, very clearly. Perhaps it was the first time she heard a voice so clearly, making S.H.I.E.L.D look very excited. She immediately stepped forward and kept thanking Shen Fei. Don't be so polite, Rhodes Island and I are now in a cooperative relationship. Chapter 922 Dinosaurs, and it's a pleasure to work with you, it's a pleasure to work with you. After several days of negotiations, Shen Fei and Candela finally reached a certain level of cooperation. The content of the cooperation was largely similar to that of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, while Dinosaurs and S.H.I.E.L.D had different focuses, they were both resort cities. Further cooperation would depend on whether the relationship went smoothly. Candela would likely find an opportunity to visit S.H.I.E.L.D City, just like Herman. For Candela and Herman, the mayors of the two independent mobile cities, having another partner was naturally the best option. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D City had become independent from URSS. While this independence hadn't been officially announced to the world, everyone with a discerning eye could see why. The fact that S.H.I.E.L.D City hadn't officially declared itself an independent mobile city and remained under the URSS name was naturally the result of negotiations between the two parties. This was also the bottom line set by Speaker Wade and the current emperor, Fyodor. The URSS territory could not be divided, at least not openly. If S.H.I.E.L.D City were to formally declare independence, URSS would unleash its full might. If URSS were to do so, Shen Fei would have no way of guaranteeing S.H.I.E.L.D City's safety. Even if URSS were to send a few Emperor's Blades to S.H.I.E.L.D City and self-destruct, S.H.I.E.L.D City would be instantly destroyed. Don't assume URSS couldn't do such a thing. If pushed, they undoubtedly could. Under such circumstances, URSS couldn't be pushed too far. For Herman and Candela, URSS's strength had allowed S.H.I.E.L.D City to declare independence. An alliance would naturally be a significant benefit to them and their mobile city. An independent mobile city could be safe if it wasn't coveted, but if it held something coveted, maintaining its independence would undoubtedly require considerable strength. Back then, when Dinosaurs was able to successfully establish itself in the three-way conflict in Bolivar, Longman's Wei Yanwu provided significant assistance. This is why Candela subsequently invited Wei Yanwu and Lin Jiru to Dinosaurs every year. Even though Wei Yanwu and Lin Jiru never accepted, Candela continued to send invitations. This year, the situation was quite positive. Although Wei Yanwu didn't come, Madame Wenyu did, as did Chen Huji, Shi Huaiya, and Lin Yuxia, the future second generation of Longman. Although Wei Yanwu hasn't accepted Candela's invitations since leaving Dinosaurs, Longman and Dinosaurs continue to collaborate, with Dinosaurs primarily trading in Longman coins. The three-way conflict even led to the recognition of Longman coins throughout Bolivar, while Bolivar's own currency fell into near obscurity. Mr. Shen, what do you think of the city of Dinosaurs? After reaching a preliminary agreement with Candela on a partnership, Shen Fei, walking down the street from the city hall, suddenly heard Ernesto, who was accompanying him, ask. Ernesto, deputy director of the International Trade Department of Dinosaurs, was a brilliant diplomat and had been assigned by Candela to guide Shen Fei and his group. He was also the future Rhodes Island operator, Tequila, though he hadn't yet arrived on the island. This city, in my opinion, is somewhat unhealthy. To better understand his position during negotiations with Candela, he had conducted some research during his few days in Dinosaurs. Although a resort city like S.H.I.E.L.D, it was far inferior to S.H.I.E.L.D's Obsidian Music Festival and Iron Man competition. Dinosaurs was dominated by one word, gambling. The vast majority of people on the street were looking to take advantage of the Iron Man competition. Winning would elevate them to high status, while losing would mean working in a factory outside Dinosaurs. On the outskirts of Dinosaurs, numerous factories exist. Anyone seeking work, whether infected or not, can find it there, and the wages are significantly higher than elsewhere in Bolivar. The situation in Dinosaurs reminded Shen Fei of Casimir. Candela had visited Casimir as a wandering child, and her perspective on money was likely formed there. She later went to Victoria to study before returning to Dinosaurs, the city she had once fled, and spent over a decade transforming it into the city she envisioned. Dinosaurs was once a small, dilapidated, and impoverished mobile city belonging to the Zingis dynasty. Its current state was entirely thanks to Candela's continuous purchase of mobile city modules over the past decade. This information, naturally, came from Madame Wenyu. Upon learning that Che City was planning negotiations with Candela, she shared this information, along with some information from Bolivar, with Tallulah. Unhealthy? This city is clearly vibrant, and there's unhealthy there, Ernesto said with a smile, raising an eyebrow. Vitality? It's indeed very vibrant, but this vitality is built on the suffering of the vast majority of Bolivar's people. Speaking of Bolivar's situation, Shen Fei shook his head. After learning about Bolivar's situation from Madame Wenyu, he was also troubled by the problems here. Bolivar could have been saved. The rebels who claimed to be the real Bolivar had been working hard for it. However, these efforts were completely destroyed in a battle. The so-called rebels now are actually a group of nobles and capitalists who are fighting for Bolivar's mineral veins. Bolivar's three-way melee is a fight for Bolivar's resources, not for Bolivar's independence. It was a war of betrayal. The rebels sent those who truly cared about Bolivar to their deaths, resulting in over 3,000 casualties and driving away Pancho, the veteran of the rebels. This situation reminded Shen Fei of the final victory in Akangakil, where the Revolutionary Army triumphed but a manhunt was issued for night raid. It was only because old Pancho escaped quickly and joined Candela that he saved his life, and now he's working for Candela. I wonder if you have any way to change the current situation in Bolivar? Ernesto said suddenly after a long silence. As a diplomat for de Suarez, he naturally knew something about the situation in Che City. Unless someone can unify Bolivar, it will be difficult to change the current situation in Bolivar, and given Bolivar's current situation, unification is even more difficult. What Bolivar lacks is a strong man who can be sent from nowhere. This man must be Bolivarian, not anyone else, because only then will the Bolivarians accept him. Jerrig is really lucky to have Silver Gray appear. Bolivar's situation reminded Shen Fei of Jerrig's Silver Gray, although strictly speaking, Jerrig and Bolivar are not comparable. In terms of land area and power, Bolivar is undoubtedly superior to Jerrig. However, Jerrig also has things Bolivar lacks, such as the unforeseen hunk Silver Gray, Yergung, and millennia of cultural cohesion. Bolivar began as a colony of Iberia, followed by Latania and Colombia, and never had time to develop its own cultural cohesion. Okay, I'm here. You can go to your work now. Seeing the bar ahead, Shen Fei waved to Ernesto, who had been in the city after hearing his words, and walked straight into the bar. This bar has become almost exclusively for their group, and drinks are free, as the owner has changed to Lin Yuxia. The official representatives of Longmenta dos Sores this time are Lin Yuxia and Chen Huji. Madame Wenyu is only here to see Tallulah. Out of care for the younger generation, Candela has found some tasks for the two, though Candela, of course, doesn't care whether they do them or not. At first, Chen Huji didn't want to intervene, but after Lin Yuxia suggested she could handle it alone, she immediately agreed. The Dragon Gate dragons not only have a bad relationship with tigers, but also with rats, though they were only slightly more friendly with ghosts. As the daughter of the Rat King, Lin Yuxia's approach was straightforward. She directly targeted a gang of underworld forces with no descendants in Dosors and attacked them head-on. The bar owner immediately relented, acknowledging Lin Yuxia as their boss. One must admit he's a man of character. He'd previously been left without a backer in Dosors, facing a desperate situation. Now, with Lin Yuxia's protection, he wouldn't be treated like a pariah again. Rat-like courage, dragon-like might, haha, Dragon Gate swearing. As Shen Fei entered the bar, he heard Shi-Hui laughing loudly, spouting off a few Dragon Gate swear words. Xing Shang watched the scene with a smile. What happened? Where are the doctor and the others? Nothing, they just arrested someone today, broke into the competition, and became part of the participating team. The doctor and the others went shopping. Xing immediately explained the situation with a smile. Since we're forming a team, why don't you join us? It turned out that today was the final team selection for the preliminaries, and the most difficult stage, unlimited fighting. This was based purely on skill, unlike the other qualifiers, which relied on local specialties. Even so, the competition was fierce, as it was the last spot. Then, Chen Huji and Lin Yuxia, who were chasing the weapon smugglers to Dosors, broke into the competition and teamed up to defeat everyone. They could have refused, but they agreed because they realized the culprit seemed to be a team that had qualified for the preliminaries, so they decided to infiltrate the competition to investigate. Come on, you two. I bet on your victory. At the next day's Iron Man competition, Xing cheered loudly for Chen Huji and Lin Yuxia, who were set to compete. She had bet heavily on them, Not just her own money, but also money borrowed from S.H.I.E.L.D. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, she had no interest in gambling. Unlike normal competitions, the Iron Man competition offered no restrictions or obstacles. This meant that if one was strong enough, they could easily defeat their opponents. This was probably why Xingchen was so confident in the two. While there were many strong competitors, they were certainly no match for the two. Water gun. So this is Water Chen? In the game, S.H.I.E.L.D can't even match the damage of a water gun. Because it was a competition, Chen Huji didn't bring S.H.I.E.L.D or her other sword, but a modified water gun. Glass. So sand can be used in this way? Crocodile would probably cry if he knew. It turns out that developing devil fruits relies on imagination. Watching Lin Yuxia's improvised glass on the field through the screen, Shen Fei realized that he had never thought of such a simple question. Speaking of which, the nature-type sand fruit has never found a master. Lin Yuxia is a perfect match for this devil fruit. Lin Yuxia's originium technique is sand, which is a perfect match for the sand fruit. Of course, this was just Shen Fei's random thought. He couldn't just give such a noble devil fruit to Lin Yuxia. After all, she wasn't his own. Tallulah and Chen Huji both have some similarities to Kato's devil fruit. Humans in the Terran world already have various animal symbols. If powerful, they can summon corresponding mental forms through willpower. This is the case with the golden Pegasus and the giant bear versus. Shen Fei was curious about this. What would happen if he combined it with a Zoan-type devil fruit? He had prepared artificial Zoan-type devil fruits for Frostster's snow monster team. Given their properties, an ice type would be best, but he didn't have one yet, so he'd have to wait until he got back to create one. For example, if he used a polar bear to create an artificial Zoan-type devil fruit, Ursus combined with a polar bear would be the combined power of two bears. Huh? Someone's watching me. It's not just me. Tallulah and Frostster are also targets. Shen Fei, who had been concentrating on the game on the screen, suddenly noticed a strange gaze and immediately glanced over. It was Zarek watching him. I want to see who it is. Having noticed someone watching him, Shen Fei decided to strike first. He didn't want to wait for the other party to make a move before taking action. Killer, so it's Scar Emporium that's causing the trouble. Looks like we really need to solve this problem. After capturing Zarek, Shen Fei immediately understood what was going on. He was a killer on vacation in Dusors. After stumbling upon Shen Fei and the others, he had a plan. There was nothing he could do. The reward was too high, and even higher still for a live one. It seemed someone was hoping to capture him alive, but this was only targeting Shen Fei. Tallulah and Frostster were indifferent. Capturing him alive, for the weapons in the ancient ruins that could repel Ursus? That's a nice thought, but you're out of luck. Go and kill them. Following the clues, Shen Fei found the killer's accomplice. Then, using Yudechen, he changed their target. Now they were dealing with a killer with no scruples. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. In the chaotic world of Terra, the distinctions between mercenaries, killers, and bounty hunters were unclear. A red label contract? Someone really doesn't want Qi Chang to show up. Looks like we need to notify our shadow clones to take out some of these people. A red label contract is a contract common among mercenaries, somewhat similar to the crisis contract established by the Scourgebringer, but its purpose isn't to save lives, but to kill. Those who receive a red label contract are all powerful individuals, and most are snipers. Chapter 923 Sunset, Part 1. Boom boom boom. The sudden and violent explosion interrupted Shen Fei's thoughts. Then Shen Fei found that a figure that shouldn't have appeared on the many large screens erected on the side of the street, Pancho Salas. In order to allow the entire city to clearly see the situation of the extreme Iron Man competition everywhere, Candela had temporarily installed many large screens in Dos Salas before. My fellow Bolivarians, I am Pancho Salas. Pancho Salas on the screen was holding a Bolivarian flag in his right hand and delivering his speech in a deafening voice. The timing is good, but it's a pity that we chose the wrong place. Even going to the headquarters of the Bolivarian Resistance Army is better than staying in this extravagant city. Bolivar is a city of extravagance. It is a joke to want to talk about Bolivar's future and Bolivar's freedom here. Well done, Pancho. Now's the special for this Iron Man competition. Everyone can participate, and there will be special rewards for performing well. Pancho hadn't finished his speech when Candela appeared on the screen, each taking up half the screen, as if they were collaborating. Then, Candela's words completely destroyed the atmosphere Pancho had created. turning his actions into a joke. What had originally been an operation for Bolivar had become a special program prepared by Dos Solis to surprise everyone. Compared to Pancho, Candela knew how to mobilize the emotions of the city's people better. "Candela, you're going to regret this." Seeing his long-planned operation turned into a farce by Candela's words, Pancho's eyes filled with anger and a subtle hint of sadness. He then immediately logged off. Now that things had come to this, it all came down to the strength of both sides. Special show. Want to go to the beach? Maybe we can win a prize. Some people who had been watching the show on the street were tempted by the rewards Candela promised. Candela was known for her generosity when it came to rewards, a fact well known in Dos Ors. Will it be dangerous? There were explosions before. Some, tempted by the promise, took action, while others hesitated, worried about the danger. Even Candela said it's fine. Don't you trust her? With these words, the hesitant ones immediately stopped hesitating. The question of who was more trustworthy, Candela or Pancho, was undoubtedly Candela. What's wrong with her? Shen Fei asked, seeing Xingqian's dazed look, as he returned to a cafe on the beach by the artificial lake. This cafe was where the group was going to watch the Iron Man competition live. Even though Pancho's actions had caused a commotion outside, the place remained unaffected. While Candela's position was technically the best, it was so formal that no one in the group was there. "She's worried about her money," S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile. Well, Shen Fei was at a loss for words. Xingqian saw this as a chance to make a killing. After all, with Chen Huji and Lin Yuxia teaming up, it was a formidable advantage. How could they possibly lose? The salaries at the Longman Guard Bureau were naturally high, and Xingqian, as the leader of the Special Inspectorate, naturally commanded even higher salaries. But Xingqian had her own hobbies. Drinking was fine, she wasn't particularly picky, after all, but cycling was a different story. By far, Xingqian's biggest expense was in this area. Whenever a new car came out, she'd buy it and then modify it. This time, Xingqian had her eye on a new model from Thor Industries about to be released, and she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. Xingqian personally owned over 20 electric bikes and motorcycles, stored in her rented warehouse. This was a personal hobby. Although Chen Huji had criticized Xingqian on this point, after hearing Xingqian's rebuttal, she never mentioned it again. Chen Huji also loved shopping. Even though she was very serious in the Longman Guards, she was still a woman and had no qualms about fashion, clothing, jewelry, and makeup. Chen Huji loved buying clothes, and her wardrobe was filled with a wealth of new clothing and jewelry. Even if she only wore them at home, she would still buy them. This time in Dos Ors, she bought quite a bit, and of course, she also bought a lot for Tallulah. It had to be said that being a fashion designer in this land was a very challenging job, given the vast number of races, each with its own unique characteristics. Doctor, if you were in Pancho's shoes, what would you do? Looking out at the chaotic beach, where Candela's men were fighting with Pancho's men, Shen Fei suddenly asked the doctor a question. That hypothesis makes no sense. The doctor didn't directly answer Shen Fei's question, but pointed outside. Just now, I saw someone rushing towards Candela. She wasn't surrounded by many guards. Don't worry about it. We have things to do. We can't let them hurt Candela. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately stood up and called Xingqian to the side. Although S.H.I.E.L.D disliked Dos Ors, and consequently Candela, as an inspector of Longman's Guard Bureau, she naturally sided with Candela when she came to Longman's partner city. Yes, Xingqian said, standing up immediately. Before leaving, she took a surfboard that was left outside the door. Xingqian appeared to be a very bold and casual person, but in fact, she was also very thoughtful. She had her own opinions on many issues. She could be said to be a person of both civil and military talents, a kind of silent supporter of Chen Huji and S.H.I.E.L.D. During the fight between the dragon and the tiger, Xingqian had always been the mediator between the dragon and the tiger. S.H.I.E.L.D is quite powerful, isn't she? Let's see who dares to call her a mascot. S.H.I.E.L.D, meanwhile, wielded a skateboard, also a weapon, with a ferocious swipe. It didn't take long for the 30 or so people preparing to attack Candela to fall to the beach. There's no one hiding nearby. Is this confidence due to your own strength, or the strength of your bodyguards? From beginning to end, Candela's expression remained unchanged, a perpetual smile on her face, as if it wouldn't matter whether Xingqian and S.H.I.E.L.D were involved or not. Candela hasn't even been forced to reveal her true power, and it's over. Shortly after Xingqiang and S.H.I.E.L.D concluded their battle, the Pancho-led coup also drew to a close. The riots throughout the city were suppressed. Ironically, the vast majority of those who suppressed them weren't Candila's men, but rather those seeking the reward. The only unresolved issue remained on the cruise ship in the center of the artificial lake. Stop. Let them go, or we'll all perish together. On the cruise ship, Pancho raised the remote control, threatening Chen Huji and Lin Yuxia as they watched their son, daughter, and men collapse around them. Pancho's original plan was to launch the attack at the end of the Iron Man competition, once Candela had boarded the cruise ship. After all, as a former colonel, he possessed some military acumen. Unfortunately, the arrival of Shen Fei and his team dramatically altered the situation. Chen Huji and Lin Yuxia's investigations, in particular, led them to believe their plan had been exposed, prompting them to launch their operation even before Candela boarded. During the original DOS Source incident, Ernesto was troubled by the mere presence of Chen Huji and Lin Yuxia. Their conflict and separate actions made surveillance difficult, as he couldn't split his efforts to monitor both. Now, with the addition of Tallulah, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the others, his mission became even more challenging. Even though Tallulah, Shen Fei, and the others had no desire to participate, Pancho refused to believe them. Your son and daughter are here too. You're willing to let them die with you, Lin Yuxia said, pointing to the unconscious Ernesto and Rafaela at her feet. Being buried with such important figures like you is enough. Pancho hesitated for a moment, then his expression hardened. All right, stop playing around. We've defused the bombs. You have no chance of winning now. Chen Huji, seeing Lin Yuxia was about to say something, interrupted her. Impossible. You can't try to trick me. Pancho naturally refused to believe Chen Huji's words. Don't kill him, Chen Huji said, looking behind Pancho. Pancho was about to take action when he felt his head sink. Then, in a sharp pain, he lost consciousness. I know. The doctor told me before, Hong said, releasing her grip on Pancho's head. It was she who had suddenly attacked Pancho from behind and knocked him unconscious. It was she who had defused the bombs. Otherwise, Chen Huji and Lin Yuxia would have escaped in the lifeboat, and there would have been no need to confront Pancho head-on. The rest of the story is up to you, Hong said, glancing to the right in a hidden direction. Then, in a flash, she vanished from the side of Chen Huji and Lin Yuxia. Thank you, Madam Wenyu, for me. You're welcome, young lady. I should take my leave now. As Chen Huji spoke, a figure slowly emerged from the hidden corner where Hong had been looking. It was Bai Zhu. It must be said that Pancho and his team had been incredibly unlucky this time. The champions of this year's Iron Man competition are these two women. Candela took Pancho's coup d'etat lightly. After receiving the report that the cruise ship incident had been resolved and the wealthy and powerful aboard were safe, her first priority was to wrap up the competition. Chen Huji and Lin Yuxia didn't care about winning the championship, but Xingqiang was overjoyed. With the money, she could sell several more motorcycles and trams. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then all Pancho and Candela had to do was tell them they needed money to raise an army, and Candela would have agreed. After the incident, the doctor reviewed the events, leaving Shen Fei speechless. Pancho's desire to capture Da Souls was primarily motivated by money, which is why he contacted those dissatisfied with Candela and planned a subversive operation. Because he needed to capture Da Souls, Pancho's actions didn't harm many people, and he needed the city to make money later, meaning the entire coup didn't result in many casualties. However, he didn't realize that this was completely beside the point. Candela also wanted to change the situation in Bolivar, and her intentions were apparent just by looking at the situation in Da Souls. While she wouldn't actively interfere in Bolivar's tripartite regime, after all, Da Souls relied on the balance of power, this didn't stop her from secretly supporting certain individuals. To change Bolivar, a real war is needed. This was the doctor's final conclusion. At this point, Shen Fei didn't understand whether he was referring to Bolivar's future march. If you're feeling lost, why not go to Rhodes Island? There, perhaps you can find your purpose. Shen Fei offered this advice directly to Ernesto, who had come to him. While he also wanted to take him to S.H.I.E.L.D. City, considering S.H.I.E.L.D. City's situation and his own goals, Rhodes Island was more suitable for him. For example, he might learn something from Silver Ash that S.H.I.E.L.D. City couldn't offer him. As a party to the coup, Candela is completely ignoring responsibility, which is quite impressive. As the losers of the coup, it would have been reasonable for Ernesto and others to be executed. However, The fact is that, with the exception of Pancho's imprisonment and the expulsion of some of the others from Das Source, Candela didn't pursue the rest of the people. MRS. When I wants to go to Chechen. Of course, you're welcome. After the Iron Man competition, the group prepared to go home. However, Mrs. Wenayu seemed to want to spend more time with Tallulah, so she suggested going to Chechen. The driver was left alone to pilot the flying vehicle back to Longman. What is that? Can I try it? In Chechen, Xingshan, who had just disembarked from the Quinjet, looked at the Yeti squad that had come to greet their eldest sister and immediately approached one of them. Naturally, it wasn't about drinking, but about the Yeti squad's mount, a magnificent motorcycle. It looks like Nian has figured this out. Looking at the Yeti squad's mount, Shen Fei realized that Nian had made some progress. She hadn't gone with him to S.H.I.E.L.D this time, but stayed in Chechen. Naturally, she had her own agenda, so Shen Fei asked her for a favor. I think things are almost done here. Why don't you come with me to find my sister and Ling? I can't wait to see their faces. Shen Fei had just returned to his residence in Key City when Nian approached him. She mentions I and Ling, but the slightly amused smile on her face clearly wasn't due to missing her sister. I'm almost done here. I'll go with you to find them then. We're across from Yan country, and I need to prepare myself. I don't want to get into trouble with them, that would be very troublesome. Besides the Key City situation, Shen Fei wasn't looking for Zion Ling yet because his communication space wasn't yet complete. He planned to complete that before heading to Yan country. Speaking of teleportation, Nian, as a god, also possessed this ability. She had asked Cross to find her sister Zai and had given her a token. Using this token as a location, they arrived instantly, which was a real challenge for Cross and the others. Traveling from Rhode Island to Yan country was a long distance. Indeed, that old man at the Shianshi mansion almost annoyed me to death back then. By the way, I've improved the thing you want. Now you can use it by just using energy. As they spoke, the two of them came to the laboratory in the back. On the laboratory table on one side were some magic tools, space rings, 9 dragons, and so on. With her newfound ability, Shen Fei pushed this matter to her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 924 Eve, Part 2. Finally done. Now we can begin. Shen Fei smiled as he sketched a golden magic circle. With this completed, many of his earlier plans could be put into action. Thinking this, Shen Fei left the room and entered the courtyard. He saw 4 people playing mahjong in the pavilion. These 4 were Nian, Shuangxing, Xingshan, and Shihuaya. After arriving in Che City, Madame Wenayu, perhaps to spend more time with Chen Huji and Tallulah, temporarily stayed in Che City. Xingshan and Shihuaya also stayed, bringing the 3 major figures of Longman to Che City. Perhaps Madame Wenayu had discussed this with Wei Yanwu, so he didn't say anything. After all, Longman had been developing for so many years that the temporary absence of the 3 major figures wouldn't be a major hindrance. Furthermore, thanks to Key City's involvement, Wei Yangwu's previous plan to develop the slums had made some progress. The battle at Longman had destroyed many of the slum buildings, and Key City had also accepted many of Longman's infected, greatly easing their pressure. Nian, your movie is done, Shen Fei said, walking to the pavilion. He then scanned the Dragon Gate coins around the 4 people. Shuangxing had the most, seemingly quite lucky, perhaps that's just beginner's luck. Of the 4, Shuangxing was the only one who had just learned to play mahjong. She hadn't had the time or opportunity to learn before, so now was the perfect time to catch up. Almost done, it'll be done in a few days. After waking up this time and discovering movies, Nian had become particularly interested. During her last slumber, there were no movies or television. So Shen Fei had her filming. He had a plan for this as well, a publicity campaign for the infected. Unfortunately, neither the demon nor Hasey could be publicly revealed, otherwise they would have been perfect for the final bosses in the movie. Good luck, then, Shen Fei said, nodding to Shuangxing and the others, and then immediately left. Let's do it here. Arriving at an underground training room reserved for reunion movement cotters and others, Shen Fei took in the surroundings and immediately had it temporarily sealed off. Then, moving to a nearby wall, He waved his wand and began casting a traceless extension spell. Farm, pasture, vegetable greenhouse, herb farm, training ground, industrial base, 10 should be enough. Looking at the 4 gates lined up on the wall, Shen Fei paused his wand and nodded with satisfaction. He then immediately left Chi City and flew to a wasteland far from Chi City, where he began moving soil, mountains, and river water. Wood release, tree realm arrives. By the time everything was nearly complete, 3 days had passed. After his renovations, the 10 expanded spaces had become picturesque. Even if someone lived within them, there wouldn't be any problems. This time, Shen Fei took into account the future growth of Chi City and expanded each space considerably, roughly a quarter the size of the Dragon Gate. 10 expanded spaces would be larger than 2 Dragon Gates. Of course, Shen Fei didn't intend for anyone to live here. He built these primarily for production and manufacturing, and it was a completely industrialized operation, with Red Queen controlling all the robots. Little one, why did you call us here? What's going on over there? That's what you've been busy with these days. On the morning of the 4th day, Shen Fei summoned Nian, the reunion movement cutters, including Grandpa Helliger and the Yeti squad, along with Rhodes Island's Amaya, Quinjet, and the doctor, and Lungman's Madame Wenyu and Chen Huji. Nian immediately pointed to the 10 gates on one wall and the markings on them, inquiring. She wasn't the only one, and the others were equally intrigued by the gates. They were all very familiar with this underground training room. They knew what lay beyond the walls. They had no idea why Shen Fei had built so many gates. This is the foundation of Chi City's future development. Now is the time to witness a miracle, Shen Fei said with a wave of his hand, and 10 gates opened simultaneously, revealing a scene that silenced everyone. How is this possible? Is this an illusion? The Yeti squad rushed forward in disbelief, reaching out to grab at something. Then, they stumbled and nearly fell. What was before them wasn't an illusion, but reality. Red Queen, explain it to them. Yes, after Shen Fei finished speaking, a little girl in a red dress suddenly appeared out of thin air before everyone. This time, no one was surprised. Everyone present knew about Red Queen's existence. She had built the entire network in Chi City. This is an agricultural base, covering an area of, Red Queen explained, using a holographic imaging system to show everyone. As she spoke, Patriot and the others couldn't help but beam with excitement. Although Shen Fei had previously promised to resolve Chi City's problems, Patriot and the others were concerned about how Chi City would survive as more and more infections arrived. Chi City was formerly an industrial city, relying on supplies from other cities. Now that they had captured it, Ursus naturally wouldn't be able to deliver supplies. Even though Shen Fei had been saying there wouldn't be a shortage of supplies, he was still worried. But now, seeing this, there was no need to worry. We need to talk. Quinjet, unlike the others, hadn't been as curious to see the expanded space. Before Red Queen had finished her introduction, she arrived with the doctor, Amaya, and Amaya. Such a capability was truly invaluable to Rhodes Island. Besides the Rhodes Islanders, Madame Wenyu also arrived shortly afterwards. She understood the significance of this expanded space. Rhodes Island needed it, and so did Longman. Don't worry, since I've asked you to come, I understand your intentions. Come one by one. Now, Dr. Quinjet, Amaya, and the doctor, you can consider how to arrange these things on Rhodes Island. Shen Fei summoned Rhodes Island and Madame Wenyu, understanding their thoughts upon seeing the expanded space. Sorry, we'll be leaving first, Quinjet said, preparing to leave with Amaya and the doctor. Dr. Quinjet, there's no need to rush. I'm not going to run away. Sorry, I lost my composure. Quinjet realized she had been a little too anxious, but it wasn't her fault. This was incredibly important to Rhodes Island. From now on, I'll leave this place in your care. You know the situation here, and I'll slowly bring some meat beasts here. While Taro had common beasts besides Arginium beasts, the variety was limited, and most were extinct. Especially those that could be eaten, the number was even smaller. I'll have people take good care of this place, Madame Wenyu, rest assured. Longman has helped Qichang so much before. I'll certainly help in any way I can. After touring the expanded space, Madame Wenyu took her leave, apparently eager to return and tell Wei Yanwu what had happened. Following Madame Wenyu's departure, Zixing and Shihuaiya naturally followed suit. Madame Wenyu had originally wanted to take Chen Huji back with her, but she declined. Madame Wenyu didn't force it, simply letting her know that Longman would always welcome her back. The implication is that you're the next governor of Longman, and you have no choice but to return. Because she can't have children herself, Madame Wenyu has actually been raising Tallulah and Chen Huji as her own children. It's not that there's anything wrong with the Wei Yanwu and Madame Wenyu. If they want children, they can, but reality forces them to do so. That reality, naturally, is the current Emperor of Yan. He forbids them from having children, because if Wei Yanwu has a child, it would be the natural heir. Wei Yanwu had no interest in the throne, but who can guarantee his children wouldn't? And even if he could, as emperor, he wouldn't allow a threat to the throne. 4. No problem. When Shen Fei arrived at Rhodes Island, S.H.I.E.L.D had already decided that 4 expansion spaces would be sufficient. Strictly speaking, 1 would also be enough, as long as it was large enough. Shen Fei created 10 for easier categorization. Since he could do it, he naturally did. Rhodes Island didn't need to be so granular in this regard, and they didn't need pastures. The perfumer won't complain about the lack of space anymore. The doctor was delighted to see the expanded space. I have something to discuss with you. There are some S.H.I.E.L.D infected who are hoping for a stable life. I hope you'll accept it. S.H.I.E.L.D slowly recounted the events. S.H.I.E.L.D. So Mudstone was ultimately intercepted by Rhodes Island, my dear S.H.I.E.L.D girl. As S.H.I.E.L.D recounted the events, Shen Fei immediately understood what had happened. As expected, Mudstone and her team, having left the reunion movement, were preparing to return to S.H.I.E.L.D when they were ambushed by Lithanian mages, suffering heavy losses. Having initially decided to fight to the death, Mudstone encountered the elite operator Logos, who happened to be on a mission nearby and came to her rescue. Later, grateful for Rhodes Island's help and because they were both S.H.I.E.L.D, Mudstone agreed to join Rhodes Island. Even though Shen Fei's presence allowed Rhodes Island to rescue Anto, and Ye informed Nian of the changes in the reunion situation, Nian didn't turn back due to the betrayal. It wasn't until he joined Rhodes Island that he truly understood the difference the reunion had made, and thus came up with this idea. Not all S.H.I.E.L.Ds are aggressive, some also yearn for peace. The S.H.I.E.L.D's current bad reputation stems primarily from the frequent raids by S.H.I.E.L.D on caravans bound for Lateran. Another reason is the existence of a group of S.H.I.E.L.Ds in Colombia who are unscrupulous in pursuit of their goals, many of whom have signed red label contracts. No problem, just send them over later, and someone will take care of their future. Although Shen Fei was somewhat frustrated that the S.H.I.E.L.D girl had been snatched away by Rhodes Island, he certainly couldn't blame Rhodes Island. If there was any blame, it was naturally the immortal Black Snake's fault. If it weren't for his conspiracy, Nian wouldn't have left. Thank you. Oh, and here's another thing. Rhodes Island recently discovered some strange individuals. They seem completely clueless about Terra. They claim to be Team Rainbow, and say they came from the Fane lands. If I'm not mistaken, they must be from another world, S.H.I.E.L.D said as she pulled out a few photos and placed them in front of Shen Fei. The photos showed 4 heavily armed individuals, armed with firearms, rifles, to be more precise. Their luck is truly unfortunate. Transmigrating to this world is practically a hellish start, and they didn't even cross over to Ursus. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile as he looked at the familiar 4 figures in the photos. He did know a little about them, though only a few details. He hadn't been at the event, but had seen someone else with this operator and had a general understanding of them. Does this happen often? S.H.I.E.L.D continued. They're different from me. I came here on my own initiative. They were purely accidental, completely unrepeatable, and basically no one will come here again. Although Shen Fei said this, he wasn't 100% sure. Furthermore, the appearance of Originium in the Rainbow Six world was not a good sign. Under normal circumstances, just a few Originium wouldn't cause any significant impact, because the real horror of Originium lies in the consciousness within it, just like Honkai energy. Honkai energy can be carried to other worlds as pure energy. But what if the world of Rainbow Six and Terra are parallel worlds? That would be a different story. That's best. I don't want another perverted scientist to appear in this world who can create such a monster in a place like Sargon. Shouldn't I be thankful that they appeared in Sargon? If it were Victoria or Columbia, the disaster would probably be much more severe, S.H.I.E.L.D said, pulling out several photos of terrifying-looking Originium monsters. You should be thankful he didn't appear in Iberia or the Arctic Ice Demon's territory. That would be a true disaster. Shen Fei acknowledged S.H.I.E.L.D's point. If the other party could create such a monster in the scientifically barren land of Sargon, Then in technologically advanced places like Victoria or Colombia, it would be even more terrifying. Colombia, in particular, was home to Rhine life sciences, and from Shen Fei's understanding of them, they would have hit it off instantly. Unfortunately, that man named Levi, having only witnessed a few of the Originium's abilities, thought he had found the truth, eager to begin evolving, only turned up ruining himself. Not everyone can, like Jing's master, harness Originium to distort immortality. In a sense, that's what evolution is. It was a good thing he killed himself, otherwise, if he had colluded with Rhine Life would have practically become Terra's umbrella company, the in-game one. You don't seem interested in them. I thought, as visitors from another world, you'd want to meet them. Quinjet looked puzzled by Shen Fei's reaction. Because there's no need. Even if I could find their world through where they came from, so what? I don't need to send them home. Theoretically, with his abilities, if he could find where they traveled from, he could find their home planet. Even sending them back would be possible. But the question was why he would help them in this way? He wasn't some saint. If the other planet had something of interest to him, he wouldn't mind doing a favor, but unfortunately, there wasn't any. Chapter 925 Sunset, Part 2. There's no need to meet. They and I don't come from the same world, Shen Fei said, standing up and preparing to leave. As for Team Rainbow, Rhodes Island could handle it. If they were from the same hometown, I could look after them, but unfortunately, they aren't. Shen Fei would have loved to have known someone from the Rainbow community, even if they were from different worlds, but unfortunately, there weren't any. And speaking of influence, that crazy scientist, Levi, played a far greater role on Terra than the Rainbow. If he hadn't died, Shen Fei might have sought him out to help research the Originium problem. Judging from his attitude, he seemed to have discovered Originium and was about to begin researching it over 20 years ago, but for some unknown reason, his laboratory was abandoned. Thank you for Anto, Quinjet nodded gently, then spoke of Anto. Thanks to Shen Fei's warning, Anto had avoided a life of despair, but unfortunately, Warmouth still didn't escape the scourge. All of this was naturally a matter of luck. The crops they'd planted were about to mature, and there weren't many signs of the impending natural disaster. Furthermore, the local lord and most of the guards had been taken away to attend a noble's wedding, leaving the locals without a single official in charge. Speaking of this, Quinjet's expression didn't change at all. She'd seen this sort of thing happen many times throughout her travels across this land. Even so, Rhodes Island still did its best to provide relief after the disaster. Thanks to Ye, who brought numerous operators, including elite operators, they finally managed to hold out until the local lord returned from the wedding before the infected and non-infected rioted. Don't be so polite. A few more good people dying in this world is always a good thing, isn't it? You're very well prepared on your side. You were so sure I wouldn't refuse. Looking at the large box made of D32 steel before him, Shen Fei was impressed by Wei Yanwu's intelligence. He hadn't considered this before. After leaving Rhode Island, Shen Fei and Nian arrived at Longmen. Upon meeting Shen Fei, Wei Yanwu immediately stated his request. If you wanted to refuse, you wouldn't have left when you know about this. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably looking to use this ability to negotiate a deal with the Yan Kingdom, Wei Yanwu said, glancing at Nian beside Shen Fei. Mr. Wei, I wonder if you're interested in working for me. Looking at Wei Yanwu, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall his previous conversation with the doctor. Naturally, he trusted the doctor's wisdom as the former evil spirit of the Tower of Babel, so he asked about his future plans, and the doctor offered some advice. Isn't Mr. Wei clear about what you mean? Shen Fei's words stunned Wei Yanwu, Madame Wenyu, and Rat King Lin Jeru. In all their years, this was the first time they'd seen anyone dare to recruit Wei Yanwu. I forgot to formally introduce myself. I'm Shen Fei, the Emperor of the Great Tang. Shen Fei introduced himself solemnly, and with a wave of his left hand, his attire changed to that of the Emperor of the Great Tang, a gorgeous black dragon robe and an imperial crown. Emperor of the Great Tang, there's no country called the Great Tang on this continent. Wei Yanwu's face changed when he saw the dragon robe on Shen Fei. Of course, because the Great Tang isn't on this continent, but in another world. Shen Fei spoke as the dragon robe and imperial crown vanished. That wasn't real, but something he had directly constructed with a ruler of reason. Another world? Wei Yanwu asked, puzzled. Yes, another world. With that, Shen Fei raised his left hand, and a phantom map of Longmen appeared before them. Then, The map of Longman drastically shrank, expanding to reveal Yan Country, Terra, a planet, and finally the starry sky. This is your world, and this is another world, a world without arginium and or disease. Meanwhile, the Tang Dynasty and the Great Yan share some connections. Simply put, you can think of the Tang Dynasty as the Great Yan of this world. Shen Fei then presented some of the history and legends of the Great Tang Dynasty, such as the long-standing legend of Z in the Great Yan Dynasty, which is very similar to the story of change flying to the moon, as well as other cultural aspects, such as martial arts. So that's how it is. After a long pause, Wei Yanwu exhaled deeply. Shen Fei's revelation had truly astonished him. Since you are the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, you should have no shortage of talented people under your command. I am already old. This implicitly implied a refusal. Old, but you are a dragon. Wei Yanwu's excuse made Shen Fei shake his head slightly. Shen Fei didn't know the exact lifespan of the dragon clan, but he was certain that Wei Yanwu's lifespan was at least several hundred years. Not to mention Wei Yanwu, even Lin Jiaru, who looked very old, could still live for at least a few decades, and that was still the minimum. And then there's Madame Wenyu. She's a ghost, and her lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary races. Mr. Wei, don't be so quick to refuse. If you and Madame Wenyu were to reach another world, some of the constraints of this world wouldn't apply to you. Take, for example, the Emperor of Great Yan. As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Yanwu and Madame Wenyu exchanged glances, as if they had a telepathic connection. Without the Emperor's constraints, they could naturally have children of their own. Wei Yanwu was more comfortable with the idea, but Madame Wenyu has a different story. Second young master, Lin Jiaru said, losing his composure. Mr. Wei, there's no need to rush into a decision. You can take your time to consider it. I have plenty of time to await your response, even if it takes decades. I'm not in a rush. What is your purpose? Wei Yanwu asked after a long silence. I want to transfer a group of immigrants from Terra to my Tang Dynasty. I need someone to be in charge. If you don't want to stay there, that's fine. As long as you get the job done, you can come back anytime. Shen Fei stated his purpose directly. It wasn't something he needed to hide. Transferring Terra's people to Tang Dynasty was simple. A land free from oripathy and natural disasters would be a paradise for the inhabitants of Terra. Just like how a certain Rhodes Island operator, upon meeting Rainbow and learning their homeland was free of oripathy, was filled with envy, believing it must be a peaceful world. Rainbow, however, remained silent on this. While migration was simple, integrating the inhabitants of the two worlds was much more complex. Someone was needed to lead the Tyrants. While others could be found, Wei Yanwu's status as a Dragon Clan member would definitely reduce unnecessary complications. Then, after decades or even centuries, the two sides would merge. Shen Fei was eager for the Tang Dynasty to emerge at that time. If only for this anticipation, he would proceed with this undertaking. I need to think about it. No problem, let's put that aside for now and get started. Shen Fei wasn't in a rush about relocating the residents. He had plenty of time. He quickly expanded the space Wei Yanwu had prepared. One was a fixed expansion space, and the other was a large, movable box made of D32 steel. Each space was about 2/3 the size of the Dragon Gate. Wood release, Tree World Descent. I can only help you so far. You can handle it later on your own. Originally, Shen Fei had only intended to expand Wei Yanwu's space and leave. However, considering that he might help with a relocation of residents in the future, and considering the relationship between Tallulah and Chen Huji, he used Tree World Descent in their respective expansion spaces. With such a large forest, Wei Yanwu's work would be much easier. Great filming. Don't be afraid to spend money. Everything should be the best. Since he had arrived at the Dragon Gate, Shen Fei also stopped by to see Wan Shengshen, the iron-eating beast. She was nearing the end of filming her Hei Fist. After watching it, it was quite good. While there were some special effects, the majority of it was genuine martial arts. Nian was particularly pleased. If she hadn't needed to find Zai, she would have stayed to discuss the script with the Iron Eater. So you know your sister is in Huqi Mountain, but you don't know exactly where. At the foot of the Huqi Mountains in Yan Country, Shen Fei, disembarking from a plane, looked at Nian speechlessly. Huqi Mountain is quite large, and finding Zai, who is hiding somewhere unknown, would be no easy task. If it were anyone else, Shen Fei could rely on his observation haki or the power of the Operation Fruit, but Zai was able to hide in her paintings, perfectly evading his abilities. After all, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. If we keep searching, we'll find her eventually, Nian said nonchalantly, waving her folding fan. For immortals like them, the concept of time is completely different from that of ordinary people. It seems this is the only way. Let me see if there's anyone around. Although he knew that using observation haki to find Zai was unlikely, Shen Fei still decided to use it first to investigate, at least to narrow the area. It's such a vast place with so few people. I guess I'll have to slowly search. Shadow clone technique. After his observation haki failed to reveal any clues, Shen Fei summoned dozens of shadow clone techniques and had them search for Zai within the Huki Mountains. That's a good ability. You can play mahjong with yourself. Nian looked at Shen Fei's dozens of clones in amazement, but what she said next left Shen Fei speechless. This was the first time he'd heard of using shadow clone techniques to play mahjong. While it was certainly possible, it would have been incredibly boring to do so. Just wait. There's plenty of game here, you can try it. With shadow clone techniques searching, the original body naturally didn't need to go. After all, one more wouldn't make a difference, so it would be better to catch some game and make a simmering hot pot. It was a simmering hot pot. It couldn't be helped, Nian had a special liking for spicy hot pot. Looks like we've found it. The next day, receiving memories from a shadow clone, Shen Fei immediately stood up, formed hand seals to disband the other clones, then placed his hand on Nian's shoulder and, with a flying thunder god technique, arrived at the summit of a small mountain. It was a low peak, unremarkable within the Huki Mountains. At its summit stood a small wooden house. My dear sister, I've come to find you. Nian pushed open the door to the wooden house. In a sudden flash of light, Shen Fei found himself in a classical courtyard. A woman with the green horns glared at Nian with an angry expression. As for Shen Fei, she seemed completely unconcerned. How could you come here? Doesn't the Simite of Great Yan care about you? What are you doing here? As fragments of the Sui beast, Great Yan never relaxed its surveillance of them, even after Nian lay in the tomb for centuries and Zai spent centuries in the Huki Mountains. Besides preventing Nian and Zai from harming Great Yan, this surveillance was most importantly to prevent them from meeting each other, especially any gathering of more than 3 people, which was strictly prohibited. Of course, a casual appearance at Longman like Nian's was nothing serious. Perhaps they didn't react, Nian said with a smile. They didn't react? Are you underestimating Dayan? Don't forget, they're on the side of the true dragon. Zai clearly didn't believe Nian's words. In fact, Nian wasn't lying this time. Under normal circumstances, if Nian had wanted to see Zai, Sisute would have intervened. Originally, Nian had sent Klaus and Yanrong to find Zai, giving them location tokens. Perhaps not only did he not want to escape, but he also wanted to avoid being stopped by Sisute of Dan. With a location teleportation, Sisute had no time to stop it. However, this tactic could only be used once. When Nian and Zai tried to see Ling, Sisute immediately reacted. Okay, tell me, what are you doing here? And who is he? Zai stopped questioning Nian's appearance. After all, she had already appeared. Zai's attention was finally focused on Shen Fei standing aside. A helper can deal with his helpers, Nian said with a smile. Have you gone mad to deal with him? If you're crazy, don't come to me. Zai looked at Nian in disbelief. If he was so easy to deal with, none of their brothers and sisters would have gone crazy. Obviously, she didn't believe that Shen Fei could be the one to deal with him. My dear sister, congratulations, Nian suddenly said to Zai with a smile. You really are crazy. Nian's nonsensical congratulations made Zai further confirm that something was wrong with Nian. When I say congratulations, I mean congratulations to you for guessing correctly that this world is just a scroll. You're truly crazy. I have proof. Do you know why I say he's helping him? He's from another world, another scroll, as you say. Nian pointed at Shen Fei and said, that way, we don't even need to confront him head-on. We just need to jump from one scroll to another. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to cross the scroll and retrieve us. Where's the proof you're talking about? Seeing Nian's serious face, Zai fell silent. After a long moment, she finally asked Nian for proof. She knew Nian well enough to know that, while he was playful, he wouldn't resort to such tricks. It's up to you now, Nian immediately said, pushing Shen Fei out. No problem, proving he came from another world was easy enough. It was the same process as before. There are countless worlds. And this world is just one of them. How could it be? Looking at the content belonging to another world revealed by Shen Fei, the aura on Zai's body suddenly began to fluctuate violently. As her aura fluctuated, the surrounding courtyard began to twist. Step back, Nian suddenly pulled Shen Fei back. At this moment, a green dragon suddenly soared into the sky. At this moment, the surrounding courtyard was torn apart. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.